Okay, we are now live and recording. Just need to fire up the YouTube side of it.
Thank you.
Start where I start.
I'm gonna say what your budget's going up.
And then should I explain why for
Yeah.
your question? I sent you this. It says 11. Doesn't matter. That's what I'm gonna tell them.
Yeah. Actually, 11 in general fund. Actually, it's not right.
We're live on YouTube, Phil.
Yes, we are.
All right, Mr. President, we are ready to go.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate all your help. Okay, good evening, everyone. I call the May 25th, 2021 council meeting to order. The following options are available to access this meeting. You may access or participate in the meeting using the Zoom application on a smart device or on a PC via the web at zoom.us and clicking on Join a Meeting in the upper right hand of the page. The web ID number this evening is 978-8786-9794. All this information is also provided on our website this evening. Anyone wanting to participate via telephone only may call one of the following numbers. Non-toll-free numbers. While most mobile phone carriers do not place an extra charge on customers for toll calls, it is up to you to check with your carrier concerning potential charges you would be responsible for. The first number to join us this evening is 1-646-558-8656. The next number is 1-301-715-8592. The next number is 1-312-626-6799. The next number is 1-669-900-9128. The next number is 1-253-215-8782. The next number is 1-346-248-7799. Again, all these numbers are on our webpage as well. Free, toll-free numbers from anywhere in the U.S. You can join us by calling 1-877-853-5247 or 1-888-788-0099 or 1-833-548-0276 or 1-833-548-0282. Please note, if you're experiencing trouble connecting via one of the toll-free numbers, please try the next number on the list. You will then need to punch in the web ID number, which is 978-8786-9794 on your touch tone keypad. While everyone joining the meeting will be muted, if at the appropriate time during the proceedings you wish to ask a question, you may, if using a smartphone or a PC, click on the raise hand icon. The meeting moderator will then ask for the participant having raised their hand to be unmuted. After the question, answer, and further discussion, the participant will be muted again and will need to click on raise hand icon or punch in *9 to ask another question. If phoning in, punch *9 on the touchtone keypad. The moderator will indicate when it is your turn to ask a comment or a question. Again, all that information is on the City Council website page this evening. At this time, I ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mr. McAllister,
Here.
Mr. Foley,
Here.
Mr. Gephardt,
Here.
Mr. Howe,
Here.
Mr. Lattiser,
Here.
Mr. McElroy,
Yeah.
Mr. Ricks,
Here.
Mr. Snappy,
Here.
Ms. Travis.
Here.
9 present.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask the Council Pro Tem, Donna Travis, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Am I on or off? I don't even know.
We can hear you now.
Yeah, we can hear you, Donna. You muted yourself after that.
Councilman Snappy, would you like to lead us in the pledge as well?
Sorry. I double
You're muted again, Councilwoman.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh.
Thank you very much. And Councilwoman, sorry I put you on the spot there. At this
That's
time,
okay,
I
Mr.
would,
President. I'm sorry, I standing up, I couldn't get control of that little button. Okay, thanks.
you're welcome. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask the City Council Solicitor to just give us a brief update on the executive orders of the Governor's Office. If I could call on Kyla at this time.
Sure. Hi, everybody. So I believe that the question was about specifically Executive Order 2140. That executive order specifically references and requires public bodies to provide alternative accessible means for the public to remotely access our public meetings. And that order remains in effect until this Thursday, May 27th. You know, we're not really sure about whether or when that will be extended. It has been extended for the past year and a half. So as of today, it is still in effect until Thursday, through Thursday, actually.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, this is a continuation of the public hearing that we started last night. So I'm looking for a motion to continue and open the public hearing this evening. Motion made by Councilman Howe, second by Councilman Foley. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor of opening, continuing the meeting, open hearing, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so now we are going to start at the top of the agenda here, and we're going to go with the legal department.
Mr. President, that's page 11 of your budget, and we have Mike Rosillo, city solicitor here, who was my unofficial guide for 10 years at the league. I used to call his other clients and find out what he thought, and I would tell everyone that that's the way we should go. So he was a good free guide for 10 years, and now it's good to see he's getting paid.
Very nice. Well, welcome, Mr. Rosillo.
Well, thank you. It's good to be back before the city council. Mr. Chairman and members of the council, we have a proposal before you. I just want to briefly describe the background and the rationale for the proposal. Over the past 4 months, from January through the end of April, the legal team has averaged approximately 65 hours per week on behalf of the city. That computes to an hourly rate of $127.98 or $128 an hour. Under the proposed budget, that rate would rise to $143.34 an hour. I will tell you, my goal was $150, but I'm very happy with the mayor's proposal. I hope very much that the council considers it and the reasons behind it. The other municipalities I work for, the rate actually averages between 195 and 250. So I'd be very happy with the proposed budget with the new hourly rate. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure the mayor and the city is keeping you very busy.
That they are.
And just a reminder to members of the council, if you would like to ask a question on any topic, if you could just use the raise your hand icon in case I miss it. I can't see all your faces all the time. So at this time, are there any questions on the legal department's budget from members of the council? Okay, seeing none, are there any members of the public that would like to speak on the legal department's budget? Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on the legal department's budget? Hearing none, we will move on to the boards and commissions.
Yeah.
You present that for me?
Want me to present it?
Yes, go ahead. Actually, if there's just any questions.
This will be page 22 of the budget. And that will be followed by the mayor's office, a personnel page on boards and commissions, page 14 of the personnel supplement.
Okay, so for boards and commissions, these are mostly members that of the public that are serving on, say, the land trust, the cemeteries commission, the planning board, the zoning board. Is that correct?
Yeah, the entirety of this budget is stipends that are paid to appointments on different boards and commissions, but also there's a woman who works in the police station for the Board of Public Safety.
Okay. Are there any questions from members of the council on the boards and commissions budget? Okay, seeing none, are there any members of the public that would like to ask a question on the boards and commissions budget? Any questions from members of the public on boards and commissions budget? Okay, hearing none, we will go to the executive budget.
Right here.
Mr. President, it's a very simple budget. If you have any questions, feel free to explain it.
My first question is, what page is the executive? Page 11.
Sorry. We have this handy dandy guide here. 11 and the personnel supplements on 1.
Are there any questions from members of the council on the executive budget? Are there any questions from the council? Are there any questions from members of the public on the executive budget? Are there any questions from members of the public on the executive budget? Seeing none, we will move to the animal shelter budget, please.
Chair.
Will be
24 and 15 on personnel supplement.
increases just under 1%.
Okay. Any questions from members of the council on the animal shelter budget? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the animal shelters budget? Any questions from members of the public on the animal shelters budget? Okay, hearing none, we will move to the next department, which is the fire department. However, I believe we're going to have Mr. Schaefer speak to us before we have the fire department present.
Thank you. I've got a couple of 3 points I want to make, and Phil has going to put a couple of slides up. You can sit down. It's just
We should just end this. Jason, just give another. Oh, Lynn's leaving? Okay.
the one with the colors on it. This slide is the Cranston Fire Department budget. The reason I wanted to put it up for two reasons, and I hope, and I'd like to have a little presentation on this to the Finance Committee, maybe next fall sometime. But the orange colored numbers, and it may be hard to see, every city in the state except Warwick includes their health benefits, their pension contributions in the regular budget. And I know that Jason has been concerned about that because when we've had high overtime, you're not seeing the savings on the other side. So I just want to point out, this is Cranston's budget. You could go to Pawtucket, you could go to Woonsocket, you could go to Providence. They've all included the employee benefits in the budget, not only for the fire department, but the police department, public works department. And then the state is now requiring us to report in our audit report costs with the distribution of benefits in each department. So Lynn goes through something when we do our audit. There's a thing called the MPT2, MTP2, which stands for Municipal Transparency Portal. It was one of Governor Raimondo's initiatives. And Lynn goes through a process of reallocating the benefits, pension, health benefits, into each department so we can meet the audit requirements. So I think it's something that we should consider going forward, allocating them so that we're doing it the same way as the other big cities. Now, there's many small towns that do it the way we do, where you'll see later, you'll see a whole pension account, you'll see an employee benefits account. That's the first point I wanted to make. The second point I wanted to make is going back to that, you can stay on that slide for a second. It's the yellow line. Those are the overtime amounts. And the Cranstons, they go back to 2016. And then this is the slide that was in front of the Cranston City Council 3 weeks ago. And you'll see the overtime amounts. The actual in 2020 was over $6 million. I think we're projecting $5.7 million this year. Is that right, Jason? And if you go to the next slide, you'll see this in a little more detail with the 2 or 3 other communities that I was able to get comparable information. Let's just look at the fiscal year 20 block. So you'll see that Cranston had a regular uniform firefighter payroll in 20 of $14,400,000, $6 million in overtime, which was 42% of the regular pay. And you'll see Newport, Pawtucket, and Warwick. So the kind of conversation we've had and press coverage Warwick has had, and one political figure said, we're the poster child for a problem statewide. And that's the case here. Cranston has a worse problem than Warwick. It's endemic, and a lot of it relates to the state laws that have been talked about, the language of the collective bargaining agreements, but it's universal. All the major fire departments in the state, very high proportion of overtime relative to regular pay. And Jason can calculate exactly how he can reduce the overtime. We're going to get into that in just a minute, by increasing the number of firefighters, which also increases the health benefits and other overhead costs. So I just want to make this point that Warwick has become the poster child just over the last month for this overtime situation, but it's across the state. The last thing I wanted to talk about was we've noted an error in this budget. There was a number was dropped. I've corresponded with the council president, and the mayor and I have talked to the council president about this, and Bruce. It's about a $280,000 error. A number was dropped. It was, instead of 230,000, it was 32,000. We've corresponded. We had talked earlier with the council president. We over budgeted an item in the mayor's office. There's an over budgeted item in the fire department for some professional services that they're not going to have to use. We've come up with a couple of other solutions to keep this budget balanced. It's not $1 million problem. It's not going to be a slide on that, but you can take that off now, Phil. It's a $170,000 problem. We've come up with a solution for it. We've communicated with the mayor. So that's what I have to say, and I'll turn it over to the chief and the assistant chief.
Thank you. So Chief McMichael from the Warwick Fire Department, joining me as Assistant Chief Jason Umbenhauer. Our proposed fiscal year 22 budget represents a 2.5% increase over fiscal year 21. I thank Mayor Picozzi and his administration for addressing our staffing issues and facing the department. This will reduce overtime and forced ordering of our members to cover the vacant positions. This is some much needed relief. We are extremely grateful for that. It has been over 4 years since the department has added new firefighters to the department, and over 50 members of the department have retired in that time. To get started, I'll open up to any questions.
10%. We can open up for questions.
All right. Thank you, Chief. So my first question is on staffing. What is the staff right now? What is a full complement? What would that look like? And how many firefighters are eligible to retire this year? Looking at and then we'll talk about the additional hires after that.
Council President, we have 175 uniformed firefighters right now. That's including administration. We also have 7 dispatchers and 2 civilian members of our department. We currently have 21 vacancies. That includes the 20 private positions that we look to fill this year and our assistant fire marshal position as well. As far as eligibility to retire, we have 39 firefighters that are eligible to retire. Realistically, we identify 10, most likely a smaller number, closer to 7, that we may see leave this year.
Okay, and we're proposing to hire how many new recruits?
So we're proposing to hire 22 new recruits, which would bring us to be able to bring up 22 new above what we are at right now, would bring us to that's the, so ideally would be at 204. That would give us 2 floaters on each shift. Our minimum manning is 184. So 46 per shift times 4 shifts, plus our 12 administrative people in headquarters, that's the uniformed administrative people, brings us to 196. We identified 2 floaters on each shift as a safe number to give us some cushion room that will help us reduce the amount of overtime each year. That would be that would bring us to 204 people with the 2 floaters to each shift. At one time, the department had many more floaters in each shift. We don't really see the necessity for that. We're paying a lot of extra money in pension costs, as well as healthcare costs that we don't necessarily have to be paying. So we identified 204 as that spot that we want to try to attain.
Okay, and tell us on overtime. That is the big issue that we hear about. Tell us what causes the overtime. You mentioned minimum manning. Can you just flesh that out a little bit for everybody?
Absolutely. So with the required 46 firefighters that we need for each shift, anytime we go below 46, we have to backfill those with somebody that is paid overtime to fill that shift. So as of right now, we have overtime on all of our shifts on a daily basis. And that is why we have the increased cost and the spike in overtime that we have seen escalate over the years. And as a result of not hiring anyone in over 4 years, we have not added any members to the department in roughly 4.5 years. And in that time, we have seen over 50 retirements from the department. So that large number of retirements without the addition of any new members of the department is the cause of the increase in overtime.
Okay, and as you mentioned, what that when we talk about minimum manning, that means that those shifts need to be filled. You can't go, all right, today we only have 3 members at this station for this shift. If the number is 4, it has to be 4 by state law, whether it costs overtime or not. Correct, Chief?
That's right, Council President. So if 46 is a minimum right now, if we had 2 floaters on each shift, we'd be at 48 members for each shift. So we would have a cushion on each shift of 2 people to allow for sick time or vacation time or whatever the cause might be for a vacancy. But once we get below 46, it triggers overtime automatically.
Correct. And if you can't get volunteers for to pick up the overtime, you have to call people in, correct? And they have to be filled. So you can actually order people in to fill shifts.
That's right. And that's the situation we find ourselves in right now, where we're ordering on almost a daily basis, where members do no longer want to voluntarily take the overtime, and we have to order them to work. It's been a daily occurrence now for some time. And when there are some other ramifications of getting to that level of staffing as well, we also tend to see an increase in injuries. The same firefighters are working excessive hours. That is when we see an increase in our injury rates and overtime having to be spent to backfill those shifts as well.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I'm going to open it up to members of the council. Just raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. My first couple of questions have to do with the projections for this current year. So let's see. Well, I guess first and most generally, with the projections and as compared to the year to date, I'm not sure exactly at what point in time we're looking at for the year to date, because for some departments on some of the different items, it seemed to be the quarterly numbers. So the year to date would represent essentially the first 3 quarters. But I was wondering if that's the case here, if year to date is really through the end of the month of March of this year, or if year to date means some other period of time.
That's what it's beginning of May.
Sometime in April, is that correct?
It was beginning of May for year to date, but the projections I did the end of April.
And I just have,
Can you hear that?
Lynn was very involved in this, and we, she can just speak to, at the time we were finishing up the budget, we took expenditures today. So it was not, it would not have been March 31st. It was sometime later than that.
It was
I believe early April.
Was it early April?
Could
I
have,
think it was mid-April.
sometime in April was the expenditures today. And it should be noted, and we'll make sure we are accurate on that next time around. But I believe throughout, we're talking in that period of mid-April is the expenditures today.
Thank you. That's helpful. It helps me. The biggest number here, of course, being the overtime with 2021 total fiscal year projection of the 5.7 million and change, where the year to date, as of that point in mid-April, would have been the 4.8 million. So I just wanted to get a better sense of that. If since that time that the year to date was set as stated in the books, if it looked like we were on track for the 5.7 million, or if it might be less, or if it might be more.
So as of yesterday, that the total of the overtime between the 2 lines, pension 1 and pension 2, It's just over 5 million, 5,026,000. So if we project that out through the rest of the fiscal year, we're still looking at 5.735. So very close to what Lynn projected back in
Well, thank you. I had also noticed that there were a couple of odd numbers with the projections where, and you know, I understand that these are much smaller line items. It's not something that you know, is of much concern to me, but I just had some concerns with the projections in general because, for example, on the first line, 35-100, I see that the this year to date is listed as $21,947, and then the projection is actually $912 less, and that line item is sick time and other leave, which is separate from various other sick time line items. But I would anticipate that the number would go up rather than down, because for it to go down implies that the fire department would receive some sort of reimbursement from the employees, unless there's an explanation for that involving transfer from one line item to another.
The money for that item comes from the salary line item, where we don't budget for the sick time and other leave. The payment for that comes from the salary line item for 35-100.
The most current projection for that line is going to be about 26,500.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Let's see. Then my next question would be on the proposed budget, shifting gears to the 2022 budget. I know that there was the mention as to, let's see, I believe it was line item 35-116, unused sick time, and that's where there was that number that was dropped. I believe, was it stated that it was going to be projected, or rather proposed, at 232,000, or did I'm not sure if I have the correct number.
320.
Yeah, so they dropped the one by accident, so the actual number there should be 321,272.
321,000.
Correct.
72. Okay, and then
Councilman, that was done in City Hall. That wasn't done by the fire department. And I apologize to all of you for that mistake. Ultimately, it's my responsibility. I went over it line by line. I didn't catch it. And I'm sorry I presented you for it, but
no apology needed here. You know, I completely understand. It's let's see, how many pages is just this general budget is 64 pages. Each page has up to, it seems, 30 plus lines. So I can completely understand how one digit can be missed. But, you know, kind of shifting away from that, the issue with, you know, making sure that the, you know, the $300,000 is reflected. I suppose that my concern with that line item is that while there have been some years in the recent past where that number, that 321,000 would be fairly close to some recent years, such as 2020. So the 321,000 isn't so far from the 2020 387,000, but in both 2019 and this year projected, the number in that line item is significantly larger. In 2019, it was 909,000, and our 2021 projection is 811,000. So I'm not sure if we have something to be concerned of in that if 2022 resembles more like 21 or 19, then it could be a difference of 500,000 or 600,000. And I'm not sure why the number had varied so much in 2019 and 2021 from what it was in 2020 and what we expect or hope it to be in 2022.
Sure.
So in the unused sick time, there's two components of this budget line. One is the amount of unused sick time that each active member uses. So once they hit that threshold of 140 days, they get paid out for a percentage of their days at the beginning of the calendar year. That's what we put into our budget. That's a number that we can realize and we can estimate based on average usage and the amount of people that have sick banks that are near the maximum. What we can't account for is retirements. So the other half of this is that whoever, if a member retires, that entire bank of 140 days gets paid out as a percentage per the contract. So we can't budget for retirements and potential retirements. So we budget in that line item for active members that we anticipate paying out on the annual basis. But as people retire, that number is going to go up because that's where the retirement, that payout or retirement goes. It comes out of that line item. So depending on how many people retire is why you see that fluctuation year to year. It has to do with the retirements and whether or not those members have an accumulated sick time in their retirement bank, in their sick bank when they retire.
And let's see. I'm trying to also think about the timeline in terms of, the fire contract and exactly which fiscal year, if firefighters were to retire at a relatively higher rate before the new contract. And, that's purely speculation. Sometimes that happens at a higher rate and sometimes obviously it doesn't. But, that is one item that, is not entirely foreseeable right now that could, in that regard, present a potential risk for increasing that line item. And if I understand correctly, and this is very rough math, I'm not, and I understand that it would vary from one position to another, although firefighters who have been active for, say, 25 plus years, generally speaking, they often climb the ranks. Typically, if a firefighter retires and cashes out at the 140 sick days, would that tend to be per person, perhaps typically north of $100,000 per person?
No, I think the average at 140, I'm going to speculate on that number. I haven't looked at that number recently, but it's definitely well below $75,000. I don't think it even comes close to $100,000.
Thank you for clarifying. I was just naming a round number because obviously 140 days is a lot. And I know that generally speaking, when firefighters reach retirement age, it's typically, they've had time to be able to climb the ranks. But thank you. That number helps to keep things in perspective as well. So I understand that the $321,000 is something of an assumption that, it's not including or speculating upon retirements occurring. So if retirements were to occur, that's basically, just a risk posed that would tend to, it would still come out of that line. It just wouldn't, it's not something that's budgeted for. And I understand the rationale in not budgeting based on speculation, if I'm more or less stating that accurately.
And that's what we've always been instructed to do, is try not to speculate on potential retirements for the budget, but actual numbers that we know.
Right. And let's see, I see some of my other colleagues have their hands raised. I don't want to get too deep into the weeds here. They may have more poignant questions on some of the other points. So I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you. I'm just going through, I mean, everybody's very concerned about the overtime and I'm looking forward to hearing how we're gonna save more on that. But as I go through, auto and vehicle maintenance. That went way up. Are you doing all the service? A lot of times I know when you come to the council, we hear that a lot of the items have to go out if it isn't our DPW taking care of it. So why is that going up now?
Councilwoman, I'm just trying to find that line item.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 35, 330, 330.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So that line item did go up significantly, and that was based on the costs that we spent this year because of the aged fleet, the condition of the fleet, the money we've had to put into the rescues, the engines, because they're older. We had a couple ladder trucks go down this year. Ladder one is the used vehicle that we purchased that we've had to put some significant funds into that truck to keep it going. We've also purchased some used apparatus out of this account to be able to build up our reserve fleet somewhat. So because we have exceeded the regularly budgeted amount for that line item, we tried to forecast and budget a realistic amount that would reflect the condition of the fleet and the amount of money we're having to put into it. And this is one of the reasons why Mayor Bocosi's administration has addressed the condition of the fleet in the lease purchase program that we're embarking upon to update our fleet, to purchase the rescues, one of which, as you know, Councilwoman, that you just came before you last week, along with other vehicles that we're moving to acquire to update our fleet so that a newer, more modern fleet will result in less repairs, less downtime, and overall, in the long run, will prevent us from having to throw good money after bad, if you will, at these old vehicles.
Good, good. So I'm assuming the ones that you can save will be like backup, because I'm looking forward to the new vehicles. But when I see that increase was so high, I was trying to figure out if that was going to be to fix some of the old ones that we need help with.
So that is the plan, is that the vehicles that we're currently using will be kept as reserve, in a reserve status to serve as backup when our newer vehicles, even the newer vehicle is going to be down sometime. It'll have to have preventive maintenance and things of that nature. Being able to have an adequate reserve fleet will allow us to keep the units in service while their regular vehicle is being serviced.
That sounds good. Good. The other one I have is 35-270 communications. That seemed to go up a lot too. And we've been back in 2021, it was 35,000. Now you're talking 50 grand. What is that leading to? Do you see it? 35.
I do. Yes, I do. So this reflects a lot of our equipment in our fire alarm office, where our dispatch center, if you will. Much of the equipment that we received in there over the years was updated and acquired from REMA, and REMA took care of the costs associated with that. And over the years, we've seen that scale back, and more of the cost is being put on the local municipality now. And that's what the reflection you'll see in that budget as we update and need to replace and repair this equipment. We're not seeing the funding coming from the state level anymore. More of that is falling on the local level. So, and that is the increase in that line item that you see.
And so that's like in the dispatch area you said?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. And the last one I have is training and education, 35-301.
The hiring for our training academy, the hiring of our new firefighters that we'll be sending to the training academy is reflective in that cost. That cost takes the, it's a cost that we will have to pay to the State Fire Academy for the training of our academy class.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Sinapi.
Councilwoman Travis stole my questions and their follow-ups, so I guess I'll just ask, or more like a statement. It is worrisome to hear about the involuntary overtime. For those who don't know, it's actually a problem in the state in general. If you Google it, you'll see it pop right up with the prison. This causes bad burnout and a lot of turnover. So I'm glad to hear we're going to be hiring additional firefighters to help minimize any involuntary overtime. The more we can do that, the better. And I guess more a question out of curiosity, 35,417 hydrant rental. How were we able to shave off about roughly 20 grand on that one this year?
That number was, is negotiated by Public Utilities Commission. That's the rental of the hydrants from Kent County Water Authority. And we've been ongoing negotiations over the last years on the excessive cost of that. And there was an agreement a couple of years ago to reduce that fee. And we're at the lowest level of that fee right now. So we pay about $164 for every Kent County Water Authority hydrant in the city. So it costs us about $73,000 per quarter to rent those hydrants from them.
Got it. Glad to hear they budged. All right, that's all for the moment.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Foley.
Thank you. I just want to, before I ask my questions, dovetail on Councilman Sinapi's statement about the mandatory overtime. Most of you know my son is a lieutenant on the Providence Fire Department. And the stress of mandatory overtime is not just felt by the firefighter, but his family, who at the last minute is being told that dad isn't coming home today. You have to find alternate childcare. The wife or spouse has to stay home. So there's a number of costs involved in that. That being said, my question is about the overtime. Chief, am I correct that the overtime that is earned by the firefighters does not go into the computation for their pension? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So there is a savings by paying a firefighter you currently have on the job overtime as opposed to hiring a new body onto the force, correct?
That's right.
I have my other question is, was there a school planned for 2020 prior to COVID?
No.
No, there was not. All right. And last, in 2020, how many retirements did we have?
Talking Councilman calendar year 2020?
Fiscal.
Fiscal year. I would have to look that up.
We can certainly get you that number, Councilman. We don't have it handy.
Do you have a ballpark for me? Do you have a ballpark?
In fiscal year 20, I would say no more than 10.
Yeah, my guess was about 7.
Yeah. Yeah,
right.
Probably around 7.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Foley. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, President. Chief, I have a series of questions, but I want to just follow up on Councilman Foley's question first. I believe you replied that you had 7 firefighters retire in fiscal year 2020.
Yeah, yes, sir. That's a
2021, right? That's what we're talking about?
Over the past fiscal year, roughly about that number. We can get a hard number for you, but that's just off the top of our heads.
Okay, and your total complement is 184? Is that what you said earlier tonight?
So the total altogether is 196.
What was the 184 that you
So the 184 is the number of firefighters required for the 4 shifts. The additional 12 are administrative positions such as myself, Chief Ubenhauer, Chief of Training, EMS, administrative uniform positions of that nature.
Okay, at the moment, I believe you said that there's 175 firefighters now, 7 dispatchers and 2 civilians.
175 uniform members, 2 civilians, 7 dispatchers.
Right. Do the dispatchers, do they count as part of the 196?
No, they do not.
Okay, so then the employee count, actual employees in the fire department, it's actually more than 196, right? Because the dispatchers, they're also an employee of the fire department, right?
Yeah, you're right. They're carried under our budget. Yes, sir.
As well as the 2 civilians.
That's right.
So we actually have 205 employees in the fire department.
Yes, the I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilman.
No, that's okay. Go ahead, Chief.
So the 196, Councilman, referred to uniform members.
Right. No, I understand, but the other people, while they're not uniform members, they're still employees of the fire department, and they're part of the fire department's budget, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when I refer to a department, typically I include all of the staff in that department, whether they're uniformed firefighters, officers, dispatchers, civilians. They're all part of the team, and they're all employees of that particular department, and they're all on that department's payroll. So what I'm looking at is a total of 205 employees. Okay. Chief, in this budget, you are, or the administration is proposing 22 new firefighters. When is that class going to begin, should this be approved?
We are currently in the interviewing process. We began our hiring process. We are slated to have openings to send people to the Municipal Fire Academy in October.
Okay. So in October, the class begins. How long is the class?
12 weeks.
So the class will graduate in January?
And then they'll have to undergo 6 weeks training for Warwick Fire Department specific training. That is my contract.
Okay, so the doesn't begin until when in October? Beginning of October, end of October?
Yes, beginning of October.
Okay, so the class begins beginning of October. The class completes the end of January. During that time frame that they're in the class, are they considered employees of the fire department or the city?
They'll be employees, but during that training period, they cannot fill in to replace firefighter positions.
Now, I'm not talking about the 6 weeks training. I'm talking about the time that they're in the classroom, going through the classes with the hopes of graduating successfully to get into the training. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, they will be paid a wage during that time.
So they are paid a wage during the classroom. Suppose they don't pass the class.
If they do not graduate, they won't be eligible to become more firefighters. They would fail out. If it's early enough in the academy, we can replace them with an alternate candidate if it's early enough. If not, if it was towards the end of their training, we would unfortunately lose that seat in the academy.
So maybe I don't understand what the class portion is. So when the individuals are in the class, I look at them as students, like as if someone were going to enter into a 12-week class to get your captain's license, as an example. You're in the classroom environment. You are essentially a student with the hopes and expectations of graduating successfully to get your captain's license. In this case, we're talking about individuals who are in the fire department academy with the hopes and expectations of successfully completing to pass and gain or earn the right to get into the actual training. So during this October through January time, I'm looking at these individuals as students, and what you're saying is that they are being paid something during the classroom session. How much is that something that they're being paid?
It's $15 an hour, right, Chief? It's $15 an hour is what we pay our recruits while they're in the training. That varies from department to department. Some municipalities pay more. Some municipalities pay them firefighter rate, the starting rate for a firefighter. We do not. We pay, it's a $15 hourly rate that they'll receive. We are on the lower end of the spectrum as far as what municipalities pay their firefighters in training. But $15 an hour is the rate that we will pay. That we have.
How many hours a week is the class?
It's a full-time academy. It's no less than 40 hours per week.
So it's at least 40 hours a week. All right, about $600 per trainee, I guess, per week. So now they come out and then they're in for 6 weeks of training, which will bring them through or into February, or essentially 3/4 of the fiscal year. Fair to say?
Yes.
And during the training, the 6 weeks of training, what are they paid at that point?
I'm sorry, Councilman, can you repeat that, please? I didn't hear that.
Sure, that's fine, Chief. During the 6 weeks of their I don't know, maybe I'm using the wrong term, but there's 6 weeks of training after the academy. What are they being paid for a wage rate at that point?
The same, they'll still be in training during that time.
I'm sorry?
The same, Councilman, they'll still be in training for that 6 weeks. That's included in their 18 weeks of training. So it's 12 at the municipal academy and then 6 weeks locally here in Warwick.
Okay, so that would still be the $15 per hour then?
Yes, sir.
through the middle of February, which again brings us through 3/4 of the year. So in the budget, what are you budgeting for these 22, assuming 22 are successful through the academy and also successful through the training? What are you budgeting for a dollar amount for those 22 trainees?
So the 66,000 are training for them. And then,
Grade 3.
yeah,
Okay, so if you look in the personnel supplement, page 23,
Okay,
firefighter grade 3. So that number that you see, the 28 that we're going to hire, that 781,000 is reflective of their salaries after they complete their training. So we did prorate that for the amount of months that they would be here in the city working, filling positions on the trucks. So that group of 20 candidates that would go through the municipal academy, we only actually budgeted them for a quarter or a third of the year salary. The $15,
identify that.
that was
Could
page
you
20,
identify that?
page 23,
Yes.
personnel supplement.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
The last numerated one, which is firefighter grade 3.
Okay, firefighter grade 3.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's an entry-level fireman.
Okay, that says 28 positions. Are we talking 28 or are we talking 22?
So the budget has increased 22 positions from last year. Last year, we were budgeted for 182, and that would add 22, would bring us up to the 204 we wish to be at. But because we've had retirement since the last budget cycle, we're down to 175. So to bring us up to the 204 that you're budgeted at, you can see that at the bottom of page 23, we would actually be able to put 28 through that process to be able to bring us up. That would account for the retirements from this current fiscal year. So the supplement in the beginning of the supplement summary only shows 22 because that's only a change from this fiscal year to the next fiscal year. But to bring us up to the 204, we have to account for the current retirements this year that we did not have an academy to fill those spots during the year.
But again, so firefighter grade 3, that is strictly the trainees. Do I understand that correctly?
Nope, that is the entry-level fireman. Once they finish the training and come on to the job and they start to fill the positions in the trucks, that is their salary. The $15 an hour or $600 a week that we put into the budget was added to the salary line. It's not reflected in the personnel supplement. I don't believe, I'm not positive if that was added to the personnel supplement, but whatever that number was added to the salary line for salary 2.
But what I'm not clear on is we have 22 trainees that are going to begin the academy. Let's assume that all 22 are successful, graduate the academy, go through the 6 weeks of training, and let's assume that they are successful and complete that. That's 22 people. Why? My question is why in the personnel supplement, you're showing firefighter grade 3, you're showing 28 positions and not 22 positions.
the 28 positions, through the hiring process, we had hoped to identify other candidates that had already been to the fire academy, had already received their training, and would be able to come on earlier to help offset some of the overtime and provide some relief to the cost and overtime sooner than having to wait. Those extra figures, those extra firefighters that we put in for were an optimistic estimate that we would have firefighters applying, which we have had from other communities that have already been graduates of the municipal academy. We hope to achieve that number. Nothing's carved in stone, but as I said, we're still in the application process. We're still in the hiring process and the interview process. So we're too early in the stages of hiring to be able to identify whether or not we'll achieve that goal.
Okay, so right now, what we have is, we have a known number of 22 people that will enter into the academy in October. From that time of entrance into the academy, what we have is assumptions and speculations that all of those trainees will be successful throughout the class. They'll be successful throughout the 6 weeks of training and become firefighters grade 3. Also, we have an assumption or a speculation of 6 additional members that may apply to the fire department and become firefighter grade 3. So we have, right now, technically we have in that number of positions of 28, technically what we have is 6 additional positions that have been budgeted for trainees that right now do not exist.
Councilman, they do exist. The difference that you're seeing is currently in the fiscal year, this fiscal year 21, we're budgeted for 182 firemen. We're at right now at 175. So we are 6 short right now. When we hit the fiscal year 22 budget, if it's approved as it's presented, we will add an additional 22 on top of the 6 we're already vacant right now. So we're short 6 right now from the current budget of 182. We want to increase that 182 to 204. That'll give us an additional 22 firemen to add to the 6 we're already vacant. That's where the 28 comes from. The 22 plus 6 vacancies.
But you can't hire 6 people in addition to the 22 trainees, assuming all 22 again are successful, and hopefully they will be. You can't hire 6 people unless there are 6 people who graduated from another academy and want to join on to the Warwick Fire Department as a firefighter grade 3. You can't hire something that doesn't exist.
Well, it does exist, Councilman. We've begun as I said, we've begun the process of hiring, and the written test has been administered. We're now in the interview phase, and there have been over 6 that have applied from other departments that do have the certifications and graduates, recent graduates of the Fire Academy. Just because they have doesn't mean they're eligible for hire just yet. We haven't identified them as candidates that we're going to bring on yet because we have not finalized our list. But we do know that we've had in excess of 6 people that have applied that have that criteria, that meet that criteria.
Okay, so ahead of this budget passing in some form, you're already in the process of interviewing for new firefighters. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if you should hire 6 additional firefighters from another community who have graduated from the academy or otherwise, is that guaranteed that they're going to be starting as a firefighter grade 3 versus a firefighter grade 1?
They would start as a grade 3.
Okay. How many? Well, let me back up. So the 22 new firefighters proposed, what are you budgeting for a yearly salary, not counting pension and healthcare and the other benefits? what are you budgeting for salary for those 22 firefighters once they become firefighters grade 3, I guess, is where their first step will be.
Per the contract, a grade 3 firefighter makes, I believe, $1,006 per week. I believe that's their starting salary.
Grade 3 is 1,000, what was that, please?
I think it's $1,006, but that's with the 2% contractual raise in July 1st.
Okay, so about $54,000 a year plus
Correct.
pennies. And so how does that play out with the reduction in what you're claiming will result in a reduction in the overtime? How did you come to a reduction of $1.5 million, hiring 22 new firefighters, and the overtime only being reduced by $1.5 million? How does that formula play out?
Because those firefighters won't be eligible to fill those vacant positions until they graduate from the academy come this next spring. So they won't actually be reducing overtime until they finish their training. So when we calculated out the overtime, we only calculated them as filling those overtime slots for a quarter or a third of the year, the final quarter or third of the year.
How many, I believe it was, Peter at the beginning of the presentation for the fire put up a chart from Cranston. So I just want to bounce off of that for a bit. How many fire stations do we have in Warwick?
We have 9 stations in Warwick.
And how many fire stations in Cranston?
6.
There's only 6.
6 or 7. We're not really positive, Councilman.
Okay, 6 or 7. And we know with the full complement here in Warwick, we're going to have 196 firefighters with a full complement. When was the last time the city of Warwick had a full complement?
I believe it was 5 years ago.
2016, I believe it was.
Had 100. Are you talking a full complement as in 196 with no floaters?
No.
Or were we up to what we budgeted for?
I think in 2016, I think you had 196 plus 8 floaters. Is that correct?
That was the SAFER grant. When we got that SAFER grant from the federal government for paying for the 3 years, I believe at maximum we were up to 226. We haven't.
220.
Yeah, in fiscal year 18, we were budgeted for 220 and it's gone down since then.
Okay. And in 2018, with that amount of people, you still had overtime of $1,575,990 in 2018. Actually, that was the year end. The budget in 2018 with the full complement plus the floaters was 500,000. And you ended the year with $1,575,990. That's just a number to keep in the back of your mind. How many firefighters do we have? Do they have in the city of Cranston?
I don't have that information, Councilman.
I believe it's similar. If not, I think their manpower is a little bit higher than ours, but they're a little bit higher. I think they're 200, they're in that 220 range.
Peter, would you have that number? I believe you had gathered the other information on the budget issues. Would you have the number of how many firefighters are in the city of Cranston?
No, I mean, I could look up what the minimum manning is. I could even,
Definitely 6 stations.
How many?
We're asking my Chief of Staff, Susan Erasion. She was formerly Personnel Director in Cranston. She's trying to get the information for you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
200 firefighters in Cranston.
And how many pieces of equipment do we have in Warwick?
Are you referring to frontline vehicles that were required to staff?
Yeah, all the vehicles that will relate to the required amount of staffing necessary.
That would be 9 engines, 3 ladder trucks, 4 rescues, a special hazards unit, and 2 battalion chiefs.
And do we know what Cranston has?
Chief of Staff is working on it.
Okay, thank you. So, Chief, obviously, the overtime is a great concern. I've been on the council for 9 years, attended council meetings for several years prior to running for the council. And every year, it's the same conversation takes place. It's always about the overtime. And every year, what's presented to the city council is give us more staff and we're going to reduce that overtime. I remember one particular year, the city council approved, and I believe it was in 2016, the city council approved the full staff, and at the request of the fire chief at that time, granted the 8 floaters. And at the time, God rest his soul, it was Councilman Solomon who had asked the question about with the additional floaters and a full complement, if the overtime would be held to, I believe the number was 800,000. And even that particular year, the overtime came in over budget. So I have not seen a change, a positive change, or a budget that is lived up to, regardless of what the staffing is in the fire department. In the 9 years that I've been on the council, I have not seen the overtime come in on budget yet. It didn't matter what the staffing was. Now we have probably, well, in the last couple of years, it's certainly one of the highest overtime budgets that we have seen. And the overtime, by the way, and I just went back a few years. I went back to year 2017. I believe I have something even a little better than that. Okay, in 2016, overtime and fire 2 budgeted for $1.1 million and came in at $1,370,000. In fiscal year 2017, it was budgeted for $940,000, came in at $1,058,000. In fiscal year 2017, it was budgeted for 1 million projected budget of 1,150,000. In fiscal year 2018, the budget for overtime was 800,000. And the budget came in at 1,575,000. So I have not seen the overtime being reduced at all as a result of adding on additional firefighters in my time. And now you're looking to bring in a full complement of firefighters, which is fine. And I understand that. And that does relate into a reduction in overtime. I don't feel that the reduction in overtime of 1.5 million is representative of having a full complement of firefighters. In addition to the floaters, I think you said it was going to be 2 floaters for how many stations? You're going to have 2 floaters?
Ideally, we were planning on 2 floaters a shift, which would be 8 altogether with 4 shifts, 2 on each shift.
Does each station have its own shifts?
It's the 4 shifts throughout the city. So the number we use when we describe for minimum manning is throughout the city. That many firefighters on duty at one time throughout our 9 stations.
Okay. And each station, I believe, has a different manning requirement relating to the equipment at that particular station. Is that correct?
That's right, Councilman.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm going to ask you to take a pause here so we can have some other council members who haven't gotten a chance to speak yet, and then we'll come back for people who would like to ask additional questions.
So, Mr. President, are you going to coming back now? You're interrupting me in the middle of my questions, and it is terribly disruptive to someone's train of thought when we're asking these questions.
I understand that, Councilman, but you've had the floor for 32 minutes so far, so I just want to give all the members of the council a chance to ask questions for the first time, and then we'll go back to other members.
Okay, fine.
Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you, Council President. Thanks, Chief and Assistant Chief, for coming, taking our questions. So I have a few questions I've been pulling together. So on lines 35101 and 35104, these are the base salaries. You mentioned that we haven't made any hires in quite some time, 4 years, I think you said. And then, but the salaries, if I look at the projection in budget, so 35104 looks like that it will be over the 2021 revised budget, and I think the same for, maybe that's the only line there. So just how do salaries, I would think without hiring, salaries would be pretty fixed to budget. So can you, any insight on that?
Which line are we looking at, Councilman? Are we at 35104?
35104, yeah. It's projected at 487,076 on a budget of 448,448.
Yes, so the most recent projection that we have is 465. That's a more accurate projection based on our current staffing. But the reasoning for that overage is, again, I'm going to go back to like we talked in unused sick time. When somebody retires, unused sick time is paid out to them. The same goes for vacation accruals. So if somebody from that salary line has 24 days of vacation, those get paid out in a lump sum. And I believe we've had 2 or 3 people in that line item in pension one retire this year. So their payouts were actually deducted from that line item. It was about $44,000 in payouts in that line. That accounts for that overage.
Okay. Got it. Yeah. I mean, as I look at this budget, I think, Councilman Lattiser and others have, mentioned obviously the overtime. To me, I just want to get comfortable that, in a year that's been described, as relatively lean, where we are going to tap into some of the rainy day funds, just make sure that we can adhere to the budget, right? And I think some of the concern that's been raised is that overtime has not tended to meet the budget. And then it forces the administration and all of us to work together and say, okay, where are these millions of dollars going to come from in a budget that's already lean? And so typically that, comes out of services or other things that impact, quality of life and residents and our ability to, pay our obligations, et cetera. So I want to just, so as we look at the overtime, I think I understand how you backed into this number for 2022, essentially saying, for 3/4 of the year, I think is how you did this. We don't have any relief in terms of more staff, but but in that last quarter of the year, we do have relief, and so about 1/4 of what we hit in overtime this year, we should be able to eliminate based on the reduction plan. Is that essentially the logic there?
That's right.
So, sorry. So this year, though, we also had a pandemic, right? And early on when we had some COVID, some overtime discussions, one of the reasons that was flagged, what were sort of these onerous but safe precautions around COVID. So I'm just, in your opinion, using 2021 as a baseline and then saying, 3/4 of that overtime should still exist and 1/4 will be alleviated by new hiring. Does that feel fair? Do you not feel that COVID had an impact? Didn't that exacerbate the problem, I guess is my question to you.
It did. It accounted for some overtime, and some of that overtime will be reimbursable for FEMA. But it affected our overtime. It affected our sick time as well. During that time, we were also instructing our people that to adhere to Rhode Island Department of Health guidelines and CDC guidelines. And if anybody had, any of the symptoms, to stay home. So for the first time in my memory, we were encouraging people to stay home sick if you had even one symptom that could possibly be COVID related, so that we don't risk having that person come to work and contaminate our other firefighters. So that did have an impact as well on sick time.
Chief, I remember you reported to me in January, you came on the graph and it was, to date, it was 8% of the overtime was attributed to COVID.
Yeah.
Right now, it's about 7.5% of our overtime is directly related to COVID. So about 370,000 of that overtime, just this fiscal year. That doesn't include the bulk of it, which was in actually at the end of last fiscal year. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's good that it's reimbursable, but I'm thinking forward into this fiscal year. I would imagine that 7.5% or 8% is immediately gone right off the top, right? And then your quarter of the year where you can dramatically reduce the overtime by having a full complement, which you've reflected in your budget. But I don't see that 7.5% or 8% that's COVID related built into the reduction in overtime in this line item. So maybe that means that it gives you more ability to hit the budgeted number and to stay there. And so that would make me feel good, right? Because the important part of the budget is that we hit the numbers that are in the budget. But I just want to, give you the opportunity to talk about that a little bit.
Yeah.
So we're hopeful to hit these overtime numbers. It's very difficult to forecast this budget line because of the minimum man requirements. So much goes into what causes overtime in this department, especially when you're well below the minimum manning. Anybody who's out of work for any reason, it caused overtime. So COVID-related things, vacations, sick time, injuries, and injuries have increased because of our manpower shortages. The chief had talked about that earlier. Every time somebody goes out injured, it increases the overtime again. So it all kind of steamrolls on each other. So we're doing our best to make a aggressive, but not overly aggressive projection as to what those overtime are going to be. And we try not to put too many retirement speculations into that argument. What you see in a lot of this overtime cost is we think 2 or 3 guys are going to retire, but next thing you know, we get 7 or 8. And then that's obviously everyone that retires causes a vacancy, causes over $100,000 in overtime to cover for them for the year. Where we do see those savings on the other end, like Finance Director Schaefer had talked about in the beginning, is on the other end on the benefits and the health insurance and the pension contributions. On that side of it, you should see a dramatic reduction as relates to the fire department. Being down this many people, the retirements do cause us to have a savings in those benefits, those ongoing benefits for the active firefighters. They're just not reflected in our budget. And I believe that's why the finance director wants to actually put that into our budget. So you can see where we increase in overtime, we decrease in our benefit contributions, our pension contributions.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think that would be, I think that would be a helpful visual to see it that way, and really be able to follow the bouncing ball, because a lot of that is what makes this difficult, is to see all the different buckets that things go into. I was trying to follow when you were providing Councilman Lattiser with some numbers on staffing. I'm not going to make you go through the numbers again. Just want to understand the answer to the question. Is a class of 22 plus a hopeful pickup of 6 already trained officers, firefighters, does that get us to our budgeted number, to our full complement, to everything that you need for this plan to come to fruition?
That's the assumptions that we're making, yes. The numbers that you see in front of you are assuming that that plan that you just discussed and we had talked about is going to happen. That we're hopeful that those numbers are as accurate as we can make them using that assumption.
Okay. Let me just go through, I think. Well, I had one question when we were talking about, we're on the personnel, and we talked about the 28, the firefighter grade 3. Again, I was sort of just following along here, doing some math. So there's 781, 840 in that budget item. And divided by 28 positions, it's a budget amount of about $28,000 per head. And I think that we talked about those folks working as a firefighter grade 3 for just about 1/4 of the budget. That when you said their full salary was 54,000 annually, that would look to be about half of the year. So what am I missing there?
So there's a number of them, 6 or 8 of them that we hope to get on as soon as possible in the fiscal year. So those were budgeted at their full annual salary. The remaining 20 or 22 were only budgeted at 1/4 of their annual salary. So it's not the whole 28, it's actually like a 20 and an 8.
Got it.
So some are at full, some are at a 1/4 salary.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Oh, and just one more. I know you're very successful in getting grants frequently. And I saw the training line item increase. Any chance of getting grants to cover any of that new firefighter onboarding training?
We hope so, Councilman. We have applied for a SAFER grant, which is a grant that will pay for, we put in for 20 firefighters for a 3-year period of time. It will cover them for the full 3 years. There is no cost share from the city for this particular grant. The grants have not begun to become awarded yet. We hope their grants are awarded sometime over the summer, hopefully July. So we have applied. And if we are awarded, then the people that we send to the academy in October would be eligible to fall under that particular grant. So the timing of it is actually going to work out well. If we were successful, if we hired them now and we were awarded the grant, we would jeopardize that grant because we can't hire them before we'd be awarded the grant. So provided that the grants are awarded in the timetable that they've predicted, that will be well before the October date of when we would start our training academy. And we won't know that for some time, but we have applied.
Okay, so that sounds hopeful based on past precedent. You guys have done well at getting those, so hopefully that would happen. So the budgeted dollars for city spending that we currently have, if we were to win some of those grants, where would those go back to? Would they be reinvested in the fire department? Would they go to hire additional firefighters, or would they go back into the city's budget?
That'd be a conversation I'd have to have with the mayor at that time.
We're going to the general fund.
Yeah, it'd be surplus. It would just be budget line that we wouldn't use for that.
Be a surplus in the budget.
Right.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck in your grant process. Good luck in your hiring process. I know it's a lot of work to go through the number of resumes and applicants that you are, but appreciate your hard work trying to drive this down, and look forward to looking back on this budget a year from now and seeing that you hit your numbers.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any members of the council that haven't had an opportunity to ask any questions? Would they like to ask any questions at this time? Okay, I believe we have 2 council people that would like to ask additional questions, and then we will go to members of the public. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. As I'm just looking over some of the various line items where I understand that we don't fund on speculation. We haven't done that in previous budgets either. Yet, at the same time, given that we have a context here where the proposed budget for the city as an entirety is looking at a $1.75 million deficit. You know, it is one of those concerns that I have that if there are major cost overruns, then we're looking at drawing down funds, because obviously when our employees are required to work overtime, if our employees, God forbid, get injured, anything that goes wrong, obviously the city has to honor its obligations. It has to take care of our employees, and obviously that goes for whether people, again, God forbid, get injured, get sick, or if it's just a matter of forced overtime or other overtime. Obviously the city just has to pay its obligations, and so there's really no two ways about it. It's a cost. So with that said, just looking at, say, line items 35,117, 35, and 35,124, and taking a look at the projected numbers for the current fiscal year, where combined, the 550,000 and 362,000, we're looking at, you know, say a bit over $900,000 there total. And then taking a look at that line item that I had discussed before on the unused sick time, where in the event that firefighters were to retire, that number would go up. Again, not funded on speculation to that full extent. That's the one that would be the 321, but for this year, it's currently projected at 811,000, so more or less about $500,000 there. And so I'm looking at that, you know, say $500,000 there, $900,000 on those other two line items, 1.4 million. Again, I know that that's entirely speculative, but if we just use the current 2021 numbers as the projected numbers, and figure that maybe the 2022 numbers may be in that same ballpark. And then for the reasons that Councilman Lattiser had discussed, and as Councilman Gebhardt had also alluded to, you know, there are some concerns as to that $4.2 million proposed for the 2022 for the overtime. I mean, there are some risks there in overruns. And again, it's not something that we can necessarily predict. It's not like with the minimum manning, we can just compromise public safety. Obviously, we would not do that. So to a certain extent, with the contracts and the laws as they are, with public safety needs being what they are, there's at least to a certain degree, I suppose the numbers are what they are, because we have to make sure that we're fulfilling our contractual and legal duties and protecting public safety. So with all of that said, I think that there is also a risk, given that it is going to take until sometime in February or early March, approximately, that only that last quarter of the year, maybe a little more than the last quarter of the fiscal year, to have that full staffing, more or less full staffing, in the event that we are not seeing many firefighters retire between now and then. But there's also the risk of things getting worse before they get better, in the event that there are retirements before then, and in the event that we are unable to hire graduates of the academy who had otherwise graduated that we're not, aside from the folks that we're sending in those applicants or candidates in this coming October. So I guess what I'm getting at there is that while the 4.2 million may be a fair projection, I think that it is certainly grounded in logic. There's also the aspect of this that every single year, the projections have tended to be low. And in part that is, I think, because of a reluctance to have some of that speculation baked in, which again, it makes sense not to bake in certain speculation. But I think that it's also important to recognize that there are, because we're not funding on the speculation, it seems that there are those inherent risks. And likewise, there are inherently those opportunities through the fire grants. However, on balance, when I'm taking a look at that $900,000 between those two line items, the potential $500,000 or $600,000, depending on what year we use as a comparator for the line item 35,116, as well as potential risks that maybe those numbers are going to be higher than they were in previous years. That there are obviously a lot of factors, but between those four line items, the three that I had just named, as well as the overtime, it seems that it perhaps wouldn't, it may be surprising, may not be shocking, may be quite possible, depending on one's perspective, if between those four different line items, the totals came out to perhaps a couple $1 million more than are being budgeted for. So I don't expect that, there's any definitive answer on that. I know that it is inherently speculative, but it is a concern that I wanted to end my comments by simply stating that concern that, and again, it's certainly not intended as a criticism here, because it's a matter of our current contractual obligations. It's a matter of the law, matter of public safety. It's a matter of uncertainties in the future. And I know that none of us have a magic wand to simply prevent fires from happening in the first place. We can't have control over people in terms of when they take their retirement, nor should we, want or expect to be able to do that. But I want to make sure to express a concern that perhaps there is a significant risk of $1.5 million or $2 million, more or less, that there may be that sort of shortfall when we're taking a look at all of this a year or a year and a half from now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I've heard some conversation again tonight. It seems it always ends up going down that path about COVID and how COVID certainly has become the more popular item to hang one's hat on. I find it interesting how it affects different businesses and different entities different ways. And it's interesting how some businesses are able to overcome. So where we have fire department, dealt with COVID, as did the police department, as did the DPW and all the other departments here in the city, including the folks that work out of City Hall, all have to deal with the COVID. So what I find interesting is, and I don't particularly agree with this position that was put out there, that Cranston has become the second largest city in the state. I don't buy into that necessarily, but let's assume that Cranston is a parallel to us. Let's just put it that way. They're a parallel to us. Here's some of the interesting things that were put out here this evening. So Cranston has 2 to 3 less fire stations than we have. And they have 4, depending upon what you count as extras or floaters or whatever, 4 additional members of the department. I think that's interesting because with the less amount of fire stations, you also have less equipment. Now, here's some numbers that I find are interesting because, quite frankly, I cannot buy into this overtime number of $4,240,000 with a full complement. I think that the 5.7 million in 2021 was that was just that's a staggering number. So the police department, they have at full complement 175 people. The fire department has a full complement of 196. The police department's budget is $21,316,937 for this year. The fire department's budget, $24,643,039, or $3,326,102 more in their budget than the police department. Police department vehicles during their shifts, they're basically running 24/7. The vehicles are on the road 24/7. The officers, whether it's first, second, or third shift, they are out on patrols and doing whatever other duties that they're charged with around the clock based upon their shift. The overtime for the police department is projected for this year is $1,200,000. The overtime for the fire department with a full complement is $4,239,992, or $3,039,000 more than the fire department. In 2016, the fire department's overtime was $1,010,816. Fire department, $1,369,615. In 2017, police, $1,100,000. Fire, $1,218,000. In 2018, police, $1,261,000. Fire, $1,576,000. In 2019, the police department, $1,500,000. Fire department, $3,500,000. In 2020, police department, $1,123,000. Fire department, $4,819,089. And in the current year that we're in right now, the projection for police is $1,321,617, and the fire is $5,739,320. I can't wrap my arms around the significant discrepancies with the overtime costs in the fire department versus the police department. I can't wrap my arms around that math. I certainly cannot come to terms how the department with a full staff, which I support, by the way, full staffing, would still have such a significant increase of overtime from, let's say, 2017. let's say 2018. I don't think they were at full staff in 2017 or 2018. I could be wrong. But the overtime was $4 million less. So the numbers for me, I just can't make them work. But what's really important is how do the numbers work for the taxpayers? And what are the taxpayers willing to pay? So my feeling is with the full complement in the fire department, that this overtime number is greatly overstated, or I should say unnecessary. Let's put it that way, better term, that this overtime is unnecessary. And I would certainly hope that the leadership in the fire department is going to bring in a number that's much more comparable to the numbers that are more realistic to the full complement. That's all I have now for statements, Mr. President. Questions, perhaps between now and the time Thursday rolls along, maybe I'll have something else.
Thank you, Councilman. At this time, I'd like to open it up to members of the public. If you would like to speak about the fire department budget, please raise your hand. If you'd like to speak about the fire budget, please raise your hand. Looks like we have someone who's raised their hand. If we can unmute that person.
Hi, this is Rob Cody.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, members of the mayor's staff. Good evening, Mayor. I have a couple of specific questions pertaining to specific line items. But prior to asking those, Councilman Gephardt touched upon something that struck a nerve with me on a topic that I've researched, and the mayor and the fire chief spoke briefly about it, and I just, maybe you guys can give me some clarification. We can all agree that the Warwick Fire Department does a great job at writing grants, and they've been very successful. I commend and applaud them for doing so. Have no doubt that they'll continue to do that in the future. The fire chief stated that they were writing grants to, as they did in 2016, when they hired several firefighters, which covered salary and healthcare benefits. I believe it was for 3 years, $3.1 million. And the mayor had just stated, based upon Councilman Gephardt's question, that if we do receive a grant and for some reason we're very efficient and there's money left over from the grant, I believe I heard the mayor and the fire chief say that that leftover money just rolls back into the general fund. Is that what I heard correctly?
I believe the question was the budgeted amount for the salaries. That's what I was answering. I didn't think the question pertained to the grants.
Well, no, we were speaking about the grant. So if I think Councilman Gephardt's question was if we receive X amount of dollars for grants to hire firefighters and there's residual monies left over, what happens with those residual monies?
Mr. Cody, if I can clarify, the question that I asked was if we receive a grant that helps cover the firefighter grade 3 salaries, and then so those salaries then are paid from that grant, then the budgeted money, not the leftover from the grant, but the money that was budgeted, which is now being paid for with a grant, that is what was described as being returned to the general fund, not to speak for anyone else.
That's how I understood the question too. But Mr. Cody, to your other question about the grants, if there's leftover money, that also goes in the general fund.
Okay, so that's the point I want to make. And I just want to make you guys aware that under FEMA guidelines, when a fire department receives a grant, every penny of that money that is allocated must be spent on that specific item of the grant. It cannot be rolled into the general fund, and it cannot be used for anything other than those specific items that were written in the grant. Are you fellows aware of that?
Mr. Cody, I was the financial administrator of the last SAFER grant. And the feds are very strict about what we have to supply for them to reimburse us for the salary and benefits of those firefighters. And they do not release the money. And they certainly do not release extra money because they're very careful that the city supplies the exact data they want, and they check it and they give us to the penny what they will allow per federal guidelines. And then annually, we have a single audit that we have to do by law that will also outline any federal grants that the city receives.
And when was the last time that audit was performed?
Last year, it's online right now from June 30th.
For federal grants that were received by the department?
For all the city, including the school department, we have to do it by law.
Okay, well, I just know because I had some interaction with FEMA, and that question came up, that monies must be specifically allocated for that line item. And I know there was a little question back in 2016 when we got 3.1 million. And there was a question whether it was all used specifically for the salaries and the healthcare. So I just wanted to caution everybody that
They're very specific about what they want.
I know that. Okay, so let me move on. A few questions. I know the mayor said that he went line by line on this budget, and I'm sure that's a very daunting task. So one of the questions I have that I didn't see anywhere, where's the line item for the payment of longevity of the firefighters?
That's in the salary line. That's calculated in their salary, in the personnel.
It's not supposed to be. It's a separate line item, Chief. It's a separate line item. And we went through this in 2018 when you guys were rolling the unused sick pay into the line item of salary. We had extensive conversation. It's a completely separate line item. It's a completely separate subject matter. And according to basic accounting principles, it needs to be broken out. So let me ask this to everybody, including the mayor. Let me ask the mayor first, since he's the man in charge. This year, Mayor, what is the amount of longevity that we'll be paying to the Warwick Fire Department for the members that are receiving a longevity check?
I have to look it up.
Yeah, we'd have to look it up.
Okay, so why doesn't somebody give me that? Maybe Mr. Schaefer can, since he's the finance guy. I think it's reasonable to assume that these numbers should be, right at the tip of your tongue. How much money did you roll into the line item of salaries, which was based upon the calculations of all the members that are receiving a longevity check? What exactly is that calculation, so the taxpayers know what that longevity bonus is?
While they're looking for that, do you have any other questions, Mr. Cody?
Yes, I do. I have several. I just don't want to interrupt their train of thought because I think it's out of respect and courtesy. I really rather not ask another question while we're in the midst of an additional financial question.
So the number you're looking for is $1,443,908.
Okay. Don't you think that's in the best interest for clarification that should be broken out into a line item? I mean, general accounting principles would suggest that should be there. So I know we had this conversation in the past, but the line item of salaries with it not broken out, and if you look back to the 2018 era when unused sick time was rolled into salary and longevity was rolled into salary and so forth, that line item becomes deceptive and it's not definitive for the purpose of accounting. So having said that, let me move on. in the budget, the current budget, when we look at the line items of 116, 117, and 124, and I know we touched a little bit upon this, unused sick time uniform, and salaries on the job injury. And I know there was which was obvious, everybody knew that that was just a typographical error, no harm on the budgeted unused sick time, which is $321,262. The total for the past, oops, I just lost it, hang on. The total of those three line items that has been used was $1,724,475. And now for those three line items, it's only budgeted at $321,272, which leaves a shortfall of $1,403,203. So we have sick time for uniform fire does not have a budgeted allocation, and neither does salaries on the job injury in the formal budget that's presented to us tonight. Could someone clarify that for me, or did I miss an amendment to the budget?
Sure, those numbers are budgeted in the budget as you see it. They're just not reflected in that line because it's hard to calculate how much sick time and how much on the job injury. Those are reflected in the salary line. So when somebody listen for a second, when somebody takes a sick day, those hours are credited or deducted from the sick line and credited from the salary line. So you're saying there's, a couple $100,000 between those two lines that are unbudgeted. But if you go to the salaries line for firefighter 2, you'll see the projection for the end of the year in our firefighter 2 salaries is, $800,000 or $900,000 under budget. And that's where that money it comes from.
So how do we know that? And in the past, and if you go back historically in the budgets, this budget, the format of it has changed a little bit, right? So how does somebody know, let's say someone that's not 100% familiar with budgets and, one of the taxpayers looking at that, it's kind of deceptive, right? Where you should be able to produce or predict what you've used in the past based upon averages, right? You can use an algorithm to figure it out, and you should be able to fill that line item with something. So at least there's a representation of what we need to use, because when the average person looks at that, they say, well, we got a $1.4 million shortfall here, right? Which is calculated out at the end of the budget in the total budget numbers. So I think there's a defect there in that calculation. And I would suggest that several members of the council didn't see that. So when you look at all the numbers, you should be able to look at sick time uniform and say, okay, for the past 10 years, we've had X amount based on X amount of members, do some simple mathematics, and at least put in a projection based upon history, right? Am I overreaching on that?
I've been involved with this budget since fiscal year 18. That's the way we've been doing it since 18. And if the administration decides that they want to change the way that we calculate the budget for these purposes, I'm totally open to that. This is the way that we've done it since I've been here. And if anybody's got a question on how the budget works out and how the numbers, where they come from, they can just make a phone call to the fire department, and we'd be more than happy to answer those questions.
Right, Chief. And if you remember in 2018, you were taking the unused sick time and rolling that into the salaries. And we had that discussion and the administration agreed that in fact it violated basic accounting principles. And now you have line item 35116, which breaks out the unused sick time from the salary because it's a completely different disbursement. So let's move on from there. Well, a quick question based upon that. So I'm assuming, just from my experience of reading the books of the fire department, you guys are basically self-accounting, correct? You plan your budget, you execute your budget, you execute your expenditures to the finance, and then those expenditures are dispersed, correct?
Go through the same process of every other department in the city.
Okay, so has the bookkeeping system of the fire department ever been audited, like by, say, like just like a third-party professional accounting? Because I know, look, you guys are firefighters. We respect that. You guys are great. You do a great job. You're not accountants. You're not forensic accountants. Has I guess, based upon these small defects that I have found in the past that actually have been changed through prior administrations, has the accounting system of how you produce your books, has it ever been audited by professional accountants as to the accuracy and as to how it is in accordance with basic accounting procedures?
Mr. Cody, please just direct your questions on this year's budget.
Oh, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Specific line items, do you have any more questions on specific line items in the budget that the fire department can answer?
Council President, this is about specific line items in the budget. As an example to the Council President, I'll reflect again on prior budgets that did not break out these particular.
You have stated that numerous times. Do you have the additional questions for the fire department on the budget at this time?
Questions, but my question now is, because I'm seeing these things which do not really equate to that are not consistent. Has the department ever had, like, an accounting professional review the methods that they produce their budget? Very simple, yes or no?
I'd like to respond to Mr. Cody's questions. I mean, the city produces a consolidated annual financial report each year, certified audit. And that was completed in March last year. There was no management letter from the audit firm contesting anything that we've done. The fire department does not write checks. They send over their payroll information. Our office processes the payroll, issues the paychecks. We make periodic transfers to the pension fund. We pay the health benefits. Fire department goes through purchasing, either through bids or through occasionally exceptions to publication. On bidding, there's been no recommendations in our most recent audit that anything is required beyond what they've already noted in their audit.
Okay, great. Thank you. You answered my question. So moving on. Pertaining to unused sick time, I guess a question for the mayor. Mayor, presently, I know because previous council members were talking about unused sick time and how in certain years, in 2019, it was 909,000, and then it went to 647 and 298 in between. And I understand that's because we have retirements and those individuals cash out their unused sick time that's in the bank. Mayor, do you know how many unused sick days are in the bank presently that the department has? And if so, what the value of that is?
I have that number in a spreadsheet. Unfortunately, I don't have my computer on the city network in front of me.
How about the finance director? Does the finance director know how much we have?
No, I don't. The fire department maintains the records on unused sick time.
Finance department does request that annually during the audit. We provide them with those numbers.
June 30th information.
Yep.
How about the fire chief? Does the fire chief know the answer to that question?
No, Chief Howard answered that question already.
Okay. Well, I find that odd, Chief, because you did answer that to me, and it's 21,457 days, which is a substantial amount of liability that the taxpayers have. So we presently have in the bank, so everyone understands this, in the bank of unused sick days that we are not accounting for as a liability to the taxpayers of the city of Warwick, as of the latest unused sick pay report, 21,457 days of unused sick time, which accounts for or is equivocal for 58.8 years of sick time, that has an average value of $2,021 of about $12 million that we're not accounting for anywhere. And this is a big number. And the question that I have pertaining to the fact that we have 21,457 days in the unused sick pay bank, my question is, why in the 2020 unused sick pay report did the chief allocate an additional 3 days sick leave credit and monetize that to the tune of 251 extra days? So I guess my question is, we've got this enormous amount of unused sick time in the bank, but then when you look at the unused sick pay report, we gave an additional credit of 3 days and monetize that. Could someone explain to me why we gave an additional 3 days? And the document that I'm looking at that I received from the city, it seems like everybody that was at that 140-day mark that we monetized, we gave them all an extra 3 days. And I'm just wondering why that took place.
So I guess I'll be the one to answer that question. When the issue of the old calculation of sick time, when we used to pay it out monthly, was unilaterally changed by then Mayor Solomon. The union grieved the change in the policy. That went to the arbitration board. The arbitration board awarded the fire department as being in the right. And part of that award was granting 3 sick days to anybody who was harmed by that unilateral change in that sick time calculation.
Oh my God. So I had, Chief, do you know what the date of that arbitration decision is? Because I had the 2019 arbitration decision and I did not see that in there. As a matter of fact, I actually saw the narrative, the complete narrative from Attorney Augusta, and that wasn't in there. And I know that was a big issue. And the reason that was an issue was because the calculation and how it was being calculated was not brought forth before the legislative branch of government. And it was changed with that, what they called that side deal. So I looked extensively in the Department of Labor on the website where the arbitration decisions are. And could you supply me with the date of that arbitration decision? Because the 2019 one that I currently have in my possession does not have that. Do you know when that date was?
That would have to come from the city solicitor. I got that from the city solicitor at the time when that arbitration came down.
So do I have to formalize this in a request for public records, or as a courtesy, can that be sent to me?
I would recommend formalizing that public records request.
Okay. So let's move on. Line item 35,218, scuba SCBA cylinders, the Scotty Air packs. So last year we used $875. I have all the data from the past. I have a little bit of history with this particular type of product. We used $875 last year. Why $20,000 this year?
So what the money for the next 2 years, we do our SCBA replacement in phases. Last 2 years prior to this fiscal year was bottle replacement. That was completed. The plan for this fiscal year and for next fiscal year was to replace the masks, which have a life on them, a shelf life on them too, or useful life.
I'm sorry, what's the useful life of them?
10 years.
And how many of those do you have currently?
Each firefighter has one, so we have at least 176 that the firefighters have, and then we have the obviously reserve ones when ones get broken that they can use in reserve.
And how many bottles?
About 200. I'm not exactly sure on the count of the bottles right now.
And there's really no life expectancy on the bottles. They just have to pass hydro test, correct?
I would have to check on that from last year's budget.
Well, typically with a compressed air cylinder, all they have to do is pass a hydro test every 5 years. And as long as they pass the hydro test, they're good. So are you currently having the Scotty Air Pack cylinders hydro tested on a regular basis?
Yep, we have to follow the NFPA standard on SCB out of bottle maintenance. The replacement they're tested every 5 years. They require replacement by NFPA standard every 15 years.
Even if it passes hydro?
That's correct. That's an NFPA standard. This is a different environment than most air cylinders.
Right, but they're pressurized to 1.5 times the working pressure. If they pass the test, if they pass the hydro,
And they go into burning buildings.
Right, I understand that. But if they still pass the hydro.
We're required to comply with the NFPA standard by state law.
Well,
so the answer to your previous question about the masks is we procured a grant, an AFG supplemental grant in the fall of this fiscal year to replace all of the SCBA masks for the department. So that's why you see no spending this year in that category, is because the money was going to be spent on replacing half of those masks, but we ended up not having to do that because we had the federal government pay for it.
So you're replacing all of the masks, whether they need to be replaced or not?
They're all coming up on for replacement because they were all bought under a grant from 10 years ago.
Oh, at the same time.
Bought them all at the same time.
All right. So, all right. That's very good. Good. Nice going. Moving down, marine operations, 35,236. I mean, traditionally for forever, the most it's been is 10,000 and change. Now all of a sudden it's 30,000. Why is that?
So the marine rescue operations last year was combined 2 different lines, the dive team and the fireboat line items. One was 10,000, one was 8,000. They were combined last year into one line item because they're really both commodities. They're not really a service. So that was consolidated for efficiency. So it really is an $18,000 line item. It's those 2 combined. So we have projected spending that this year. The increase in cost is we need to replace all of the electronics on our Marine 2, which is our unit up in Patuxent. All that electronics is outdated and is malfunctioning and needs to be replaced. So the coordinator of the Marine, the team that leads the boats, asked for $12,000 in order to have somebody replace all the electronics in that boat. That is not
under the fireboat line item. You have zero monies budgeted.
No, fireboat was eliminated, and that was moved to 35,236 marine rescue operations. So it was just we moved the money from there. We don't fund that anymore, and we added that budget fund in to 236. That's why there's an increase in that budget.
So I would venture to guess right now that there's not one person sitting in that room and not one council member that understands that budget line item, that additional monies are going for electronics for the fireboat. If there's anybody, I'd like to know if there's any council member that understood that, looking at that line item, that $12,000 increase was going for electronics. Could somebody just tell me? Did anybody know that?
I believe that's why we're here tonight.
Well, I mean, I think that's a thing that, in a situation when the city council that is responsible for spending $335 million, the taxpayers' money, that a line item like this, they should understand it, right? They should have gone through this budget like I have and said, wait a minute, you got a $12,000 increase, but you have 0 expenditures on the line item of the fireboat. Where's the money going to? The money's not going into rescue operations. It's going into a physical commodity, which is the fireboat. So again, you're looking at deceptive accounting practices. And quite frankly, while we're speaking on this, because I have a little bit of knowledge about marine electronics, what
Mr.
package?
Cody, do you have any additional questions? We have other people that would like to speak.
Yes, I do
And
have-
so if you have one more question, and then we're
No,
going to have
I have
an
additional
additional person.
questions. And so what electronics package are you purchasing?
We don't have that information available to us right now, Mr. Cody.
Okay, so we don't know what marine package, electronics package.
We don't have the particulars available to our fingertips right now.
Okay.
It's updating our communication for our marine unit that is used for life-saving purposes on the bay.
Okay, line item 35,282, turnout gear. So I'm correct in assuming that turnout gear is the basic gear that we're obligated to give our new firefighters, correct?
That's replacement of existing gear. Again, NFPA standard stipulates that we need to replace gear if it doesn't pass visual inspection, an NFPA inspection, or if it surpasses 10 years of service life. So we budget a small fraction of that cost every year in order to put a replacement program so that we don't have to replace all the gear in one fiscal year.
All right, does that turnout gear also, when we have new firefighters, from what I've read in the contract specifies turnout gear, and it actually itemized each piece of equipment that the new firefighter is provided. Is that within that budget as well?
That is correct. So next fiscal year, that $85,000 in its entirety will go to those 28 new recruits. It's about $3,000 a set. That's about $84,000 just in the recruits. So we will miss a cycle of replacement gear for the existing firefighters.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. The question that I have is, for the last 5 years, we've budgeted $85,000. We haven't spent it, and we haven't had a fire school, which amounts to $425,000. Where did that money go?
We spent $84,000 this year. We spent $85,000 last year, $77,000 the year before, and $84,000 the year before. So we have spent it.
Well, that's not reflected in the other budgets that I had in front of me. Well,
thank you very much, Mr. Cody. We're going to have another
done.
member of the public
I'm not
speak.
done.
Thank you very much, sir. Your
I'm
time
not
is
done.
expired.
I'm not done.
I'm sorry,
I'm
your
not
time is
done.
expired. All right, I will entertain a motion if someone would like to give this individual additional. He has spoken, he's had the floor for 30 minutes. Council rules is 10 minutes. Is there a motion for a additional time for this individual? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm going to make a motion because I do not support timing out taxpayer or member of the public when they have legitimate questions to ask in regard to a $335 million budget. I would remind everyone.
What is your motion, Councilman? What is the motion?
I'm explaining my motion.
We don't know what the motion is. Please make the motion. We'll see if we get a second, then you can explain.
Fine. The motion is to extend additional time to this particular speaker.
How long, sir?
Another 10 minutes.
Okay. Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second that this is the budget hearings. So
Okay. It has been second. Councilman Lattiser, you have the floor.
Yes. Again, I won't reiterate my first comments. This is a $335 million budget, somewhere thereabouts. If you look at the list of participants, you have a handful of people who are in this Zoom meeting for the biggest issue that we speak of in the course of a year. And largely because it's restricting comments, it's restricting members of the public. And now, in addition to that, we want to time out the few people that are here to speak on behalf of all the other people that cannot get here, or unable to get here, or unable to attend. That is wrong. That is absolutely wrong. The members of the public and the taxpayers and the people that pay all of these salaries, they absolutely have the right to ask the legitimate questions. If they're going off base, or anyone's going off base, and they're talking about something else that isn't pertinent to the item, fine, then you can bring them back into order. But to cut people off and restrict their abilities to represent or speak for the public is wrong. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just going to say that a lot of these questions that are coming up, we're talking about cylinders, we're talking about, equipment that the chief has answered very specifically concerning the update of equipment. We're going line item by line item, which we have done. And quite honestly, it's getting a little ridiculous. Every time, someone brings something up or the caller brings something up, he goes, oh, I bet you didn't know. I bet the council didn't do their job. We did our job. Here's the thing. I did my job during the time I had this budget. I called the mayor's office. I called the fire department. I called the budget department. I called them all. I had my conversations. I had my questions and I got them answered. So to sit there and just listen again and again and again about, well, you didn't do your due diligence. You didn't do this. If we need to send our boats to Block Island to do a follow-up or to have them have the navigation equipment and to take care of whatever needs to be taken care of, I want them to be able to do it. And if that means updating the equipment, let's update the equipment. So I have no problem with what's being about hearing the answers the fire department is given. But at the same time, this is becoming a show during a budget, very important, as the councilman said, a $370 million budget. But yet we're going to nitpick over cylinders and how much I know, how much you don't know. I bet you don't know because I know. It's becoming a joke. And the reason why there's a few people here is because this portion is dragged out. 3 administrations we've done budgets with. 3 administrations. 3 administrations I personally have sat through budgets. And it's the same thing. And every administration has gone at it. And we all realize that there are federal and state laws and mandates we have to follow. And it's not rocket science that we just had a chief and other people tell us that this COVID hit. And I understand, Councilman Lattiser, you don't like hearing about COVID, but it took up 15 months of our lives. And it did affect some of us. We lost some Warwick staples because of COVID. Some good people died because of COVID. So you may not like talking about it, but it's a fact that we live with. And I am sick and tired of hearing, well, everyone talks about COVID, but that's it. We have to face the reality. This fire department kept operations during COVID. Our police department kept operations during COVID, and they followed all federal and state mandates, including calling uniform services back when they weren't required, when they were on time off, they were forced back to work. So I will not support an extension of this. This happens every budget season, and it's becoming absolutely ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sinapi.
Keep it simple. I'm all for someone asking questions. I'm not all for enabling a circus. And that's unfortunately what the caller insists on doing. I won't be a part of it.
Any other questions from members of the council on this? If hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for an additional 10 minutes for that speaker.
Mr. McAllister,
No.
Mr. Foley,
No.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
No.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
No.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
No.
Ms. Travis.
No.
3 yes, 6 no.
Thank you. The motion fails.
Fails.
We'll have the next caller, please, to speak on the fire department budget.
Thank you, Councilman. It's Robert Cushman, former city councilman. First of all, I want to extend a warm welcome to my former colleague, Mayor Picozzi. If you're not aware, we both served on the school committee back in, I think it was 2003 and 2004. We had some very interesting meetings and discussions between ourselves on the school department. And Mayor, I just, like I said, want to extend a warm welcome to you.
Thank you, Bob. How are you?
Thanks. I see that, is Mr. Schaefer there? Because what I wanted to touch on was a comment that Mr. Schaefer made at the beginning of the firefighter department presentation. So, I mean, I'm going to try to.
Mr. Cushman, Mr. Schaefer had to step away for a moment. He'll be back shortly. Lynn Parger is here if you speak that.
Okay, well, so Mr. Schaefer started the presentation off by showing the city of Cranston and how they present the firefighter budget. And within that process, they included, I guess, the cost of benefits within the firefighter budget. And I just wanted to, one of the things that I've been doing for the past so many years in the city is keeping track of what the budgets going all the way back to 2004. And I think it's really an important thing to actually include that expense when you're looking at the overall budgets for the fire department, the police department, and the municipal department. And, my question is, maybe the former personnel director of Cranston can answer this, but, why do you believe including the benefits expenses in a budget presentation is important?
So this is Lynn. I'm the city treasurer because Peter stepped away. It's really.
I'm not sure if they can see us or not. I think we have no technical glitch.
Am I blacked out?
I think, oh, sorry, we're not.
Mr. Cushman, can you see
I
us?
can see you. I can see you.
Because our
We can see you.
Okay, our screen is blank. But let's go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
So Peter's back, but I can start answering it. The importance of budgeting for the benefits in the fire department is because it's a true reflection of the cost of the fire department. And that would be the same through other departments of the city. Other communities do that. It's a requirement for the reporting we do for the state so they can compare towns to town. And I believe that's an initiative Peter wants to undertake.
Mr. Schaaf, I just want to just congratulate you for that because, like I said before, it's something that I've been really asking past administrations to do for years. And I think it's really important. And I've been noted as not a budget expert, which I am not. And hearing that from you as a budget expert is really reassuring to me that I think the direction that this administration is going to take is going to be really a sound direction to take. And it's going to actually help, not only the city council, but the public see what the real true expenses are in these different departments. Now, with that in mind, what I would like to do is share with you, some of my findings and what's changed in the fire department budget over the past several years, actually doing this analysis and including the benefits. And I think, one of the important things to take a look at is, when we look at the overall firefighter budget, I believe it's $24.6 million, right? That's what we actually have on paper in the budget. But when we start adding in, like, for example, the firefighter pension cost, it's $22.3 million to the budget. And those are real expenses that are costs associated with the firefighter services. I guess one of my next questions is, are you also going to recommend not only including the pension expenses, but would it be the active firefighter healthcare expenses and the OPEB expenses? Would that be something that would be included?
What the state is requiring is they've come up with guidelines, and the Auditor General came up with a whole scenario of guidelines. Lynn dealt with the group that was doing it with 12 test communities, I think, to start with. And if we moved in this direction, and many places have not moved in this direction for their budget presentation, that's up to the mayor and the council. If they want to move in this direction, that would mean following the guidelines that we're reporting information to the state. And for example, I think most of the pension information, they're only reporting the normal cost of the pension, not the amortization of the unfunded liability. So there'd be a lot of judgments to make going forward, but it would be, if we moved in this direction, it would be consistent with the reporting requirements that we now comply with in terms of our annual reports to the state as part of our consolidated annual financial report.
Okay, so I'm no expert at this, but I just want to give you a couple of the anecdotal things that I've looked at over the years. And this is just for example, when we look at firefighter costs, and I did an analysis where I not only included the $24.6 million in the cost, but I included the pension costs, I included the active firefighter healthcare cost, also the OPEB cost, because, we are paying for services that were performed by firefighters in the past, and it is part of the firefighter budget. And when you add all of that up, we're about $53 million That's how much it costs us for firefighter services. And if you divide that 53 million by the 204 proposed firefighters, you're talking about $260,000 per firefighter. Now, that doesn't even include the OPEB costs that we haven't amortized, the unfunded liabilities. So because we don't actually have that broken down that way. So one of my questions is maybe to Mr. Schaefer. Do we have any documentation from the as to what the OPEB cost is for the firefighter department that is not as a pay-as-you-go expense?
Our financial statements show the accumulated OPEB liability, but I do not believe it reports it by department. Is that correct, Lynn?
I don't think it does. No.
Now, would you be able to get that by department so you could actually include that in there and even get a more accurate?
That is not part of the actual requirement for financial reporting of OPEB liabilities.
No, I understand that, but I mean, if the mayor made a recommendation to do that, would you be able to do that?
Wouldn't be my recommendation that you do that. That's going too far, but I would, looking at the total OPEB liability is an important thing, an important part of the financial statements. We have a proposal that you'll see later in the budget to finally start a very modest contribution to the OPEB liability, but it'd be cumulative for all city employees.
Okay, so, just to take a look at things and just for your edification, when we go back in about 15 years ago, pension expenses in the fire department have increased by over 300%. Healthcare by about 230%. So, these expenses are something that is very important, I think, for the council to recognize and for the entire city to see what the trends are in the budget. And, when you look at, the salary line items, I don't think they're outrageous what the salary line items are, but it's all the other expenses. And I don't think a lot of times even the active employees don't consider the rising cost of these benefits as part of their compensation. So, when we hear, I think you got $800,000 budgeted for, it's a different line item for raises. Is there a specific amount you have budgeted for the fire department out of that 800,000 for raises for next year?
Their compensation July 1, and they have a pay raise July 1, that's included in the budget. It's only police and municipal employees that contracts are being negotiated.
Okay, and what's the percent raise coming up next year for the firefighter in this budget?
2%.
2%. And I don't know if you've done this kind of analysis, but if you analyze the increase in healthcare costs and the increase in pension costs, what would the total increase be? Do you have that figure in a percent?
Healthcare costs are going down 5% because the contract was negotiated by the council.
Okay. So let me go on to one other thing, and this is dealing with the revenue budget. So there's a revenue line item called rescue fees, and I think the line item is 100-03525. And in that line item, I'm just trying to look at it right now, you have $2.9 million proposed in that line item. I'm just wondering why that line item is being reduced. I know back in fiscal 20, you had 3.275 million. What's the reason for the reduction in the rescue fees?
Well, there was, in the base year, we lost revenues because people didn't want to go to the emergency room. So the number of runs was way down. It had nothing to do with the fee that was being charged. It was that people didn't want to go to the hospital.
Well, but why? So are you assuming people aren't going to want to go in the hospital in the next fiscal year? Why are you down so much from the fiscal 2020 year?
Well, we've got that issue in a number of revenue and expense categories in terms of the timing of the end of the pandemic. So right now, I think we budgeted some improvement, and I don't have it in front of me.
Quite honestly, Peter and I argued a little bit about this one. I think we came up with a compromise to reduce it a little bit with the understanding that the American Rescue funding will make up anything else we lost. But I think about how many fewer cars were on the road and how many people are working from home now.
The bottom line, it doesn't really matter what we estimated because whatever we lose compared to the baseline for fiscal year 19, we're eligible for reimbursement from the American Rescue Plan.
So with those questions in mind, how many actual rescue runs were reduced this year from the 2020 budget?
I only know the numbers.
Yeah, we don't have that exact number available to us right now.
Well, but I would assume that it's got to be a substantially less number of runs, right? If your fees were down that much, right?
There was a period of time where our call volume was reduced because of COVID. There was less calls for service. People were less inclined to want to go to the hospital for fear of contracting COVID.
Do you keep track of the average mileage per rescue vehicle for each year?
We do.
And what was the amount of what was the average mileage on the rescue vehicles during this COVID year? Was it substantially less than other years?
Again, I don't have that documentation with me tonight.
I mean, can we get that? I mean, I think one of the big things we've talked about before is the fact that, you know, the rescue vehicles, we need new vehicles and things like that. And I would hope to see that the mileage was way down on not only the rescue vehicles, but for the fire vehicles, if there was less calls. So is there anybody that will do that analysis?
We can run the numbers of the trucks that we have. Unfortunately, the issue that we've had over the last year is we've been borrowing a lot of trucks from out of town fire departments. We can't calculate those mileages on those trucks.
But would you ever expect to see the mileage down overall?
I would expect to see it down. If the amount of runs went down and the amount of transports went down, then it would just make sense that the mileage went down.
Okay. In 2020, there was a line item for $250,000 for a fire study. When's that report going to be provided to the public for that $250,000?
That was probably nice.
I don't think we did it. I don't think it was done. I don't believe
Why wasn't it done?
It wasn't out of the fire. It wasn't part of this budget. It wasn't out of the fire budget.
That's out of a different budget anyway. Isn't that out of?
No, well, I know that, but it said a fire study. I mean, was the department directed to participate in this study?
No.
So there was no study done for that $250,000 budgeted?
In 2020?
Yeah.
Mr. Cush, was it in the fire budget?
I don't know. I'm just recalling from my memory. I remember the former mayor committed to a.
Yeah, that's a different item on the agenda.
All right. Was the study done? Can you just answer that? It's associated with the fire department.
The fire department's not aware of any study that was performed in 2020.
But we wouldn't have paid for it either.
All right. And within that line of questioning, when is the last time we've actually had a study, you know, maybe of overall, we've talked about, the school department's done some consolidation with schools and things like that. But when's the last time we've actually looked at, our fire stations, our staffing, just a comprehensive study of the fire department? When's that last done?
ISO?
Probably 5 years.
We haven't had a study in my recent memory. I'm not sure when the city last did a study in the fire department. I know that we do have the insurance services does come in and do an ISO rating on us every 5 years. And they do look at things like exactly what you're talking about: staffing, trucks, water supply, communications, all the aspects of the fire service.
I mean, would you recommend maybe once every 10 years or something to have a study like that done?
If there was a need for it.
So you don't think there is a need for it?
Not as it pertains to this budget right now, no.
Okay. Let me just make sure I've covered everything in my notes, because, most of the other questions I had were for later on during the presentation on the benefits. Oh yeah. Well, you know what? No, I doubt I'll save that for the benefits. Let me just check. The lease purchases for the fire trucks, what line item is that in? Is that part of this department, or is that in a different, is that expense in a different department?
That's coming up in debt.
Okay, that's in debt. All right. All right, I think I'm all set right now. I'll just hold questions for those other departments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Looks like we have another individual who'd like to speak about the fire department budget. If we can unmute them.
Hi, this is Barbara Walsh. I don't have the kind of knowledge that your other two speakers have about specific line items in the budget. I just wanted to speak in a more general way about this overall budget. As a layperson and a taxpayer, I find it offensive to keep these costs going up and up, the benefits going up, the overtime going up dramatically. I also find it offensive that Rob Cody, who has done an incredible amount of work looking at all this stuff.
Yeah, Ms. Walsh, I just wanted, you have to stick to the item that is before us. So we don't talk about individual callers or council people. We just have to stick it to your thoughts on the fire department budget at this time.
All right, I just wanted to compare my lack of knowledge to his knowledge in the sense of being a layperson and not dealing with the minutia of the line items. But I do object to the overtime, and I am truly hopeful that the council and the mayor will not be defensive about anything that they're questioned about and will move forward to deal with the overtime costs, and whether it's going to the state to ask about the 2019 bill that put the sick and overtime, the sick and vacation time into the computation for figuring overtime is outrageous. And I hope you will all pursue that line of thought to undo that so that the overtime costs might become a little more reasonable. And if that can't be done, then I'm asking that you do other things to consider bringing down either minimum manning or bringing down trucks going out with ambulances. That's absolutely ridiculous and unnecessary. Warwick is paying one of the highest rates in the country for fire services, and I don't understand why our taxpayers are not an equivalent in the country for income, why we have to be paying such an exorbitant amount on fire services and overtime when maybe some negotiating on these other issues that I just mentioned could be done, maybe. And I would hope that you would try to do that. You clearly are concerned with taxpayers. There's no doubt in my mind that you are. But sometimes that means taking on unions and executive functions that may be uncomfortable, and I'm asking that you continue to do that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walsh. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak?
At this time,
Any
Mr.
other
President.
members? Okay, at this time, then we are going to move to the fire grants budget item.
If you want to, okay, since on it.
Wire grants are on page 30 and as well as emergency management.
Yes.
Are there any questions?
I have a question on fire grants. I do not have questions. I apologize. Any questions from members of the council on the fire grants budget? Okay.
I just have one quick one.
Councilman Sinapi.
To one of the caller's points, I feel like this is a silly question, but I'll ask it anyway. Is it safe to assume that the city will comply with any terms of a grant if one is obtained?
Absolutely.
Thought so. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the council? Councilman Gephardt.
It was helpful. You mentioned the SAFE grant earlier. Can you just give us sort of line of sight to the other grants that are in your pipeline that you're working on that may not be already obtained and thus included in the budget that would impact this coming fiscal year?
We've applied for 2 FEMA grants. One is the one that we spoke about earlier, which is the SAFER grant, which would pay for staffing for 3 years. And that does not have any kind of city co-share. The other grant we applied for was for a vehicle grant for a ladder truck. We hope to hear on that, whether or not we were successful or not in being awarded that in June. Those are the 2 grants. And the radio grant, what was the amount we applied for? That was was roughly $1 million to upgrade all of our radios as well. So we've applied for 3 grants, and we're waiting to hear on all 3.
And on the staffing grant, what's the amount available or the amount that we applied for?
So that was over 3 years, and so it's different amounts over 3 years based on the pay grade of the firefighters at the time. If you'll bear with me for a second, I might be able to provide some information on that for each year. So, Councilman, for year 1, well, actually, the total is 5.7, 1.6 roughly in year 1, 1.9 year 2, 2.1 year 3, roughly 5.7 over the total of it.
Okay, got it. And that's not fiscal year, that's essentially grant year. So once it's awarded.
Yes, sir, that's right.
Okay. All right. So we would theoretically be able to consume most of that year 1 with the class that was hired, if they start, sometime in the spring or so. Okay. And the ladder truck grant, we haven't got to the lease purchase yet, but that's not the same vehicle that's included in the lease purchase, right? That's a pumper truck in the lease purchase, and then the grant is for a ladder.
In the lease purchase, a ladder, engine, and 3 rescues were included for the fiscal year.
And 3 rescues. Okay, got it. So we would hold off, obviously, on the purchase of the ladder until we heard back on the grant.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Great. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on the fire grants budget? Any members of the public that like to speak on the fire grants budget? Seeing none, we will move to the emergency management budget. Same page, page 30. And I will kick it off. This is the question I had on the proposed line item for professional services, $100,000. What does that entail?
So professional services, currently are contracted with GCA to oversee our FEMA public assistance reimbursement that's related to the COVID pandemic. One thing that we learned was that we didn't have any funds available to contract with a company like this, having that funding for their, in the budget for professional services will allow us to have an account that we can draw from to contract with a company like GCAI Parametrics, which is overseeing that. 95% of the cost for the administrative cost for this company is reimbursable under the COVID the FEMA public assistance reimbursement from the government. So we do need a pool of money to initially contract with them, but that's what the $100,000 was put into the budget for.
Thank you, Chief. Members of the council, Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Temporary services, it looks like all three items went up anyway, but 34 to 140, temporary services. What's that entail? It went up to 10,400.
Temporary services entails when we have to bring somebody in to do EMA work, anything related to the emergencies, the EMA related tasks that would not be covered under the fire department budget. That would allow us to provide reimbursement for that person. Also, that was realized through the pandemic as well, that we didn't have any method of being able to pay or reimburse anyone that had to come in for any type of project or duties assigned to the pandemic.
Okay, thank you. How about emergency operations?
That I'm going to let, that's more related to our emergency, our EOC, and Chief Ummenhout is very familiar with that.
Emergency operations budget is basically the general operating budget for emergency management. A bulk of that is contracts with the software vendors that we use, like Code Red, the system that we use to send those automated messages throughout that we did a lot during the vaccine and at the beginning of the pandemic. That there's costs involved with all of them and the contracts. So that pays for the contracts that emergency management uses and any upgrades and maintenance of the emergency operations center. That's the room at fire department headquarters that we use, that we staff whenever a disaster or large incident is going on. So we need to have money to be able to maintain and keep that room up and running. There's a lot of electronics and the technology in that room.
And all the TV and screens. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, President. Chief, I assume that this professional services line item you're looking to have filled, when you decide to move forward with that, that is something that will be accompanied by an RFP and from there come before the council?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on the emergency management budget? Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on the emergency management budget? Okay, now that we completed that, I'm going to ask that we take a 20-minute recess. We've been going since 4. Let everybody get up and stretch their legs, maybe have a little dinner, and we will be back around 7:30.
Recording in progress.
Can we start to get everyone to gather? We will get going again at 7:30, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very much needed that 25 minutes.
Managed to get one of my kids tucked in, so that was good. That's a win.
Very nice. Trash pickup in Ward 7 tomorrow, so I just put the trash out. And emptied the diaper bins, both of them. So that's a big job on Tuesday night.
That is the most important bag to get out.
Yes.
Both of them?
Yeah, one upstairs, one downstairs.
Wow.
You forget. It's a lot of action. Okay, it is now 7:30. If we could take the session off, and if I can look to see if all my colleagues are back here and if the administration is ready. All right. I believe that is everyone. Okay, next up this evening is the budget for the library. And you guys are muted at City Hall.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Page 35 on the budget, page 27 on the personnel supplement, increase of about almost 3.5%.
Thank you. Are there any members of the council that have any questions on the library budget? Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you. Yeah, I got a couple items I want to mention. One is here, I see that we're advertising for a deputy director. We don't have a deputy director right now, do we?
No, we don't.
So is there a need for a deputy director? I know we've been less people in the library. How many people are you actually down in the library right now?
How many staff people are we down?
Yes,
We're
yes.
down 12 people right now.
So we need a deputy director, you think?
Yes, I am new to the director position. I was the deputy director for 8 years. It's a difficult, it's one of the largest libraries in the state. There's a lot to manage on the it's statewide for libraries, which is what the director usually manages along with the city communication. And then the deputy director usually manages more of the staff and in-house process.
Okay, I understand. One thing I always mention, and I did this prior to Chris, even before Chris was the director. I'm still concerned, and if it's in the budget, I heard last time he was going to put it in the budget, was the door that I kept requesting for in the circulation workshop.
Right.
Is it in the budget?
It's listed as a capital request, but I believe I've looked at it and I believe it's something that we can pay for through the maintenance, the building maintenance line. I wasn't able to get it done quickly enough for this budget, but it's in line. The architect is looking at it and we're working on getting that done in the next 6 months or so.
Oh, that would be awesome, because I've been asking for it for like years.
Yeah.
Another follow-up is I read in here about the branches, something about rentals. So how's the situation with Apponaug, Connecticut, and Norwood? What's going on with the branches?
So Connecticut is open. They are almost at the full hours they were at pre-COVID. Right now, the main issue with the branches is I don't have the staff to staff them. The secondary issue is that we're looking at ways to make them accessible. The Apponaug and the Norwood branch don't have accessibility. If you are in a wheelchair, you can't
Right,
get it.
handicap.
So, yeah.
I know, but I know both those neighborhoods have been, calling me. Different people in that branches have been calling me, asking me when they're going to open. But I know that was one of the issues without even getting a complete answer. And there was one more special. I think it was special programs number 43-355. It used to be 189,236. Then it went way down. And now it's 23,000. Is that the one, that new one that you're talking about with the radio?
No, actually, the radio stuff is all paid for through a grant. This
good.
Yeah, that was an amazing grant that we worked together with other libraries in the state to get. The 23,000, the past 2 years, it's been around 10,000. This year I bumped it up, but it's really just moving money from the office supplies, line 201, because we have a home delivery program where we mail items to people who are homebound. They can't get out of their house for whatever reason. And this year we've had a lot more people sign up because they were worried about COVID issues. So we've paid a lot in postage, and we usually pay it through the supply budget, but it's a program. So I just moved that money from supply budget to the program budget.
I see.
So it's not an increase necessarily. It's more just shifting money to the place it belongs.
I understand. The last question I have, I think, was building maintenance. Now, I know we have a board of directors for the trustee, the trustees and stuff, but what's under building maintenance? Does the city plow the library, or do you guys pay to have somebody do the library, or?
For plowing the parking lot, the city usually will come through as they're going down Sandy Lane. The maintenance department does all of the shoveling of the sidewalks and all of that stuff.
Maintenance, okay.
Right. And the other things that are covered in that budget line are basic building repairs, roof repairs, yard maintenance, painting, carpeting, window cleaning, pest control. It's all of just the random things that happen that we have to keep up with in that building.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Director, I apologize. Welcome. I believe this is your first budget hearing as the director. So congratulations. And
thank you.
We all look forward to working with you. And the one other note, as Councilwoman Travis mentioned, the library does have its own board that you have to work with that helps with the budget and in these hirings as well.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Good evening, Director, and welcome as well.
Thank you.
Director, I want to follow up on Councilwoman Travis's question regarding the deputy director. So you had stated that prior to becoming director, you were the deputy director?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and in last year's budget, your salary was bumped up from 97,312 to 99,989. And how long did you say you were in that position?
8 years.
8 years. Okay. So having said, given the fact that you were there for 8 years, you had, various raises for, all the reasons that apply to it. brought your salary up last year to 99,989. Part of it is because of your 8 years of service. Part of it is because perhaps contractual, I'm not sure. But the question I have is, where you were in that position for 8 years and your salary with a bump last year of, looks like 2-point-something% was 99,989. Why are you budgeting 102,000 for a brand new employee?
I believe, I'd like to look back at what I put in. I believe the bottom step for that position is 78,000. Full-time deputy director. Yeah, the proposed salary is 78,000. I didn't put the personnel supplement together. I'm not sure exactly where that number comes from.
I can say that
Okay.
the personnel supplement probably picked up Janet in her previous role and added the 275%. But any raise that she may have gotten or anybody she hired, that salary would be approved by the library board.
Right.
Okay, but the budget still has to be approved by the council.
Yeah.
And again, my question is particularly now where the director said the bottom step. So that would be, someone brand new with, perhaps some experience, not the experience of the director that she had in that position for 8 years. But that certainly doesn't warrant jumping a brand new hire from 78,000 to 102,000. That's a $24,000 increase. That's doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. You say you need the position. Okay, I don't run a library, so I'm not going to argue with that point. But I do have a problem with starting a brand new employee that has no experience in the city, let's say, no longevity whatsoever, with a salary of 103,000.
They wouldn't start at that. I
But
would
that's what your
start
budget.
first.
So why is that number budgeted? Why isn't the number 78,000 or 80,000 or 82,000?
Councilman Lattiser, are you sitting down? Because I'm
Sure.
going to tell you, you're right. That number's not, that number's incorrect.
Who is this?
It's Lynn.
Lynn,
Yes.
could you repeat that last statement, please?
This is recorded.
I have not heard any of my colleagues say that. Matter of fact, anyone say that in a long time.
I mean, I helped put the personal supplement together and I didn't catch that. That is Jana's old salary in her previous position plus 275%. That is probably not what she will hire at.
No.
What should the number be, Lynn?
Janice,
I believe it's 78,346, but that's without the 2.75%
Yeah.
They
increase.
wouldn't get the 2.7.
No.
Oh, they wouldn't. Okay.
1 year of service.
I see. Got it.
That's right.
So it would
So
just be the 78,346.
78,346 is the salary for a deputy director. How many employees would that deputy director be responsible for?
All of them, aside from
All of
myself. We share the responsibility. In my absence, the deputy director is in charge of the building and all of the staff.
Okay, so it's about 13 persons. think.
Actually, 47.
How many?
47.
Oh, I see. That's right. No, I'm sorry. I see. I didn't pay attention to the number of positions. I was just adding up the titles. Okay, so 47 people. You have budgeted here 49. How did it go from 47 to 49?
49. I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. Oh,
Okay, so 49?
Yeah, it's 49.
Okay. So there has to be an adjustment then from the 102,739 down to the 78,346, right, Lynn?
That's up to you. And the council.
Okay, all right. I will make note. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh,
No,
sorry.
hold on,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
President. Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
So also on the electricity item, and as I said earlier, this just seems to be a common denominator amongst the departments. 43,224. In 2019, your actual use of electricity was 31,333. In 2020, it jumped up to 95,163. In 2021, a revised budget of 113. The actual year to date in 2021 right now is 80,000 with a projected finish in about 30 some days of 107,000, and you're budgeting for 113. So how is that number, how did you come to have that number or that increase of 27,000 in the next 4 or 5 weeks when the 3/4 year or better actually was 80,000?
So as of Friday, I ran the numbers to see our actual spending, and that budget line is up to 90,000. We budget about 100,000 for actual electricity, and then $13,000 goes towards a payment to Rise that we replaced a bunch of LED lighting or we replaced lighting with LEDs in the library, and we're paying that off through our electricity budget. So generally, the central building uses $100,000 worth of electricity, but we've added a $13,000 to pay off what we bought through Rise with replacing lighting.
So the lighting that you replaced, that was LED lighting, right?
Correct.
And don't they have a grant program for that where there is no cost?
Not that we were included in, no. It's a significant reduction in rate, and we also get a discount on our energy use because the energy use is lower, but we don't have, there's not a free grant program for us. I'm not sure if that's something the city has. But.
Yeah, well, I'm not asking regarding the city, I'm asking regarding Rise. I believe that they do have programs where fixtures are installed at no charge or next to no charge. And they do have various programs, which is a very good program, by the way.
I'll be sure to look into that because we have only done about half of the building. So we still have a significant portion to do.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's worth looking into, maybe beneficial, may not. Line 43,352, Automated Systems Library. First question is, what is that? And that number, again, is like going up major since 2019. In 2019, it was 37, jumped up to 183 in 2020, revised budget of 196 in 2021, one with a projection of 168 and you're budgeting 196. So what is that? How come it went up so significant from 2019?
So the most significant part of that budget are the Ocean State Library's consortium membership fees. It's $153,600 a year. That covers all of the software and any other consortium related library things that we do that the whole state supplies. The number increased significantly because in around 2017, 2018, Ocean State Libraries reconfigured how they charge libraries and based it on population as opposed to usage, I believe, or it could have been vice versa. I wasn't the director then, so I'm not positive how they reconfigured it, but it reconfigured it to our misfortune that really changed our budget and how we manage our system. So it increased significantly. But that's what automated systems is. 153,000 of that budget line is basically what makes us a library in the state of Rhode Island.
So this is it largely for different versions of software? Is that what this ginormous fee is for?
Correct. It's management of the software itself, all of our wireless, all of that is run through Ocean State Libraries. There's a lot that they manage.
Isn't this something that could be done through our own, I would add extremely competent MIS department right here in the city?
No, it's pretty specialized. And we all work together. So this makes it so that when you go to a library in Cranston, you can get any book from any library in the state. So we all share our resources and the software, and that's what makes Rhode Island very unique in library services.
Wow. You also held to an extremely high price tag too, compared to what it was 2 years ago. That's
Warwick is one of the highest users of library resources in the state. We have the most physical checkouts and we also have the most digital checkouts in the state. So I think considering we also get the most grant and aid from federal money. So I feel like it sort of makes up for it. I think that the access that we have would be so limited if we were just supplying our own items as opposed to having access to anything in the state that can be supplied.
Okay, thank you, Director. Good luck in the new position. As I said, I run a library. I don't know how to run a library, so I'll leave it in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's not get in the habit of telling Ed he was right and correct. We don't want to set that precedent. Just
Mr.
kidding.
President, that was law of averages.
It'll never happen again.
Thank you. Councilman Ricks.
Everybody's in trouble tomorrow.
Yeah, so to switch gears, my question had more to do with the accessibility at the Norwood branch. And I apologize that we haven't had an opportunity to speak about this before tonight's meeting. But since Councilwoman Travis had brought it up, and I know that it is an issue where, in fact, I recall a constituent relaying to me part of a conversation, and I certainly don't intend to hold that as gospel, what with the telephone game being what it is. But from what I was understanding of that conversation and from what I know of the building, which I've been going to since I think I was around 3 or 4 years old, more or less, is that it would make little sense to, on that historic structure and given the dimensions of the building as it stands right now, to build a ramp directly in front of the building, but instead, especially since it's a relatively small building right now, to add a small addition to the side that would incorporate a new entryway, which would include a ramp that would allow for ADA access. And so looking at the budget, I wasn't seeing anything that would speak to that in this budget. Is that something that's being explored through a grant or a different process?
Yes, so your constituent must be an architect because that's exactly what they came up with. They have we've been working with the planning department and we've hired an architect to look at Apponaug and at Norwood. They're both, I consider them sort of not the safest entrance. They have multiple steps to get into them. So even if you are capable of walking, you could probably just trip right inside of it. So the idea is there's ARPA money through the city, through the state, there's federal funding, there are grants coming out all over. And Senator Reed is actually working on a Build America's Library or Rebuild America's Libraries Act that we're hoping will get passed. Basically, there's tons of infrastructure money. So the planning department and I are working together to have plans, the architectural plans ready for when this money flies by us. We can say, hey, we're ready to put a shovel in the ground, we're ready to go. This is how much it's gonna cost. It's an addition to the building. It incorporates a ramp that goes around the backside of the building straight into the parking spaces attached to Norwood. So you could have a handicap parking space right there at the ramp, come into the building. It also puts a restroom on the first floor of the building. The unfortunate part about Norwood is the second or the basement. It's just not easy to get to. So what we would have to do is bring any items up to the first floor and just use that first floor as the library, just so that everyone has access to everything that's available. But definitely the plans are in effect. I wasn't able to put a number in this budget because we haven't finished talking with the architect yet, but it's definitely in the works. And as best as I can, I'm working on some sort of infrastructure grant funding to pay for that and for Apponaug.
That's very exciting. And I would also add that there are perhaps potential opportunities as well in terms of expanding some, even say, room for various outdoor library activities at that branch, or alternatively, even perhaps some additional room for parking, as this city council a couple of years ago passed a resolution for the city to study the closing off of K Street immediately in front of the library. And I think that perhaps with the new administration, we would be able to work together to make sure that we're able to do that not just for the neighborhood, but also for the sake of the library, and essentially being able to expand the area for all sorts of community activities to be so that we'll have those activities in a more safe environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Gephardt.
Hi, Director. Thank you so much. The only question I had is on building maintenance. This building is maintained by DPW also?
No, it is not. I heard that last night and I said, well, that's not right. This is the one building I think in the city that city owns but is maintained by our maintenance department, and we have to contract out our own like HVAC people, elevator people, everything.
Okay, got it. And then like when you go out to bid for those things, do those go before the library board? Is that how that works?
Yeah, they have to approve everything.
Okay, got it. And is that structured that way because out of some essential need, or is there an opportunity to potentially look at bringing that under the umbrella? Not that they don't have enough on their plate already, but
I'm not sure. I'm not sure the history behind that. And everyone I talk to just says, oh, it's always been that way. I'm super open to asking for help from the city, as most of the people at this table can. So I'm always open to DPW and asking for help. But I also understand they're bogged down, and if they can swing by and clear our parking lot while they're doing the snow, that's great. If they can't, that's also fine. I can figure that out. But I do think that working together and sort of combining resources will help us both out. So.
Okay, 100%. Yeah, I think that's definitely something to look into in the future, but very much appreciate you joining us tonight. Thank you so much for taking my question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the council haven't got a chance to speak yet? Would like to ask a question? Okay, Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, I only have one question that I forgot to ask. As I'm going through the, the personnel, I see different descriptions, library aides and all the stuff with shelfers. Do you have a cataloger? I don't see that.
Well, we have a collection management librarian, and she's listed, she's one of the librarian 2 positions. She manages the collection, and she did have a full-time library aide working with her, but that person has since retired and the position has not been filled. Right now, she has a part-time person helping out with super basic stuff.
Okay, well, just curious. Because I've been going to that library for years and years and years, and I thought we had one many years ago and I didn't see it in the budget, so I was curious. But thank you.
No problem. The idea of a cataloger, that's another benefit of the consortium, is that they handle a lot of that. So then we don't have to pay someone to do it for us. It's all managed at OSL. So it's another benefit of that $153,000 price tag.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Gephardt.
Sorry, I had one quick follow-up. So I was in my brain, I was imagining the main branch, but in terms of maintenance, would that be that none of the library buildings are maintained by DPW, all through your department? Okay.
Right.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there members of the public that would like to speak on the library's budget? Looks like we have a hand raised. If we could unmute.
Hi, Barbara Walsh. I have a
Ms. Walsh.
question on the home delivery program. Could you describe that and what the eligibility is to receive that benefit?
Sure. Our home delivery, it's the Homebound program. It was started through a Rhode Island Foundation grant. I believe it was Rhode Island Foundation, but we've maintained it since initiating it. Basically, you work with one of our librarians they find out what you like to read, what you like to watch. They pull a bag together for you, and once every 3 weeks, they'll send you a bag of 5 or 6 items to your house. And it has return postage. When you're done with it, you put everything back in the bag, put it in your mailbox, they bring it back to us, and we start the whole process over again. This year.
So you're using the regular mail to deliver these books?
Correct, yes.
What's the eligibility for this program? Because you mentioned something about COVID. Is it somebody who just doesn't want to go out, or does there have to be some sort of criteria by which they cannot go out?
So pre-COVID, we really stressed that it had to be someone who physically couldn't get out of their house. You have some sort of disability. There's something that makes it so that you can't leave your house. And we had probably about 70 patrons that used the service that way. Once COVID hit, we opened it up more because older people were very nervous to leave their house and still wanted items, and we're not digitally savvy enough to use our digital resources. So we were able to get physical items to people who probably could have left their house in normal times, but were extremely afraid of catching COVID. So we're backing back off now because we have opened the building. We feel like people are vaccinated, and actually people have said, I don't need this anymore. I'm comfortable coming into the building. So we're going back to slowly going back to it's limited to people who are really restricted to their home. And I'd love to be able to mail everybody their books like Amazon does, but it is an expensive program, and I would like to keep it for those people who genuinely can't get out of their house.
Well, it's also expensive given the weight of books to mail books.
Correct, yes.
All right. Can I assume you do not include the blind in this because that program exists through the state library?
We can still do things for the blind. We don't have items in Braille. We can do audiobooks for the blind. And you can also access the state program. That's totally fine.
But if you access the state program, postage is free. There is no cost.
Oh, the state has all kinds of loopholes,
Well,
don't
not
they?
to the person receiving the book.
I'm
The
sorry.
person
what?
receiving the book pays nothing in postage.
Right.
And so the state is getting free postage through the post office.
Right, we don't have that. The patron doesn't have to pay anything, though.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying I would hope you'd exclude the blind because there's a free program already available. I'm also wondering in terms of the Norwood branch, in terms of ADA,
yes.
Am I wrong in that ADA requires physical construction for accessibility if there's already a program to renovate or refurbish or rehab a building? It doesn't say every municipal or state building must be made physically accessible. It says the program, not the building, needs to be able to provide books or services or whatever, so that if staff go from one floor to another, that's sufficient to meet the language of ADA, unless you're rehabbing that building anyway. Is that not correct? Am I wrong about that?
That is correct. And that's how we've been able to keep those buildings open.
So why not do your delivery service to people who otherwise might not be able to enter Norwood Library? That would be a whole lot cheaper than rehabbing that building.
That's a thought.
Oh, good. I made one good point tonight. A second thought that I wanted to ask about was solar panels at the Sandy Lane Library. When you're talking, what, $100,000 in electricity, has anybody considered putting solar panels on that building?
Yes, the previous director looked into that extensively. The building itself is not built to maintain the weight of solar panels. At this time, I'm looking more into wind power and then also off-site solar power. So I'm working on it. I'm just not quite there yet.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any more members of the public that would like to speak on the library budget? Hearing none, we'll move to the human services budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jana.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, one quick comment, I would.
Councilman, quickly, we're going to move on though. So quickly.
I would be highly supportive of ADA access to the Norwood Library branch. That's all.
Thank you. Human services.
Human Services is on page 36 and 37 of the general fund, and on the personnel supplement, that's page 28.
Okay, do we have any questions from members of the council on the human services budget? Councilman Gephardt.
Just trying to understand what I'm assuming it's an accounting change or something from 2019 into 2020 and beyond for the for everything from 398 down.
390. Oh, okay. So all of those line items are contained in the contributive support budget. So last year that those particular nonprofits or other agencies applied to the city for the contributive support grants. They're small grants to support small businesses in the area. Those are being worked on right now and should be awarded very shortly. So next year it will look a little bit different just because there might be different grantees in the process. But it's generally a $150,000 budget that folks apply for in the community, and they are granted accordingly.
Understood. So so all that is sort of rolled up in 46,499, and then as they're awarded, that, well, I guess we'll see the actuals later on.
That's exactly right, Councilman. Yep.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Item 46-101, salaries municipal. What is the increase in salaries or salary attributed to? The projection for this year is 102 and the new is 131. The reasoning for that, please?
So two things have happened to the human services salary line items. There is one fewer position in this line item, and that would be, there was a position that was eliminated. The senior clerk typist, which had been eliminated due to layoffs in the bargaining unit, was reestablished and is included in that budget.
So I might have missed something. A position has been eliminated and something was reestablished where?
So in previous, well, prior to last year, the senior clerk typist position that is in that human services budget had actually appeared in senior services. And now it has been moved to human services. I'm not quite sure why that is, maybe just to balance out that budget.
And how much was the salary in the, that was eliminated?
It was 68,000, so I'm not quite sure why that is coming out higher than it would have before, because there was a $68,000 line item, or I'm sorry, salary line item that was eliminated, and a $43,000 one that was added. I would assume that the projected did not include the fact that the person who had that eliminated budget line item retired in, I want to say September. And so that wouldn't show in the actual. It was not filled during that time, so it would not appear there.
But so the position wasn't being compensated for either, correct?
Correct.
Right. So you have since September, so that's 9 months of monies that wasn't being compensated. I don't get how it's going from 84,860 at this time and jumping up 18,000 in 4 weeks or 5 weeks. I don't understand how it's jumping up to 102,000. And if we dropped off 68 and added in 43, that's a $25,000 swing. So I don't understand how these numbers are coming up to where they are.
Just looking at the projection. So you just have a problem with my projection number for the second column in the projection.
Right. For 2022, what your projected budget number is. I mean, proposed budget. The proposed budget number is 131,255.
In that
The projection for 2021 is jumping from the recent year-to-date number of 84,860 to a projected year-end of 102,252. So it's a twofold question. I'm asking, how does it go from 84, say 85,000, round number, to
yeah.
102,000?
If you look at the 21 budget, it's $153,000.
Oh, okay.
And if you look at the proposed budget, it's 131, which is a reduction for her request because a position was eliminated and a new position put in here that it pays $20,000 less.
So where are you looking at? I'm on page 36 and I'm looking
Page 36.
line 46.
If you
I'm
go
looking at
1, 2, 4 columns from the right if you go 4 columns from the right,
The
revised
2021
budget,
Okay,
and you compare that to the far right for the 131, it's a $20,000 drop in her request. She won't spend the 153 this year because she has a vacancy
So
at a
that,
retirement.
the year-to-date of 84,860, and then the projection of 102,252 was because exactly as you said, there was one person who was not being compensated for the greater part of the year.
Yes.
But still, the difference between the revised budget of 153,896, it has been reduced to 131,255 because of the difference in salaries. Eliminating the $68,000 salary and adding the 43.
okay. All right, that seems to make sense.
Okay, I'm sorry.
In the positions that are remaining, project coordinator, 62,166, new nurse wellness coordinator, 50%, 25,713, and then the senior clerk typist that was assigned 43,000. Any one of those 3 positions have an increase in salary for this coming year?
Councilman,
From last year?
none of the staffs in either 46, 47, or 48 are receiving more than 2.75.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. President. All set with that.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any questions from members of the public on the human services budget? Are there any questions from members of the public on the human services budget? Okay, hearing none. Meg's going to stay right there, and we're going to go to senior center's budget, please.
Page 38.
Okay. Meg, my first question is the senior center open?
Yes, it is. We had a soft opening last week where we started out with just a couple of classes a day. Next week, June 1st, we are opening up the center itself to people who want to come by. The different coffee shops will be open. We are bringing in the majority of our programs. Some of our instructors were not ready to come back. Some of our volunteers who led programs were not ready to come back. So we're opening up just about as fully as we can. There are some programs that are being held until July, but other than that, most everything is up and going as of next week.
Excellent. And if you need any help promoting that you guys are back open and the great services that you provide, feel free to reach out to this council and the mayor as well. And we will make sure people are aware that you guys are back in action. And I know so many seniors that rely on the senior center and as part of their lives, as part of their, so we're happy to see it back.
Thank you, Council President. I sure appreciate that.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the council on the senior center's budget? Any questions from members of the public on the senior center's budget? Any questions from members of the public on the senior center's budget? Okay, hearing none, we will move to senior transportation, which is on the same page, page 38. Any questions from members of the council on the senior transportation budget? Okay, any questions from members of the public on the senior transportation budget? Any questions from members of the public on the senior transportation budget? Okay, thank you very much, Director. And we will move on to the
Mr.
personnel
President,
budget.
there is a hand that just raised.
Oh, okay.
Hi, sorry for the delay, Barbara Walsh. I'm wondering, is there any cost to the senior who uses this program?
The senior transportation?
Yeah.
I'll let Bob answer that.
Well, it's a nominal, we use a series of tokens, it's 50 cents a ride. So in other words, every time you get on the bus, it's 50 cents. So round trip would be $1. Can't beat that with a stick.
I know. I'm just wondering why it's so low since the state's program would be $4 a trip or $8 round trip for the same type of program.
Evidently, we have the state beat hands down.
The city has always been extremely supportive of this program. As I'm sure you may be aware, Barbara, senior transportation is a huge problem throughout the state. And this is one of the programs that really does the most to help people remain independent, remain in their homes, which is one of our main goals, is to keep folks aging in place and aging in the community. And the city has always been enormously supportive of that. So you can thank Mayor Picozzi for the support of that program.
Well, I'm not questioning the value of it, but the state's program is $4 each way. I don't understand why the cities would be so much less.
Just to do more for our seniors. We don't do enough for them.
Yeah, the city supports it. And that's sort of the short answer. Does 50 cents each way have the burden of the cost of the program? Not even by a long shot. But the city.
No, I know. It's expensive.
So the short answer is the city supports that program because they do feel that it's as important to the seniors as it is. The state apparently does not have the support that we do.
Okay.
And I think one of the things that has to be remembered is a lot of the folks that we serve are people who are low income and on fixed incomes. So even to suggest adding $1 or $2 for a lot of the folks that we serve, that would be an extraordinary cost. So we do everything we can to keep it at a minimum.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walsh, and thank you very much, Director. We will to the personnel budget, page 13. Good evening, Director.
Good evening.
So we'll open
Personnel
up.
Department, page 13, in the budget, 5 in the personnel supplement. Under 1% increase. And those here.
Okay, do we have any questions from members of the council on the personnel budget? Councilman Sinapi.
Just a quick one. I saw in the summary, it says a 2.75% raise for the non-union employees. I just wanted to know if that was contractual or not.
No. No, that's not contractual. We don't have a contract.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you. Thanks, Director. Couple of quick ones, hopefully. I see there was a random drug alcohol testing line item that had been funded previously. It looks like it's dropped off. Is that a program that's been suspended moving forward?
No, that's something that I think was a glitch. We've always had that program. We'll continue to have it. And it seems to have been on the budget and then fallen off. I suspect it went into some other line and then somebody restored it to this one. So with that as an ongoing program, it's mandatory and the price is about $1,900 a year.
Okay, got it. So maybe that's in, I would struggle to find where it is in the personnel department because you're fairly limited in other expenses in this category.
Okay, I did the same thing, and I didn't pay much attention to our own budget because I had a couple of others here that are more complicated. And I said, how did that happen? I didn't notice it. And so I think the answer is that it was pulled from, because you see it was there and then it disappeared and then it came back. I think we might have pulled it from account that's in the benefits budget. It says professional services. And I do wonder, and in the back of my head, I think we might have allocated it to that account, and pulled from there in years past, because it just disappears in 1 year and then comes back the next.
Okay. All right, got it. $1,900 is not going to sink the ship here, but I just I felt like I'd ask about it. One other question on the personnel side. we heard from a department last night. Who was it? DPW, about job descriptions for various roles. I'm wondering, of the positions in your personnel budget here, is there one that would help various departments sort of flesh out job descriptions for staff roles within their departments?
The job descriptions is our responsibility, and it would be me, my deputy, Patricia Chanel, and that'd probably be it, just one of the two of us.
Okay, got it. And do all employees currently on the payroll for the city have a job description?
No, there is some, well, there's the unclassified service, so they wouldn't necessarily have a job description. Sometimes we'll rough something up for when we're recruiting. In the classified service, I would say that in the bargaining unit positions, they all have a job description. And I have noticed that in the classified service but exempt non-represented positions, a few of them are missing. I can't find them. So I think one was discussed yesterday that I think it was the business manager. And I went to look for that one. I heard the conversation last night, and I can't find a description. I can find a posting for it, which means that somebody had consciously put together a recruiting announcement back in 2010. But I searched all of our usual places and cannot find a full-scale job description for that one. That said, I know that position is changing, and I had a conversation with the director prior to this during the budget development. And when he said the description, when the position is changing and it's going to be upgraded, as a rule, I've always taken it that if you're going to change a position, you revise the job description. It's just a matter of course.
Yep. Fair enough. And we know you're jumping in and trying to get things ironed out. So I just want to make sure we emphasize making sure that stuff's buttoned up for the avoidance of any conflict, or make sure everyone knows their responsibilities and we're all clear on that. So thank you for your hard work. I appreciate it. And I'll touch base on this in a few weeks to see how we're making out.
Thank you, Councilman. Any more questions from members of the council on the personnel budget? Any questions from Councilman Sinapi?
Forgot to ask, when's the last time personnel, the employees got a raise? Because I know the 2.75 this time around.
They haven't gotten one for the last 2 years.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions from members of the public on the personnel budget? Any questions from members of the public on the personnel budget? Seeing none, we will move to employee benefits. I believe that's on page 52.
The employee benefits budget began with, we have a 5% savings in health, pharmacy, and dental coverage resulting from a change in our plans administrator. And that was a change just recently approved by council a few months ago. We added back 40 contracts in anticipation of rehiring the remainder of laid off staff and hiring a new class of firefighters. And you'll also see at the bottom, we've added a reserve, $800,000 to cover costs that may result from successor labor agreements, and $250,000 to create an OPEB trust account. And this is the initial contribution to that account. So if we extract those amounts and a somewhat unexpected $52,000 increase in our healthcare bonus, the total increase to this budget is about 2.26%.
Thank
I'd
you
like
very
to
much,
talk,
Director.
Mr. President, I'd just like to talk for 1 second on the OPEB trust amount, because this issue has been come up before, and I think it's there's a glaring footnote really in our audit statement. It's not a footnote, but a disclosure in terms of our liability, and no effort whatsoever to fund the liability. It's over $300 million in our last audit. Our neighbors in Cranston are working at funding theirs. Former Mayor Fung gave our mayor a hard time about not having made a commitment in this area. On the other hand, Providence has a $1.2 billion liability. It hasn't made any effort, but if you're noting that you've got a problem, you should take a step to address it. And that's what this is all about. And it's a small step, but I think it's an important step, and it cleans up our financial statements. It shows we've identified a problem, and we're starting to address it.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. So I just have a few questions and exactly to go along with the OPEB, but this will be the first time that the city of Warwick, if it goes, this will be the first time that the city of Warwick is putting some funds in for the OPEB trust and the liability that we were talking about. Obviously, this is something that the city of Warwick should have been doing years ago. We have to start somewhere. Like you mentioned, Cranston started recently, and they're already up to about, what, $4 million, I believe?
$8 million.
$8 million. And, so while it looks like a small number in the grand scheme of things, it's a start, and we do have to start somewhere. And I think that's important to point out.
Just mentioning one other thing, the last fire union contract that was approved has a provision that new employees hired after this coming July, after the contract was signed, new employees have to participate in an OPEB trust. And there's going to be a 2% payroll reduction from those new employees. And the chief was talking earlier about the recruiting that he's doing right now. So that we need to have somewhere for it to go. So we have to set up a trust, even if this appropriation is not here, and it's going to be such a small amount. It's going to be extraordinary overhead if we're just taking 2% of 20-some new employees' payroll. So it's a combination of both setting this up to comply with the contract and also moving ahead for the rest of the city employees.
Thank you. And also in the city contractual obligations, $800,000. The city's currently has a couple of contracts coming up. Is that part of this for the negotiation, or?
The 800,000 is a set aside for pending negotiations with FOP, Fraternal Order of Police, and Council 94, our municipal representative.
Okay, and those are ongoing at this time?
Yes.
Yes. And I just want to highlight again what you mentioned at the beginning of your comments is we saw a 5% savings under the new healthcare plan that was recommended by the administration and passed by the council. Is that correct?
That's correct. About 5% in this fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions from members of the council on the employee benefits? Councilman Gephardt.
The two items that jump out, 75,164 healthcare bonus. Can you go into that a little bit? It's a little more than twice what it was in previous fiscal years and more as you go back further.
Yes, I mentioned that in my opening. That was an unexpected jump. So the healthcare bonus is all employees who are eligible for health insurance are eligible for a bonus if you hit certain milestones, if you get flu shots, wellness, an annual checkup, eye examination, and there's a couple of other milestones. As they build up, you get a certain amount of a bonus for it. If you're on an individual plan, you will get a maximum bonus of $300. And if you're on a family plan, you'll get a maximum bonus of $500, providing you and your families participating in these sort of healthy activities. So we were a little surprised at this. As you can see, it doubled. We didn't see it until my staff person came in and said, hey, it doubled. Pent-up demand, people paying more attention. I'm not sure what caused it, but we do wonder if it was somewhat pent-up demand because people weren't getting these things done, and then they started doing it again as restrictions were lifted.
Got it. So this is the wellness incentive that we talked about in the healthcare hearings, essentially.
This is the city. Yes, this is the city's wellness incentive.
Got it. Any intent to add a smoking cessation component to that, or is there one in there already?
I am not sure of all of the benchmarks, so I would have to look into that.
Yeah, to me, in a standard business where employees tend to jump around a lot, keeping them healthy for the long term there's not always a tremendous ROI on it, though it is good ethically. But in municipal, where folks tend to stay for a longer period of time, certainly an investment in their long-term health, which, especially on a semi-self-insured plan, will over time drive down our costs. Seems like a good place to put some money. So no issues there. Just wanted to clarify what that bucket was.
Councilman Gerhardt, I can expand upon that a little bit. One of the benefits of changing health care providers from West Bay Collaborative to Interlocal Trust was to enjoy the Trust's more robust wellness program offerings. And one of those program offerings is smoking cessation specifically. So that is part of the package of benefits that we've purchased through the Trust. They'll be rolling that out in the course of the next fiscal year.
Okay, good to hear. The other big one, 75-180. Well, I guess not big one on this page, but one that had a substantial change. Severance pay. So I'm assuming this is related to terminations.
Severance is only available if you retire, if you're eligible to retire when you leave. So there's two payouts that people get when they leave, and one is not in this line item, and that would be your accumulated unused vacation time. That gets paid out to anyone who leaves at any time. And then severance, what we call severance here in the city, is for people who are retirement eligible and who leave. They get 2 days per year of service. And so this basically means, I noticed that number too, that a lot of people left with a substantial amount of years of service. And so they got their severance amount.
Okay, and then so the budget would reflect that we're anticipating more retirements, or is this essentially already, has this already happened and it's just reflected here in the budget?
What we have, we find the line again, severance pay.
It's up about 30K or 20 and change from last year.
So all I did is add another just assumed another 5% increase. I didn't have any real hardcore analysis beyond that, and looking at prior years. So if we're fortunate, they're very comfortable, we won't go over that. I'm pretty sure we'll come in under that.
I can't see how anyone would want to retire from this new administration. So congratulations.
You'd be surprised.
I'm also told that contract negotiations, that's another reason I kept the price at the higher level. I'm told that contract negotiations inspire retirements. Just,
Okay.
people panic either in the front end or the back end. I don't know.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. Let's see, I wanted to ask on the healthcare, which I understand is through the trust, and we are projecting that approximately 5% savings. How baked in is that 5%? Is that a projection or are these hard numbers?
The 5% is the basis of the census data that we gave them when they did the estimate. And of course, everything changes once the next day happens. Somebody comes off, somebody goes on, somebody retires, somebody else goes to the family plan. But that was on the basis of that census, and that is baked into this. I mean, it's very real. But then, as I mentioned in the beginning, we did have to estimate, and this is something we didn't have when we dropped that census data. Now we have to make an estimate of what else are we going to, how much more are we going to spend on it, and that's where we put in those 40 new employees, not new employees. In some cases, employees who were recalled, and in some cases, employees who will be recruited. So the 5% is real, but we also had to estimate in coming fiscal year, what are we going to spend on basically new policies?
Thank you. I do have, I suppose, a question in that, and I understand that with the trust, it's that combination, collaboration of the various cities and towns that are members. And so it spreads out the risks, spreads out the costs. But if claims tend to go up, not just talking the number of employees that the city has, but if claims were to go up during the upcoming fiscal year, would that impact us during fiscal year 22?
Not during fiscal year 22.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is there a member of the trust here this evening? I'm sorry?
No.
No. I'm asking because back in 2016, when this item came up, the members of the trust were here, and I know that there were, I believe, Councilman McAllister was on the council then, Councilman Howe, Councilwoman Travis, I believe Councilman Ricks was also on the council back in 2016 when this item came up for discussion. And the question, one of the questions I'd have is this, is the city of Warwick, are we required to put into an annual required contribution for OPEB liabilities? Are we required to do that?
Only on the fire contract for new employees hired, either when the contract was signed or this coming July 1st, but I think when the contract was signed. Not to say that it's not prudent, it's certainly not prudent to build up a liability without contributing to it. And we've seen many municipalities, whether it's Newport's made a big effort, Cranston, many of the urban areas, but not including Warwick or Providence, have not made a contribution. And it sticks out like a sore thumb on their financial statements.
So in doing a minimal contribution of $250K, is this more of a perception issue in funding? Is this going to have a positive effect on our credit rating or our standards of that type of thing?
I would certainly hope so, Councilman.
I'm sorry?
I would certainly hope so. Now, we haven't sold any bonds in our own name for some time, so there hasn't been a rating for a while, but certainly this is one of the things they look at.
And if we were to put, I know someone mentioned Cranston's up to 8 million or somewhere's there. If we were to contribute 250,000 this year, how would the future contributions towards this OPEB plan, how would they be determined? And what would the contributions be, say, over the next 10 years? And what would our total compensation be projected at over the next 10 years?
Well, I think it's a good question. It's the kind of thing that I would like to work with our actuary to come up with some recommendations for the administration and for the council.
All right, so I'm looking to get a grasp on this because at this point right now, I'm not stating whether I support it or I don't support it, but I need to have a handle on this because the last time that this came up on the council, when I was here, I think, if I remember correctly, I think it unanimously stopped. I think it unanimously failed. And the reasonings were that the presentations that were given at the time and the comments from the trust indicated that this would take forever and a day to build up any money. So I'm looking to see what has changed in this from 2016 and where the trust was then versus where we are today. I'm not disputing that it's certainly a good financial position to fund your liabilities and have money in the bank to pay the debt. And Lord knows we have humongous debts over here, which is something that I'll be looking to open up conversations about at another date. But I think it's important, Peter, for us to have an answer. If we put in 250 this year, what are we going to put in next year? And what is that money next year? What is that going to, what's the account going to be worth? You know, when I invest monies in my own personal accounts, you know, I want to know. So, you know, how much am I going to put in next year? And, you know, what is my return on this, et cetera, et cetera. So what would you project next year to be for a contribution?
Well, certainly you would think that you would continue the contribution at the current level. But as I said, you know, I've had communications with the trust who has boilerplate language and trust agreements to create a trust, although we could go a more costly or less efficient route. That I would be looking to have working with the administration, coming up with a long-range plan, but certainly it wouldn't, you wouldn't consider it to be less than the current year.
So is it fair to say
I don't
that?
have an answer for you right now, but you will have an answer.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the trust now supports this initiative and they support funding this OPEB plan?
All right, I'll jump in, Councilman Lattiser. During the 2016 discussions, you're correct in stating that the OPEB trust was part of the conversation with regard to the healthcare bid. And the reason that was part of the healthcare bid conversation is because the trust offers, the interlocal trust offers OPEB trust management services on behalf of member communities. But there is no requirement that a member community be a part of the OPEB trust with the Rhode Island Interlocal Risk Management Trust. We could set up an OPEB plan outside of the Rhode Island Interlocal Trust altogether. So it's a plan they offer, or that's a service they offer. Members are not required to participate, but they do recommend, as Peter has indicated, it's good financial management to enter into an OPEB of some kind, but it does not have to be with the Rhode Island Interlocal Trust.
So the answer to the question is it the answer yes, that the trust is recommending that we fund or begin funding an OPEB plan at $250,000?
No, they've made no recommendation in that with respect to a dollar participation.
But they did recommend doing something.
They recommend to all member communities, just as state recommends to cities and towns throughout Rhode Island, as part of good financial management practice, that OPEBs be established to address that liability, as Peter has indicated.
Councilman, I was aware that they were doing this for a number of other municipalities. So when we started thinking about this, I asked for them for what they would provide, and they provided me with information on what they provided other municipalities. They haven't tried to sell us on this at all.
No, I'm not. I don't mean to insinuate that. Believe me, I'm not trying to imply or insinuate that the trust is trying to sell us anything. I'm asking, is it something that the trust supports from a business perspective? Because when I look back at the notes that I have from 2016, the opinion was a bit different. So the other question is, what happens if, let's not next year or the year after, we have a really bad year. It's a real bad year. Economy is really in the tank, and we can't make a contribution in any respective year. As I think I remember, there is no penalty or no liability or responsibility on the city if for some financial reason we cannot make a contribution. This contribution going forward would be continually in perpetuity a voluntary effort, and the city would determine what amount is put in rather than some actuarial amount that we're required to do. Is that a fair assumption?
Unlike defined benefit pension plans, where the actuary comes up with an annual required contribution, and where it is there's a footnote to your financial statements if you don't make that contribution. There is no requirement once you establish the trust to make an annual contribution. It will show what the amount would be if you were funding it, but there's no black spot really for not making the contribution, as there is with failure to make pension contributions.
So, Peter, I know that you don't have an analysis or a spreadsheet for, let's say, a 10-year period, but with you this evening anyways, but when could we expect to see some sort of a spreadsheet that will give us the numbers that we would expect to see, starting with the 250 and going forward in 10 years? It's a number that I would like to see that analysis of how this is going to work for us over a 10-year period.
We have an annual report, but let me tell me who does has it been GRS that's been doing the?
Yeah.
We would work, the actuary that does our pension plan has also been doing the statement on our OPEB. So it's the kind of thing, once we know that we've got a trust established, we start having fire convention contributions going on. Once we have appropriation, any city appropriations, that we would be working with our actuary to come up with that kind of a plan, as they have done for the board and other places and the state.
Do you think that
the time frame on that is, I can't tell you precisely, but certainly before the next budget cycle.
I understand. So do you think that it would be possible for this actuary to plug in a number of 250. I'm sure they do this every day. Would it be possible to have them plug in a starting number of 250 and give us a financial projection over 10 years so that we could have it for Thursday?
For the what? I didn't hear that last part of it.
Do you think it would be possible for the actuary that you're working with to do a forecast for us, starting with the contribution of 250 this year, with an assumption of contributions for the remaining 9 years, to give us a spreadsheet or forecast of, okay, here we are today, 250,000, and here's where you could tentatively expect to be with these contributions per year at the end of 10 years. Would you think that's something they could run out that quickly for us?
The unit that works on OPEB trust is different than the unit that works on the pension plans. But I would certainly be thinking about working with them over the summer to come up with a more formal plan. But I would not be thinking about doing something for tomorrow, for example. I don't think that's fair. They don't have enough of the detailed data to do that. All I can tell you is that the footnote, the statement that we have in our financial statements really shows that we're not doing anything. And this is a pledge to start doing something.
Again, I understand that. I respect the business plan that's driving that. What I was hoping to see is the forecast of where we would be. And I'm basing these comments on what we were told and what we saw in 2016. That's why I'm asking these questions that I'm asking, and I guess we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Howe.
Very quickly, Mr. President, I just want for the clarification of the record, it was stated that I believe you were on the council in 2016. We began the council. My first budget hearing was 2017. Not meant to argue or just clear up the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ricks.
I apologize for the misstatement. Thank you for the clarity.
Yeah, no need to apologize. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. Yeah, if memory serves, and I did review these documents a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago from the last time that the actuaries presented. As had been mentioned, the currently unfunded OPEB liability is over $300 million. And I believe that in the actuary's last presentation, it was growing by well over $30 million a year based on the current GASB accounting metrics. So, $250,000. I like what the finance director said about this being a pledge, something to show that we're serious about funding OPEB. But $250,000, I suppose a concern of mine is that it doesn't exactly make a resounding statement to that effect. I understand that we have a lot on the agenda tonight, so I'll try to keep this brief for, especially the magnitude of this issue. Because what this all comes back to is that the city has made a commitment to all of these employees, many of whom are now already retired, many are active and had been hired with the understanding that they will have lifetime health care. And in some cases, especially, we're talking about firefighters, police officers, and other people who are out there working in dangerous conditions. I personally feel that they should have lifetime health care. The problem is paying for it. And likewise, regardless of how people may feel about it in theory, the fact of the matter is that the city has made a commitment. And I personally feel, as a member of the council, that we should be doing everything that we need to be doing to make sure that the city is, of course, living up to its commitments. So when every year that the actuaries have presented to this city council, right from certainly from the year that I first served on the council, every single year I've heard the actuaries come in and to say that we are, quote, beyond the point of no return, unquote. And the scary part of that is that that's a technical term, meaning that if we were to have a maximum tax increase every single year and ignore inflation, just level fund absolutely everything, no salary increases to anyone, but instead put that 4% maximum tax increase, every single penny, into funding OPEB, then the city, even taking that extreme approach, wouldn't ultimately be able to live up to its commitments. So I respect opening up this account. I think that we are certainly taking some steps in the right direction here, where the new hires for the fire department are going to be making a certain contribution to OPEB under the new contract. I think that any solution to this is going to be very complicated and is going to take a lot of compromises to make it happen, because it can't all be done on the city side. But at the same time, what I'm getting to here tonight is that even though, say, a contribution of the equivalent of a maximum tax increase still wouldn't be catching us up to that, what the actuaries present of over $30 million a year in accruing liability, which is all currently unfunded and which is now well over the $300 million. I think that perhaps what would make a louder statement is a $1 million contribution, because a $250,000 contribution, I think that there's a certain psychological impact to this as well, that a seven-figure number, $1 million, can speak to. So I would be interested in hearing any comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And as you know, just for people that are watching, on Thursday, we will be making amendments and stuff like that. So we're just speaking about what's in front of us at this time. Councilman Sinapi.
Just glad to see that there's any contribution going forward into this, and it'll be a nice, not only a nice change of pace, but a sign to the rest of the state, and hopefully bring in some people who are otherwise either looking to leave or unsure of whether or not Warwick had its act together. And at least it's on the right path.
Thank you, Councilman. Any members of the public would like to speak on employee benefits? Are there any members of the public? Looks like we have a few hands raised.
Hi, folks. Barbara Walsh again. I have a question about the federal monies coming into the city. I think we're getting $3 or $4 million. Can that money or any portion of it be used for this unfunded liability?
You're referring to the American Rescue Plan? No.
None of it can be used.
No, it can only be used for revenue loss due to COVID and infrastructure improvements.
So,
restriction on any of it being used for pension contributions.
okay, well, in that case, let me just applaud the city for doing something, for doing anything. 250 isn't much. Councilman Ricks, I think is right. It should be $1 million or more to make a small dent, a very tiny dent. But anything at this point is worthwhile, and I'm glad the city's taking it seriously at this point to do something. So that's just my comment on that. But my other question had to do with severance. Someone said that severance is based on being paid for 2 days per year that the employee works for the city before they retire. So that means if someone works for the city 30 years, they get 60 days worth of what? Cash pay?
Yes, that's the severance amount. It's whatever their daily rate of pay is at the time of retirement. I don't recall if there's a cap, but if somebody's worked for 30 years, indeed, it would be 60 days. But I don't recall if there's a cap there somewhere.
And what is that amount based in? Is that in contracts or is that policy?
That's a city policy.
So that's a city policy that could be looked at, and maybe that's a little on the generous side, and some of those dollars could be converted into the unfunded liability monies. Seems pretty generous.
Any other
I guess
questions,
you
Ms.
don't like
Walsh?
that idea.
Well, no, I didn't know.
Everything is worth looking at.
Yeah.
Everything is worth looking at. We take everything under advisement.
All right. One other question in terms of the unfunded liability. When you say medical for life, you truly mean for life, right? So you're paying a Blue Cross or United type plan past age 65, correct?
They go to Medicare plan 65 when they reach 65 years old.
Okay, so they do not get full medical for life. They get a supplemental.
Well, they get medical, yeah, until 65, and then they get the plan 65.
Okay, well, that's actually a lot more palatable because when you say medical for life, it sounds like a Blue Cross plan or a United type plan is past 65, but you're matching the state's plan, which is not really medical for life. It's only the cost of the supplemental plan.
Correct.
Right, okay, that sounds better. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any, looks like we have another hand raised for employee benefits.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you, Bob Cushman, former Warwick City Councilman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about, I think I'll dive into the OPEB issue, and then I want to dive into some of the other benefits. So question to the administration, what is the unfunded OPEB liabilities right now?
In the city's CAFR, the actuary is estimated at $383 million plus dollars.
Okay, so I was looking at a report right now online. It was a 2018 report, I guess, and they're using like a 2.98% discount rate, and they had it at 352 million. So I don't want to argue about that, but
That's the 2018 figure. The
Yeah,
2020 figure is 383.2.
okay, so it's even worse. Okay, so I mean, I didn't see the copy of that report online, so I didn't have a copy. So you're at 382 million. So I'm just referring to the previous report, but maybe you can tell me then what's the actual contributions we made towards that? Well, what's the annual determined contribution?
Well, we're not on that schedule. What the report shows is what the accrued liability is and what the benefits paid out, and then it increases by, let me have. All I can say is you can look at all the numbers. I can't do them on the.
All right, well, I'm looking at the report from 2018 numbers, and the annual, they call it determined contribution, is $34,574,848. Now, I would assume in that report that you're referring to, the number's probably even higher, right?
I've got the 2018 year,
So 352.
which has a 352 million liability.
Yes.
Mr. Cushman, do you know our financial statements are online?
Yeah, I'm looking at the report. This
115.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that, you know, you from the administration's point of view can understand the numbers I'm talking about. They're coming directly from your documents. This is Dan Zinger and Markoff, February 11th, 2019 document.
We don't have that document in front of us, so if you could ask your questions and.
All right, so the actual determined contribution, according to this document, is $34.5 million. The contributions that the city made was 11.4 million. That's a result as pay as you go, right?
Yes.
So basically, if you do the math, we made a 33% of the annual required contribution, correct?
That would be.
So if you take your $250,000 that you would like to put into an OPEB fund, that percentage would be 7/1000ths of a percent. It's not even a percent. It's 0.007. Do you think that's a reasonable contribution?
Ever read the mustard seed parable, Mr. Cushman?
No.
It's a start.
All right, so let me ask you a question then. What's the unfunded liability in Cranston? We're comparing ourselves to Cranston.
Cranston never made the commitment that this city did to municipal workers. I can tell you that in Providence, it's over 1.1 billion.
So we don't have lifetime health care in Cranston?
No, you do for police and fire. You do for police and fire, but not for municipal workers.
All right, so this is, I think, the main point why I disagree, and I don't think you should be funding at $250,000. When the trust came in 5 years ago, they put a presentation on. And what they basically said, by putting basically any amount into a fund, what's going to happen is your unfunded liability on paper can drop by as much as a third. So is the administration looking to drop this 380 something $1 million unfunded liability by as much as a third by putting $250,000 into account?
Well, I mean, I think I've made the argument. It's a black spot on the city's financial statements.
What does that mean? When you say, sir, I mean, these are important questions that need to be answered. Is the financial statement I put quote, cleans up financial statements, good financial management. Is the unfunded liabilities going to be dropped by hundreds of millions of dollars in the financial statement by putting 7/1000ths of the annual required contributions into a fund?
Well, it's amazing how rapidly some of these funds have grown over a period of years. Compound interest and time passing.
That's not my question, sir.
Is the talking about starting?
Is the unfunded liabilities of $382 million, according to the trust's testimony 5 years ago, will allow the city to discount hundreds of millions of dollars off of those liabilities? Is that going to occur by putting $250,000? Is that what cleans up the city's financial statement?
Oh, there's many ways to look at the financial statement. All I've ever testified to and argued with persuaded the mayor to proceed on this was that it is a start. That's all we've ever testified.
Why? So I'm going to
Mr. Cushman, the director has answered that question.
I'm going to read a quote. I'm going to read a quote from the trust. So the trust said back in 2016, right, this is before, you will see that there will be an actuarial value of the assets once they are assets in a fund, plus the higher discount rate, which brings down, in this case, 30% of the unfunded liability. The council president at the time said, quote, "That's awesome. We put in $250,000 into an account and we don't show a $300 million in liabilities, but we show 200 million. And the person from the trust said, right, ideally you would want to put more. It's a stop, but even by putting a small amount, it affects your credit rating." And what the council president said, to quote, "to give an impression that's not a reality." So basically what we're doing is we're cooking the books. We're going to knock off hundreds of millions of dollars in unfunded liabilities by putting in a minuscule amount into a fund. And I think Mr. Schaefer probably could have answered that, but he doesn't want to answer that. And I just another analogy I want to put. Let's just say I had a newborn child born today, and I wanted to put $100,000 into a college fund, if I use that same 7/1000ths of a percentage, I would put $700 into an account. And based on what the city is talking about now, great, I've done a great job. I put $700 and I should feel great. But the reality of the situation is I'm not going to fund my kid's college fund. So this to me is smoke and mirrors. It shouldn't be done. If you really want to do it, let me ask the question, why can't we put in $10 million this year to the administration?
Well, we're trying to balance a budget. And when you balance a budget, there's all kinds of different decisions you have to make. Some of them you like to make, some of them you don't like to make. And it's a balance of the revenues and the expenses associated in the whole financial statement.
So I absolutely agree with you. The answer is we can't afford it. We would like to put $10 million in and maybe we could fund 66%, but we can't afford it. But the fact that the administration is coming in and saying put $250,000, it's creating a perception that's not a reality. And in my book, it's almost like a Ponzi scheme, and Bernie Madoff would be proud of this. Let me go on to my next topic. What is the copay on retiree health care in the city of Warwick for retirees?
I'm sorry, I don't have the actual copay right now.
It's zero, right?
You mean the co-share of the premium expense?
Yeah, there's no co-share. It's free lifetime healthcare, right?
I have to check our various agreements.
There's no copay for retirees. That's correct, Mr. Cushman.
Absolutely. Can anybody from the administration, has anybody looked at the trends in healthcare costs of the city over the past 5, 10, 15 years? Has anybody looked at that?
I mean, I can tell you over the much more recent period, they've been very modest. As you know, our health insurance contract is saving us 5% per insured contract this year compared to last year. And the increases the 2 or 3 years before that were pretty modest. But clearly they were much higher in earlier periods.
And in 2004, when I started keeping track of these budget documents, and this is when Mayor Picosi and I was on the school committee, I used to compare the school department's budget. 19% of the city budget was for retiree healthcare expenses. That was $18 million. Do you know what it is today? 48 million. It's up to 31% of the budget. Healthcare costs in the city are out of control. When I looked at just new money, this is new money in the city budget and where it has gone to. Since 2004, 47 cents of every new dollar has gone to retiree healthcare benefits. That's pensions and healthcare. Then I went back 10 years. I said, let me see, maybe things are getting better. They're getting worse. 48%. 5 years, 48%. What that means, and I want to ask a question to maybe the council president, who's the chairman of, he runs the commerce department as part of his job, and then even the administration. Let me ask you this question. If you were a small businessman and for every dollar in profit you brought in, of new revenue, 48 cents of that $1 had to go to pay for employees that used to work for you, that performed services in the past. Could you stay in business? That's a question to Mr. Schaefer, Mayor Picosi, who was a small businessman, and even the council president.
We understand your question, but we're here for the city budget. The city budget is different than a small business.
So can I ask you a question, Mr. President?
I would like to ask you to ask questions on the budget before us. We're on employee benefits on page 52.
So I'm asking questions on employee benefits to the administration. 48% of our new dollars are going towards healthcare. What is the administration going to do to cut that cost?
Mr. Cushman, what would you suggest we do?
I would like to sit down with you and I could give you some great suggestions. It's going to take more than a couple minutes, and I don't want the council president to kick me off with the suggestions that I could say, but I would happily sit down with you and I have a boatload of suggestions for you.
I'll point out a couple of things. First of all, the Avedisian administration negotiated single plan for employees hired after 2015. That was important. And we'll see that play into, and I want to make sure when he actually works in this, that they're incorporating those long-term savings into their numbers here. But I mean, obviously another thing happens is what happens nationally. And we've heard about Medicare for all, the problem goes away. Or even lowering the age for Medicare retirement, the problem is reduced. So there's a lot of different things that can happen outside of our decisions we make there.
So I'm specifically looking at the line item 75, 159, that's healthcare municipal, 161 healthcare police retirees, and I add all those up and I come to the annual figure for retiree healthcare. Let's see, what do I got here? It's about 10.6 million. When I look at the school budget, it's $500,000. Why is there such a big discrepancy between the school department's retiree healthcare and the city?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not familiar with the details of their health benefits.
Can Mr. Kaiser's been part of the Aberdeen administration? Can he answer that question?
Mr. Commissioner, I believe the teacher retiree healthcare plan is limited to 5 years. Yes, that's my understanding.
At 65, the teachers are totally off the system and they don't get lifetime health care. So, you know, one of the previous callers called it in and they were kind of basically praising the administration for doing the Plan 65 plan. And, you know, all those plans add up and they're adding up to $10.6 million a year. And I want to commend Councilman Lattisaw, who's been trying to propose some legislation. And I would ask the mayor to sign on to the Evergreen lawsuit that the former mayor refused to sign on to.
Again, Mr. Cushman, thank you very much, but please stick to the budget, not on other pieces of legislation at the State House.
Yeah, well, this is regarding the healthcare. The mayor just asked me a question of maybe some of the things that I would.
I am asking you to please stick to what is before us this evening, not other legislation at other venues.
All right. So what's the since I have to be so specific about things, what's the current copay that the municipal employees pay for their healthcare?
I'm sorry, I don't have the information in front of me right now.
How about
20%. Mr. Cushman is 20%.
20. How about the fire department and the police department?
Police is about 18%, and I believe fire is 20% also.
Does those percentages carry over to the second and third year of the contracts, or are those percentages frozen from the first year forward to the second and third?
It's a fixed percentage for the duration of the contracts.
A fixed percentage. So if it's 20% in the first year and if healthcare goes up, it's not going to be 20% in year 2 and 3, right?
No, they pay 20% of the premium. So if the premium goes up, their co-share goes up.
Okay. Now we talked about the OPEB for the new employees coming in. That 2%, there's no taxpayer funding going into that OPEB account, right?
Right.
What are the ordinances that are going to cover the how those OPEB, I guess, funds are administered? Does the city set up any ordinances, policies, or whatever since the time that contract was signed to govern that new OPEB plan?
It's clearly outlined in the contract.
Well, okay, and I'm glad you said that because I was one of the persons that had extensive testimony during that contract. And you know what it says in the contract? It's governed by the pension ordinances. And I went through the pension ordinances one at a time, and they specifically talk about pensions. So unless this administration clears up that language before you hire these new firefighters, you're probably going to have another lawsuit on your hand, and you're probably going to have to revert those, benefits back to something else if there is none. And during that testimony, the people who actually developed the contract admitted that there needed to be new ordinances developed specifically for the OPEB plan. So I'm going to ask the council president and even the council finance chair, has there been any new legislation developed that's going to govern these OPEB plans?
We are talking about the employee benefits at this time, not
Yes.
other other legislation.
Mr. Chairman, this is in regards to, I'll say the line item. This is in regards to your line item 75-196. If you put $250,000 and to develop a new OPEB fund, are there any ordinances, policies, or whatever that are going to outline how these funds are managed, how they're dispersed, and so on?
This is a proposed budget, and we are taking comments on that. And we will work with the administration to execute when the budget is passed.
Okay, let me ask one other thing. You're going to be leaving the WB Community Health, and you're going to be going into the trust, right, for healthcare, right?
Yes.
Where is the $4+ million shown in this budget of the funds that are going to be available to the city from the trust when you withdraw from the trust?
That money won't be available. I think it's not going to be available this fiscal year.
So is there anywhere in the financial statements that that money will be showed as an asset?
I don't know if we've included it in financial statements. I know it won't be available till the next fiscal year following this one.
So we got millions of dollars somewhere floating around and we have no idea, and it's not going to be reported anywhere financially. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, it would be sitting there.
Do you want me to repeat that question?
Mr. Cushman, it's about a 15-month period, I believe, with the collaborative, where the claims for the run-out period for all claims when the surplus is returned to the city. So
yes.
Show up and do a financial statement until following the fiscal 22 audit.
So do you have any idea? I know I listened to the testimony when the trust was there and when WB was there. Can you report any idea of how much funds should, approximately might be coming back to the city?
I don't have that information in front of me right now, no.
So I would think it could be up to $4 million or less, right? What do we have in our account?
I believe 4 million is high. I can get the information. I don't have it in front of me either, but that seems high.
So is there any plan, I guess, now knowing that you're going to be getting a windfall of some money, is there any planning in the budget for those dollars right now?
Actually, I'll address that expectation on what the revenue return is going to be. I believe the collaborative indicated in the healthcare discussion that after claims were paid out, they expected the return to be about $2.5 million.
And what fiscal year will you realize that $2.5 million?
End of fiscal 22, in all likelihood.
Okay. So right now, you're anticipating that will be some kind of a windfall in what, the 23 budget?
It'll help support our expenditure needs going into the 23 budget.
Okay, and I'm all done with this. I just kind of have a point of clarification. I wanted to talk about the revenue budget at some point. When will the public have an opportunity to talk about the revenue budget, Mr. President?
We can only speak about what is on the agenda. Any additional questions?
Wait, Mr. President, the revenue budget is not on the agenda, but it's part of the budget. When will I have an opportunity to talk about some specific questions concerning the revenue budget?
We can only speak about what is on the agenda.
So you don't have the revenue budget on any agenda. That's my point. And it's a budget document that was released by the administration.
Okay, any additional questions, sir?
Yes, when will I have an opportunity to speak on the revenue budget?
Not at this time. We can only speak about what is posted on the Secretary of State's website.
Is it posted for tomorrow?
Thank you.
Is it posted for tomorrow, sir?
It is not. It is not.
Well, then you're telling me I can't
posted.
speak on the revenue budget. Is that what you're telling me? I can't speak on it.
I am telling you that we can only speak on what is posted, and if there's not a item that says revenue budget, then we cannot bring it forward.
I mean, can I ask some of my questions now to the administration?
Nope, we are going to move on. Thank you very much, sir. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak about the employee benefits?
Go ahead and unmute now.
Caller ending in 8487, you can unmute. Caller with the phone number ending 8487, you can unmute.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Roger Duran. A lot of the questions that I was going to ask were just asked by Mr. Cushman, so I'll forego that. What I want to ask is the first thing, when I was reviewing the budget, I was trying to ascertain how much are we paying this year for prescription drug costs? Can you answer that question for me? I didn't see it broken out as a line item.
It's not, it's calculated in with the health insurance.
So how much is it?
I don't know the breakout between pharmacy and health insurance and direct care.
Well, you see, that's a problem. And let me tell you why. I've been over this for quite a few years. And I want to point this out to Mr. Schaefer because he just mentioned Mr. Avedisian. Mr. Avedisian gave this out, I'm going to say about 6, 7, 8 years ago. I was at the budget when he gave it out, or extended it to employees. He budgeted for $1 million. I asked Mr. Avedisian at the time, can I see the actuarial study? None was done. Zero. There was no investigation, how much this was going to cost. And the last time I checked, the beginning of this year, I did a Freedom of Information request, and I have to commend the mayor, the new mayor Picosi. It was a fight to get this over the years from past administrations, because I was always told the document doesn't exist, which was a fallacy. So Mayor Picosi, the first thing I did in his office this year in January, and I commend him for it, I made the request. It was over $4 million. So we have something that was put into the budget, given away without any study whatsoever, and it went up 400% in less than 8 years. So, by the way, so let me just make that point, and I think going forward, I would appreciate if that particular line item was broken out, because our actuarial from the healthcare came in a few years ago, and the question was asked, I think it was late Councilman Solomon who asked the question, can you give me an idea of any other city, town that the actuarial, and I think they're out of Albany, New York, any other city or town that has a state? He said it's unheard of, this prescription cost. So I just wanted to get that on the record. I hope that $4 million is broken out in next year's budget, that we'll find out what it is. But I was going to ask the question, and we keep on hearing Cranston tonight is the gold standard. Does Cranston give out that benefit?
I believe they do, Mr. Durant.
Well, that's news, as I say, to me, because that was never noted before anyplace else, a prescription drug, unless it was implemented recently in the last year or two, because it wasn't from what the actuarial told us.
My chief of staff.
But let's get beyond that point. Again, I don't think, and this is not to knock.
Mr. Durant,
I'm sorry, I had a very difficult time hearing you.
I'm sorry. My chief of staff was, before this job, she was the personnel director in Cranston, and she's sitting over here, and she's the one that gave me the information that Cranston does have it.
Okay, well, it must be something new, because they said they didn't, but I appreciate that, Mayor.
Okay.
But my question is also, as I say, and I'm not here to knock Cranston, but I keep on hearing this is the gold standard. I do remember, and I'm a little surprised, when I was testifying before the Pension Review Commission that covered healthcare and pensions up to the State House. I think it was 2013, and Mayor Fung was on the podium, part of the participants, and I have to commend him. He attended every meeting.
Again, Mr. Durant,
But
can
he
we
had
please
mentioned it.
keep this, Mr. Durant, please keep it to the employees' benefit budget. We understand the history that you're trying to show, but you're talking 2013, we're in 2021.
I
Only
understand.
need to discuss this budget. So please ask your questions on this specific budget.
Oh, I appreciate that, but again, Cranston's been made the gold standard here tonight. I didn't do that. That was the budget director. But having said that, where I'm a little confused, and I'm not going to ask what Mr. Cushman did. He did a very good job of discussing various points. But one of the questions was asked by, I think it's Mrs. Walsh who called in, who said, we do not give out lifetime health care in the city of Warwick. So I would ask the personnel director, why don't you give us a little idea as, let's say, a policeman retires today, 20 years on the force. Could you walk me through what health care benefits he and his partner get? And I'm including Medicare, supplement, as well as what does they get for Blue Cross Blue Shield?
I believe they can give you a general answer. The general answer, everything would be specific to an individual. So we'll do one general answer on this. But again, we want to ask specific line items that are in the budget today.
Well, this has to do, excuse me, Council President, this has to do with retiree health care. And it was just mentioned, a particular line item, and I don't have access to that. Unfortunately, we're not there at City Hall tonight, so I can't get a budget document. But that was just mentioned. We pay close to $10.5 million retiree health care. So it is regarding budget budget process going forward.
Yes, as I said,
And
they're
that
going
was-
to answer. I'm just prefacing by they're going to give you a general answer as you asked a very
fine.
specific one person. You know, a bunch of things could change.
Okay, that's fine.
Director?
Retiree gets retiree health insurance for individual or family plan. And then when they turn 65, get Plan 65, which isn't subsidized by the city.
They get Plan 65 by the city. They also get Medicare, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm misquoting. They get Plan 65 is sorry, I'm getting confused by some of the plans. When they're Medicare eligible, they get Plan 65, which subsidizes the government benefit.
So they get Plan 65, husband and wife get that, as well as they get a Medicare supplement. Is that correct? Excuse me. They get a Blue Cross Blue Shield supplement. Is that correct?
I'm not sure they get a Blue Cross Blue Shield supplement.
Can you check on that? Because I'm quite sure they do.
Okay. Yes, I can.
No, I mean, you can give me the answer right now because somebody must know the answer to that question. And the only reason I'm asking this, you answered to Mrs. Walsh that we don't give lifetime health care. And this has been a debate that's gone on back and forth here in the city that we do give out lifetime health care. And that includes Medicare plus a Blue Cross Blue Shield supplement. So I just want to clarify that.
Any other questions? They'll get you that information. Any other questions?
I'll
Mr.
wait to, no, I'll wait for that question before I ask my next one because it's very important.
I understand that, but if you have any additional questions, they're looking into that. They may not be able to provide it at this time. So if you have any additional questions.
Well, why couldn't they provide it this time? That's a basic question.
They do. I'll answer the best I can. They do get a supplement.
Correct. So they get lifetime health care.
They're forced
by the way, I don't want to belabor the point. I just want to get on record. We do give out lifetime health care in the city of Warwick. And the reason I know this, Mayor Avedisian touted a few years ago that under his contract, and I think it was alluded to tonight, that going forward, this is like 2 to 3 years ago, it's only the employee. That was the big concession made by the unions, the police and the municipal a few years ago, that it's only the employee that's going forward is going to get it, not husband and wife. but we are giving out lifetime health care, and that's why we have $11 million. So let me make one other point, because I know we want to get into pensions in a minute. I have to agree with what Mr. Cushman said, because reading over the budget documents, it mentioned that we should be putting aside, and it was either be $36 million a year or $38 million a year to make our bogey this year. And we're actually putting away about 11. So about, I don't know, 20, 22, $24 million short. I really have difficulty comprehending how putting aside $250,000 is going to make a heck of a difference. That's point number one. My second point is, and I thought that Councilman Ricks brought up some very good points, but I know we've been through this at budget hearings before. Our maximum tax increase is $8 million a year. And we're passing all these, we're looking for new schools. We get $6 million and a half for new vehicles. We're going to do this, we're going to do that. Is what you're telling us, if we have to start funding all these obligations, are we looking at maximum tax increases as far as the eye can see? That's what it appears like to me, unless we start making some tough decisions. And my very last point on this, again, I'm not going to pick on Cranston, but why don't we look at Westerly, that has basically 90% of their pensions funded? Their tax rate is one of the lowest in the state. Why don't we look at that as the gold standard instead of picking out Providence and the like? Because I think we're actually wasting our time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public that would like to speak on the employee benefits?
I have a couple of quick questions.
Go ahead, sir.
I know we've had this conversation several times in the past, and I've been offline for a couple of minutes. But am I to assume, as we have projected in the past, that as of this date, as of today, there are $0 in the fund which distributes money to pay the health care? Is that correct?
Yes.
$0, correct? So, I mean, typically in the private sector, our healthcare fund acts kind of like a pension, where employees contribute to that fund. That fund gets invested into an investment vehicle, which grows, in which to pay the costs associated with the employee's healthcare overhead. But in Warwick, we're not doing that. We're at the pay-as-you-go, correct?
Correct.
So, in other words, I've seen projections that are unfunded healthcare. There's been different projections over the past couple of years, anywhere from $350 million to $450 million that we presently owe, based upon moving forward what our healthcare costs will be. Is that not accurate?
That's the figure we've been talking about, yes.
So,
financial statements.
So, in other words, what we're basically saying is the next generation will be born with a bill of, depending on the economy, $350, $450 million plus of an unfunded liability, of which at this point, there is $0 in the coffers to pay for those funds. So that cost will be directly placed upon the next generation. That's pretty accurate, right? So that cost will come out of the next generations of automobile taxes, property taxes, business taxes, and it'll come out of that, right? Correct?
Well, I mean, this is one of the reasons that we're proposing to initiate this, but there seems to be some discouragement by the public as to whether we should even do that. So there seems to be a contradiction in your responses, but the other thing that I talked about is we don't know what the funding stream for retiree health insurance will be going forward over the next 50 years.
So would it be reasonable to assume that healthcare costs are not going to go down in the future?
No, I think it's reasonable to assume that it's possible that the federal government may expand Medicare eligibility, which would reduce the liability.
But that's an assumption which does not affect what our unfunded liabilities are as of this date, correct?
No, I don't believe that's correct.
So what you're saying is based on a hypothetical situation that the government may fund unfunded liabilities, you're projecting that our costs could go down. And what I'm saying is that's a hypothetical situation. But if we were to remove that from the equation and we look at our costs today, we look at our fixed costs today as what our unfunded liabilities are, based on the past history of healthcare costs typically, they just don't decrease, they increase. So I would think that it would be reasonable to assume that based upon history and fact, that healthcare costs will continue to increase. What you're saying is based upon a hypothetical, if the government comes in and if the government provides some assistance, there's a possibility that our healthcare costs could go down. And even if you would assume that that is correct, the residents of the city of Warwick and the next generation still has a $450 million bill that they're responsible for, that there's not one penny in the account. So that's what's problematic to me, because historically in the private sector, healthcare funds are managed in the identical way that a pension fund is managed. People contribute to it, that money goes into an investment vehicle, those monies grow, and those monies go to offset the cost of the healthcare that is provided. But we haven't done that in the city of Warwick. And right now it's a catastrophic situation that we don't have any substantive fixes, right? There's no cure for what is growing in the background, and every year it keeps growing. So I think it's important that the residents know that as of this date, we don't have a fix for that. We cannot support specific data as to how we're going to go about to alleviate those costs, to alleviate the burden moving forward on this generation, on our elderly, that are taxpayers, and on the next generation. So that's a real problem for the fiscal stability of the city of Warwick. The second thing, the point I wanted to make is in terms of employee benefits is, we have the situation of raises that impact all employee benefits. Our raises impact everything. They impact longevity, they impact everything, pensions, everything about the overall cost of the city of Warwick. And what we've heard historically when it comes to employee benefits, that our employees, we hear the word deserve these raises, right? And now we're hearing that we've just seen that on the school department side where we have raises coming up. I'm hearing, but I haven't seen the actual documents, that on the non-union side of our employees, we're going to have raises. And I guess my question to the mayor and to his staff is, in a catastrophic year that the country has had, that the whole world has had, the whole world economy has had, where basically everybody in private practice has taken an enormous hit, and most of our local businesses are ailing, and some aspects are out of business and never coming back. What we find is that the only aspect of the economy that hasn't taken a hit is state and municipal workers. They haven't lost a penny, nothing. The only ones that haven't been impacted by the pandemic. And now we're hearing that we're going to give out raises. We're going to give out raises to those who haven't lost a penny, but all of those people who are, if you look at the Warwick Beacon, we had 6 pages of foreclosures. All of these individuals that are taxpayers and trying to provide this community as best they can and to raise their children, to keep us in this close-knit Warwick community, they've all been hit, right? They've all been hit. No one's coming to their aid. They've all been hit. And now we're going to give out raises. And I think that is obnoxious. And it sends a message, right, to the taxpayers of Warwick of really who is of importance in this community. It's not the taxpayer. It's the municipal employees. It's our government employees. They haven't taken any hit. I would like to know from the administration who's taken a hit, right? Has anyone lost a day's pay that is employed by the city of Warwick? I know we had some layoffs and we're going to bring them back. That's fine. But really, in reality, nobody's lost a dime. And we're contemplating raises, which escalates the cost of healthcare, longevity, pensions, and all of those people that have been afflicted by COVID, that have lost their revenue stream. They're going to have to pay for the increased revenue stream that has to be provided to pay the employees who haven't lost a penny. And I would like someone to speak about that cognitively, to tell me how we will be able to fiscally responsibly manage that. And in closing, what I would say that, in the beginning of the presentation and throughout it, the finance director has spoken about other municipalities and how other municipalities have operated their budgets, and has made comparisons with costs overruns and so forth as comparative to the city of Warwick. And I would suggest this, which, someone taught me a long time ago, that to attempt to be able to justify poor fiscal behavior by citing examples of worse fiscal behavior really sends a message. I mean, you're trying to state to the taxpayer that Warwick is in really good shape because this other community is in worse shape. And as far as I'm concerned, that's really insultive to the taxpayer. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions from members of the public on employee benefits? Hearing none, we'll move to fixed costs.
Fixed costs are, there's a 60%, approximately 60% decrease in the proposed fixed cost budget, and that results from a substantial reduction in the city's unemployment insurance liability.
You just let us know what page that is on.
64.
64. Thank you. Any questions from members of the council on fixed costs? Councilman Lattiser.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for legal counsel, if I may.
Legal counsel is not here, Councilman Lattiser.
No, our legal counsel, sorry, Attorney Conley. So the question that I have, and I'm sure it was an oversight because it certainly was admittedly an oversight on my part. I did not pick up on it until it was just mentioned earlier. But in our budget documents, particularly the general funds portion of our budget, on page 59, 60, 61, and 62 is the revenue budget, which is pertinent to all these other things that we've spoken about, because without the revenue, we can't pay the bills. And as I say, I'm sure it was an oversight. Admittedly, on my part, I'll take the hit that I did not pick up on it, not specifically being on the document for this evening. Being that it is in our package that was delivered to us, can the revenue portion of the budget be discussed this evening?
So the notice, the OMA notice, the public notice for the hearing, does not identify the revenue as a topic of discussion for this evening. Because it's not identified as a topic for discussion, the council cannot address it tonight.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Well, sorry about that. Any questions from members of the council on fixed costs line item? Any questions from members of the public on the fixed cost budget? Any members from the public who like to speak about the fixed costs? Hearing none, we'll move to the Treasury Department.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Director.
16. And page 9 in the supplement.
Council, this is Lynn Prodger, City Treasurer. There's really not much to this budget. There is that 275 raise for some non-union employees. And it's not much.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the council on the Treasury budget?
So,
Any questions from members of the public on the Treasury's budget? Any questions from members of the public on the Treasury budget? Hearing none, we will move to the Finance budget. Finance Department.
Yes, and that's just myself and two employees.
Okay. Any questions on the Finance budget, the Finance Department budget? Councilman Gephardt.
Can you just run us through 18,400 contingency?
There's been $200,000 for a long time. I think Lynn is probably a better one to address the uses of it over the past few years.
it's been used for a number of things. Quite a few years ago, we had a macro burst and we needed a place to fund some repairs. We used that. With the lease that's coming up, when we take the paperwork to the DMV, we pay for the registrations out of there. It's been, if the annex building has a pipe explode and we need a place for repairs, that's where it goes. Could be anything.
Okay. Got
Anything
it.
unbudgeted, I should say.
Okay. And then professional services, can you just tell us what's in that 125 line item?
Is that the audit?
The biggest expense out of there is our audit firm.
Okay, got it. And so that will cover what the 21 Audit?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. Let's see. 1 week ago, I actually sent some finance-related questions to the finance director, and we may not be able to get into all the details because some of them related to the revenue side of things. So I suppose that a brief question is, would I be able to get detailed responses before the budget vote on Thursday? And I'll just put out there that in the event that I receive detailed responses, I'll forward it to our constituent affairs liaison so that the responses may also be distributed to other members of the council without violating the OMA.
I have no objection to responding as promptly as I can to any of your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any members of the public would like to speak about the finance department's budget? Any questions for members of the public on the finance department's budget? Seeing none, we will move to pensions.
Pensions are on page 55.
Yeah, let me start with this. Lynn does most of has a long history of dealing with them, but I think there's some a couple of interesting points I want to make in that the pension contributions that you see in 22 for the really police and fire 1, police 2, fire 2, and the municipal plan are all based upon actuarial studies as of June 30, June 30, 2020, or July 1, 2020. And at that point, there's a computed normal cost and an amortization of any unfunded liability, and they record the assets based upon an averaging based upon at that time. And for the year ending June 30th, the asset improvement return on the pension fund was only around 3%. 6 months later, it was over 19%. I was looking at the statements yesterday, and this is the Warwick Pension Fund is the second largest public pension fund in the state, next to the state of Rhode Island. And as of June 30th, it was the assets of all the four funds was $498 million. We were working on some reconciliation with the controller at the end of March. It is now increased to $611 million. So there have been extraordinary returns in the stock market, in our pension funds over the last year and a quarter. And we'll see that for the statements reporting as of June 30, 21. So that I think we'll see some moderation in contributions, and really the contributions are only up approximately 4% this year. But we'll certainly see some improvements in funded ratios and probably contributions that are required. Just so you know, on the funded ratios as of June 30th, 2020, police 2 plan 80% funded, assets of $208 million, fire 2, 81% funded, assets of over $87 million, municipal plan 74% funded, assets of over $135 million, and police and fire 1, which is really a grandfathered plan, 24% funded. I think there's only 1 or 2 active members left in that plan, both in the fire department. 67 million as of June 30th. So that's what we've seen happening since the contributions were determined according to the ordinance and based upon the June 30, 2020 actuarial report. And you see the numbers of the contribution numbers on page proposed for fiscal year 22 on page 55 of your budget.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schaefer. And those percentages are outstanding compared to other cities and towns, 80%, 81%, even 74% when we're looking at other pension plans across the state. And as you mentioned, the lowest one, the police pension one, there's only a few employees left. And so that's a grandfathered one that will be taken care of as well. Members of the council on the pensions. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I recall that the police fire one pension, as was mentioned, is grandfathered. I know that it was the, well, you know, I shouldn't guess the precise date. I know that it was a 40-year plan. How many years into the 40-year plan are we?
You know, I can't answer that, but I can tell you that I had a good discussion with the actuary about that plan, and they see a trend now where it's such an aged plan that really benefit payments will start declining in a few years. There is no plan any longer to go to 100% funding by major contribution increases. This plan will become funded from mortality of its members.
Sad in a way, obviously. Of course, that's the nature of pensions, is that they last for the benefit of the members. And that's what's obviously important here. For reference, the police and fire one pensions, when combined, we're looking at approximately, for the fiscal year 22 proposed budget, approximately $20 million. And if I recall correctly, I think that we're somewhere in the neighborhood of 25, 26 years, somewhere in that neighborhood, into the 40-year plan. I suppose my one last item would be something of more of a comment than a question. Obviously, long-term, the stock market tends to go up. I'm not sure if, well, obviously none of us have a crystal ball as to where the stock market is going to go in the next year or 2 years after its sharp increases that many took notice that seemed to be in contrast to the overall economic conditions. But, you know, I for one would say that it's important to certainly not take our foot off the gas pedal in terms of the pension contributions, and see what we can do to get as close to 100% funded over, you know, obviously making sure that we're doing it responsibly as well, but not take our foot off the gas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Gephardt.
I missed a couple of the numbers you gave, Mr. Schaefer. So on the fire two, can you just give me that percentage one more time?
81% funded, $87.1 million in assets as of June 30th, 2020.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then the assets on police one and fire one?
67.3 million.
And so as members reach end of life and come out of that plan, what happens with a plan like that with remaining assets that are in the plan once all members are no longer on the plan?
Well, I mean, the strategy is to have it run out of money when there's no members left. So.
Okay. You just described it as having relatively few members, and that seemed like a large number, but maybe I'm not doing the quick math in my head.
In terms of active, there's still many people on pensions, but there are virtually no active employees. A few firefighters. The firefighter 2 plan was established in 1992, so it's only people who were hired before 1992 that are still working.
Understood. Okay. Thank you.
It would be over 30 years, so approximately 30 years.
Okay, got it. And the contributions that we're making this year, do they eat whatever actuarial assumptions we've been asked to make?
Yes, they're all meet the annual required contribution. They're based upon a 6.9% investment return assumption. It's pretty conservative.
And is there an estimated average lifespan for the members that's included in those calculations?
Well, I think the driver that we've seen more is the number of retirees versus the number of active employees. And that's, for example, in police too, there are more retirees now than there are active members. But it was only the police and fire 1 had a 40-year amortization window of opportunity. All the other plans, any kind of major unfunded liability is amortized over a 30-year period. There are tables in the actuarial report that speak to that.
Okay.
They're all posted on the city's website.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lattiser.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. President. So to just try to add a bit of information to Councilman Rick's question about how long in the 40-year plan, I can say for certainty that if our colleague, Councilman Galucci was here, he would know that exact answer because that was done by, at the time, Mayor Joe Walsh. So I would guess it's somewheres in the 25 to 30 year area right now. Councilwoman Travis might have a better handle on it even than I, but just to give some sort of an answer to it, that was started by Mayor Walsh back in the day.
I would disagree with you on that. I was here with Mayor Chafee when we did the 40-year amortization. Yeah, Councilman.
I knew he was going to say that.
on the police or the fire?
Police and fire 1.
That was done by Mayor Chafee, not Mayor Walsh?
No, Mayor Chafee. It was done by Mayor Walsh if you're open by now.
Okay, yeah, I could have wondered.
That was a pay-as-you-go plan. That was a pay-as-you-go plan until the mid-1990s. And I can remember the actuary putting a major display on this screen right behind us here in City Hall. And Councilwoman Travis was sitting there.
Okay, well,
told the
I guess the error on my part at least brought out an answer to the question. So thank you for that. Peter, you also brought up a very good point that we now have more retirees than active employees. That certainly raises a concern in its own because you have a lot more money coming out of the bank than what's going in the bank. And the pensions are much larger than they were 10 years ago, even 5 years ago. While there are not many, there are some pensions that are approaching 100,000 a year. There are some over 100,000 a year. So the money is coming out in larger portions now with fewer employees paying in. Granted, employees perhaps are making more now. And over time, I'm not sure what the effect of that's going to be. The other issue that we have is with the retirees, when, prior to becoming a retiree, the employees are paying anywhere from an 18 to a 20% copay on healthcare. Once they retire, as we heard the conversation earlier, there is no payment. So that continues to grow expeditiously without any contributions into that as well. I think these are things that should be of significant concern in longevity and sustainability. That's all I have on that for now, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any members of the public would like to speak on the pensions? We have a few hands up. If we could unmute the first speaker.
Yeah, a couple of quick questions. While the employee is employed, presently, what is that employee's contribution to his pension percentage? What is his contribution?
Varies depending upon the plan. And where I didn't do a table
We
on
have
that.
four,
Yeah.
you have 4 plans, right? Let's just say,
No, it's
Fire 2 is.
it's pretty high for fire 2 and police 2. I can tell you that it's
It's 16.71% for the police and 14.29 for the fire.
14.29 for fire. Municipal will look up for you. So we think it's 9.5.
9.5, yeah.
9.5 for municipal.
and what is
It's more significant than the state administered plans.
what is the taxpayer's contribution towards that?
Well, both police and fire are structured to be 1/3, 2/3.
So the employee pays
Plan
a
is something
third.
different.
The employee pays a third and a taxpayer pays 2/3.
Yes.
correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
So the employee pays 1/3 and the taxpayer pays 2/3. And it's a defined benefit plan, correct?
Correct.
So if the employee pays a third and the investment vehicle tanks, like the stock market tanked last February, that employee, he doesn't lose anything because the taxpayer makes up for that loss by their contribution, correct?
No, I would say they make it up 2/3, 1/3.
Right. The employee doesn't come out of
Any
pocket.
losses are going to be
All right.
built into the asset values and
So in other words, the employee doesn't come out of pocket anymore. The taxpayer comes out of pocket to make up the balance of the losses in the revenues of the plan.
not for police and fire. That would not be correct.
Not for police and fire?
No, there's 1/3, it's a 1/3, 2/3 sharing.
It's based on
Right,
wages.
But I think my point is the employee has a defined benefit plan. So for example, Mr. Schaefer, let's say you have an employee, you have an employee plan where they're contributing a third and they have X amount of dollars that they've contributed. And all of a sudden we have a catastrophic situation in the stock market and all of your investment vehicles tank. The pension that has been derived for that individual upon retirement, that doesn't change, does it?
No.
No. So the entire stock market could have a catastrophic collapse and the investment vehicle could be generating $0, but that employee still gets what's been promised to him in a defined benefit program versus a defined contribution program. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay. So in the private sector, that simply does not exist because the mathematics just do not work, right? The mathematics only work if your contributions are relevant to the benefits that are derived from the investment vehicle that you have contributed to that shows a profit. And in the private sector, if that investment vehicle that you have contributed your money to does not show a profit, then you lose. So herein lies the problem, okay? This problem is generational problems because it has not been addressed. Because the fact of the matter is that the taxpayers that are paying the bill do not have a defined benefit program. They all have to invest on their own. They have to hire an investment vehicle, an investment advisor, of a 401k, a SEP IRA for those of us that are privately employed. We have risk. The municipal employees have no risk, right? They don't have any risk in the game.
Well, that's not what state employees, a lot of state employees feel right now, but former state employees, but.
All right.
Yes.
I don't think we're talking about state employees in that budget right now. I think we're talking about city employees. And right now, I think everybody could agree that no matter what happens to the stock market, the employees share no risk in that loss. Is that an accurate
Retirees share
statement?
no risk in that loss. The employees do share risk, 1/3, 2/3, police and fire.
No, wait a minute.
No, you wait a minute.
What I'm saying to you is that
Mr. Cody, one person at a time. Mr. Schaefer, go ahead.
Retired employees, if there's major losses in the stock market, the total contribution will go up and it will be shared 1/3, 2/3. Mr. Cody's right that once you're retired, there is no risk.
right. So once you retire, there is no risk, right? So the point that I'm saying is the investment vehicle that the employee contributes to, he has a set goal that at a certain date, I'm going to retire at X amount of dollars. And no matter what happens during the course of his retirement, he's guaranteed that he's going to walk out the door with that amount of money. Is that not correct?
You have him back as an employee again, he or she, but.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Say that again, please.
You had the person back being an employee again. Once they're retired, you're right. There is no risk.
Okay, so if for example, I am
Again, I think we have answered that question, that once he's retired, there is no risk.
I have a specific question.
Okay, well, please ask the question. No more examples. Please ask the question.
I'm trying to, but you keep interrupting me. So, Mr. Schaefer, so if I am, for example, a police officer I'm a lieutenant, and I've been a lieutenant for a year, and I have 20 years in, and I go to retire. If I retire at 20 years versus I retire at 22 years, and there's a catastrophic loss in the stock market, will that affect the amount of money that I will receive upon retirement?
No.
No, but it would affect municipal employees in Warwick.
But it wouldn't affect the amount that I'm going out the door. But what you're saying is, on the back end, the municipal employees may have to pay a little bit more to make up for that?
Their COLA is based upon investment earnings.
Their COLA, but not their contribution, not their initial contribution, right?
Yeah.
But is it fair to say that if that did happen, that the taxpayer would have to contribute more?
But once again, if it's police and fire because of the 1/3, 2/3, so would the active employees.
And is that the same with municipal and
No,
non-union
municipal
people?
employees, it's a fixed percentage,
What about non-union people?
fixed percentage.
Okay. So I guess, has there ever been any thought to, what procedures would have to be employed to stop this mathematical formula, which inevitably leads to catastrophic event, and put everybody into a plan where they have to self-manage it and pay attention to themselves and do a 401k? Has there been any discussion on that?
I would say no. I mean, and especially police and fire, whether it's state, this city, other cities, it's pretty traditional. Obviously, what the state did going to a hybrid plan early in the Raimondo administration was an opening to that. But I have not had any conversations either with employees here or with the administration.
So one other question, if we were to take the 4 plans that we have, and you would take the amount of unfunded liability. So you have police funded at, I forget what you said, what was it, 74%? 81. So if you took police fire 1, police fire 2, and the other 2 programs, and we calculated out what the funding percentage was, if you averaged that all out. So in other words, I would make the analogy that we have 4 different credit cards at 4 different interest rates. If we were to do that and take all 4 of those pension plans and take the amount of percentage of funding that we have and the amount of unfunded liabilities, combine them to come up with an average across the board of the 4, what would be, within reason, I'm not asking you for, right to the penny, but what would be our relative percentage of funding if we combined all 4 programs? Where would our funding percentage be?
Well, the idea is to keep them all separate, but my guess is around 70%. And
Around
higher than that if you went to asset values today.
Okay, around 70, but if I'm not mistaken, doesn't the state say that less than 85% is a pension plan that's in trouble?
I believe it's under 60% is a pension plan that's in trouble.
I think you may be incorrect on that. I believe that
The 80% applies to the COLA for the MERS plan. There is an 80% provision on the COLA for the MERS plan.
Okay, so I guess I'll end with this.
Independent plans.
Do you think that currently that our pension plans are well funded and that moving forward with the expectation of those that will retire in the near future, that the amount of payout that the taxpayer will be obligated to, do you think that will have a negative impact on the fiscal condition of the city of Warwick and the taxpayers?
No, I think the actuarial studies show an even track going forward. I'm very happy with where we stand right now.
And would you say that would be the same if you combine, because part of the pension payout is a healthcare payout, if you combine that as well, would you say that we're in a healthy situation?
No, that's clearly where the problem is in this city is in the.
So because both of those are are benefits of the pension system, both the pension is one aspect of it and the healthcare is the other aspect. I would ask the question, as I asked prior to that, if you combined it all together, Are we on stable financial grounds?
Well, I don't believe that the liabilities are extraordinary and are without resolution in a reasonable way.
What would be, in your estimation, a reasonable time where we would be on solid fiscal grounds in terms of payout?
We need to do some more actuarial work on the health benefits. That's one of my initiatives for the next year. I'm not going to give you an answer on that.
All right, so being that we're in the budget hearings and these are really, I mean, applicable questions in terms of the health and fiscal stability of the city of Warwick, I just find it odd that you're unable to answer that question and that you have to do some more research on it. I would have thought that seeing as the unfunded liabilities of our benefit program would have been on your radar screen, and that you would have expected that you would have been vigorously questioned on what our health and stability is of that. But I find it disturbing, in fact, that there's not only this question, but there's so many other questions that you just need more time to figure it out. And I'm really not comfortable with that. And so with that, I'll end my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker can be unmuted, please.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to make this brief. I just want to go over a couple of the, I think some of the problems with the pension systems. I know we talk about the funding ratios and they sound great, but I think we got to talk about how much it's costing in a budget each year to pay for these pension increases. In 2018, we went up $1.5 million, 2019, 1.3, 2020, 2.1 million. Projected in 2021, 1.2 million, and then in this proposed budget, 1.5 million. So, we're kind of talking about 19%, like of a maximum tax increase, close to about $8 million. And with all the other spending that we want to do in the budget, it's really starting, to have an effect. And I already went over, I'm not going to rehash, 50 cents on the dollar, just about practically new dollars have gone for pensions and healthcare. But Councilman Lattisaw touched on, I think, a real major problem. And what I did back in 2016 is I looked at the, 6 firefighters who retired that year, and through a Freedom of Information, I got some data on how much did each one contribute to the system, and then, how much would they receive, in the next 20 years by staying in the pension system. And I just want to give you some statistics here. So the first firefighter will receive $1.1 million over 20 years, and he'll contribute $127,000. Second firefighter, about $1.5 million over 20 years, contributing $100,000. Third one, $1.6 million, contributing $110,000. $1.8 million, contributing $124,000. $2.4 million, contributing $140,000, and the largest pension over 20 years would be $2.6 million received, contributing only $157,000. So if you add all those up, the 6 firefighters over that 20-year period of time throughout their entire career will receive $11.1 million, contributing $764,000. So, I guess, Mr. Shaver, I think you would even agree that when you start looking at, pensions that are going to be paying a $180 something thousand over 20 years, would you admit that that's a problem?
Well, you picked out 4 particular cases that make it sound horrible.
That was the 2016 class.
30 years and die the next day. So. And that's what the actuary does. He looks at the assumptions on how long people are going to live, what the possibilities of disability are. So you've cherry picked your cases.
That was the 2016 graduate. That was retiree class. I did not cherry pick that. So I just wanted to make that clear. So let me ask a couple questions. The police 2 and fire 2 get an automatic 3% COLA, right? No matter what. No matter how well the fund is performing, right?
Yes, except I think there's a change for people hired after 2015.
Yeah, and there's just so few in that is not making impact. Now, I want to contrast that to the municipal plan. The municipal plan is based on the performance in the plan, right? Whether they get a COLA or not, right?
Correct.
So one of the major changes that, and, I'm not saying these things would be easy to do, but, in my opinion, we really need to start thinking about putting some caps on these pensions. We cannot have people making $186,000 or $175,000 a year, as Councilman Lattisaw referred to. And then we're not even talking about, the additional cost of lifetime healthcare, which is, could put benefits over $200,000 a year. So all I'm saying is that, I think when we add all these costs up, and I know the mayor's got some great initiatives and great things that he wants to do, he wants to bring people back in and things like that. But, the cost of these benefits are really getting to a point where it's consuming just about, all the new dollars in the budget. And if something isn't done to curb these costs, I think the city is going to be in a huge financial problem in the future. And then one last thing to the council president. So I know the council attorney just came in and he basically said you cannot, discuss any matter that's not on the agenda. So my question to you is, are you going to continue this session into May 27th with the revenue budget and with the capital budget on the agenda?
I'm just taking questions on the pension right now.
All right, so I don't know. So the only way I'm going to be able to tell whether I could testify in that is wait to the end of the meeting. But if you close public hearing, then I cannot ask any questions on those portions of the budget, right?
Do you have any more questions on pensions, sir?
Nope, and I'm just saying, I hope that will meet the open meetings rule if you deny the public the chance to testify in those documents.
Thank you very much. We'll unmute the next speaker, please.
Yeah, I have a quick question for Mr. Schaefer. A lot of the questions I was going to ask have already been answered, so I'm not going to duplicate it. What I'm interested in, what's the makeup of the portfolio we have right now with reference to stocks, bonds, and the like?
I've got it around somewhere, but it's, we've moved to a higher share of equities.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. We've in the past, we've run a 40-60 portfolio, 60% equities, 40% bonds and cash. Obviously, as you're well aware, and I think you sit on the Pension Retirement Board, being the finance director, so you go to those meetings every 3 months. Obviously, the people are not getting any money for CDs any longer, as well as your bond portfolio. I mean, bonds are paying nothing right now. So that's forcing people like yourself, for that matter, anybody who's investing money today, you have to take on a lot more risk. So what is the percentage? Has it gone from like 80% now what we have in stocks versus 60 for the last 10 years? Or could you give me a little flavor on that, Mr. Schaefer?
I can tell you since before Peter got here, the Municipal Pension Board has actually added more risk to the portfolio.
Let me read the pie.
See, that's a concern. Unfortunately, that's a concern. I realize not just for you, anybody who's investing today. That's a concern because we're putting more risk. So right now, everything's looking fantastic if you invested in the stock market the last few years. I shouldn't say that. We remember what happened last March 23rd of last year. So I don't have to remind you, that's debacle. But my question is, we're taking on more risk, and that's disconcerting, especially if I was a retiree in the city of Warwick. When you're saying we're taking more risk, what do you mean by risk? What are we investing in?
I remember it was about a year ago, we moved some of our money from some inflation to stock.
In the investment, in the municipal plan, for example, it's 38.5% domestic equity, 30.8% fixed income, 0.9% alternatives, 4% resources, 7% emerging markets, and 18.8% international development.
Okay.
It's approximately the same in the other plans.
Okay, so you're still running about a 38%, I think you said, in fixed income, correct?
Yes, 30.8%.
All right, so you're still running about a 60-40 portfolio.
More like 70-30. 30.8%, I said 16.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said 38. Again, I don't have the access to a computer. I'm doing this all over the phone, so it's difficult to hear the answer. Okay, you're correct. But anyhow, that gives me a little flavor. Again, my final comment is I'm a little bit concerned with reference to the equity market at the present time, obviously with a very high PE ratio and the like. And I don't know. I mean, what your advisors telling you? Stay invested or whatever?
Absolutely.
At that particular ratio?
They want us to move more into equities.
What do you think about that, Mr. Schaefer?
Well, the retirement board, I think, has adopted that strategy this last meeting. Correct, Linda? Did we take a final vote on that?
Yeah, we allocated a little more money into emerging markets. And we did a two-step approach to offset any risk.
And your definition of emerging market is China and the like, or are we going into the frontier markets? What are we doing?
They're giant funds. I think it was Asia Pacific.
Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions from members of the public on pensions? Seeing none, we'll move to debt service.
That is page 17. Debt, principal and interest are on the same page on 17. You'll note that there's a significant drop off in a number of lines, but it's made up by our payments for the road paving and drainage bond and the streetlights. And then there's also 900,000 and change in there for the mayor's lease purchase initiative.
Thank you very much. Any questions from members of the council on the debt service? Any questions from members of the public on the debt service? Any questions from members of the public on the debt service? Hearing none, we'll move to insurance.
That is on page 53. And you will notice that there is a reduction in this account of 276%. As you may know, we go to the Rhode Island Interlocal Trust for our city liability insurance, and they have dropped their price.
Excellent. Well, we like to hear that. Any questions from members of the council on the insurance? Any questions from members of the public on the insurance budget item? Any questions from members of the public on the insurance? Hearing none, we'll move to postage.
Postage is on page 54. It's not much there.
Pretty straightforward on postage. Any questions from members of the council on the postage budget? Councilman Sinapi.
Just a quick one. Are all those line items lowering because they're transferring, or is that because they're being refunded?
Yeah, I mean, the way this works is we pay a big postage bill and then credit the departments for it. So the first line says police, we back charge them. That's why it's a negative.
Got it. Thank you.
Any more questions from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. Let's see. I've noticed that I haven't been getting, and I can only assume that my fellow council members haven't been getting in the mail the usual notices that we get used to receive about the whenever the city of Warwick is hiring a particular position. Let's see. So I just wanted to, now that we're on the postage item, check in on that, see if that is a change.
Were those being mailed to you?
Yeah. For the first 4 years, I was getting those in the mail. Honestly, I kind of thought that it was a bit wasteful in that regard, but
it is, and we have actually been emailing those.
Oh,
so You should ask Joanne to reach out, your council liaison to reach out to personnel to get on that email list.
Good idea. Thank you.
They're also always on the website.
Oh, I've been sure to check the website regularly too. So, I haven't been missing out on those notices, although the emails are always helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the public on postage? Any questions from members of the public on postage? Hearing none, we'll move to the city collector's office department.
This is on page 18 of the general fund, 10 of the personnel page, and this is Kyla. Good evening.
Good evening, Kyla.
There's one major change in our budget, and it's a decrease in the lockbox. The treasurer's office went out to bid for banking services, and they dropped the cost of our lockbox, so we no longer have to pay for that. Other than that, our personnel supplement is the 2.75 contractual and any longevity included in there.
Thank you very much. And how much did we save, you save for dropping the Dropbox?
Last year, we budgeted $72,000. So the 5-year contract is $72,000 every year for the next 5 years that we won't be putting in our budget.
Excellent. Councilman Gephardt.
Can you just talk about the professional services line? Looks like we haven't spent much this year, but we're budgeted back at the 2021 level.
We are. That actually is for our collection service agency, which is right now Rossi Law Firm. For the last couple of years, we hadn't sent anything to collection for our motor vehicles of personal property taxes, but we're back on board on trying to keep the collection rate up. So we can assume that not doing it for the last year or so is going to make that higher amounts and be back where we should have been if we were collecting and sending our files to them on a regular basis.
Okay, got it. And speaking of the collection rate, where are we trending towards for this year?
I believe we're at just about 99% collection rate. Lynn, do you have that exactly? The collection rate? Yeah. Oh, I didn't check it before. It was, last time I checked, it was 99. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked, it was right around there.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Can't speak to today, but when we talked about it 2 weeks ago.
Right.
Right around there.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the city collector's department? Any questions from members of the public on city collector? Hearing none, we'll go to the city assessor's office.
Thank you, Kyla.
Thank you very much, Kyla.
Assessors is on page 19 and page 12.
Good evening, everyone. I do want to point out, as we're looking at the budget, that this is a revaluation year. So first, I want to make sure everybody's aware of that. But also, that makes it difficult to do a one-to-one year-over-year comparison. In this budget year, we've got $150,000 budgeted, but the state does reimburse us at 60% of that amount. And I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Director. And that reevaluation, that is state mandated, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Sinapi.
Just for the public's edification, this is different than the last reevaluation because this isn't a statistical one. This one's the actual. Neil can define it better than I can, but it's the actual where if there's a hole in your wall, it actually matters as opposed to just raw statistics of your neighborhood.
Now, for clarification, this is also a statistical, so it's the same sort of project as we did last time. The full reevaluation will be in 2024.
No, I stand corrected. Thank you, Neil.
Councilman Gephardt.
It looks like salaries are up. Can you just talk to the increase there to 724? Is there a position in there?
Well, there's a few positions that are coming back. There's still a net loss of one position, but that's the reason for the increases.
And then which of the two on the personnel supplement are the two that are added?
There were 2 assessor clerk positions, and then there was an appraiser position that was being refunded that weren't funded last year.
Okay, so adding 1 appraiser and 2 assessor clerks.
Correct.
And is that in support of the reval as a one-time, or is that ongoing? Just add to the department.
Yeah, it's just, it still doesn't bring us back to the full complement that we had, but it's just a restoration of the positions that were in place before the layoffs and the bumping. There was a bumping in there as well.
Okay. Got it. Were there functions that we weren't able to perform in the assessor's office without those positions, or what's the?
Well, as we go through the budget process, it was a little bit later this year. We'd like to get the numbers solidified a lot sooner. Definitely took a little bit longer. We're still dealing with exemptions that are coming to the door every day. So it's a fluid number, but very confident in the numbers that we've estimated to be. That's the biggest change. There's also things that we could be doing, looking for more revenue, but with the reduced appraiser classification, that was limited. Day-to-day functions were fine. We made sure to redouble our efforts to make sure that was kept to a minimum with the taxpayers having to wait. But long-term, we want to make sure that we have a full complement so we can do the best job we can for the city.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions from members of the public on the tax assessors, the city assessors budget? Any questions from members of the public on city assessors? Hearing none, we'll move to the Board of Assessments review. Was that in boards and commissions?
Yes.
Okay. We will move to purchasing department.
Thank you, Neil.
Pat, I don't know what you did to go second to last, but we appreciate you hanging with us.
Spring finale.
She requested it.
As you know, my budget is very small. It does reflect an increase, and that is primarily due to 1 recall position that we had from the layoffs.
Okay. Any questions from members of the council on the purchasing department's budget? Any questions from members of the public on the purchasing budget? Any questions from members of the public on the purchasing budget? Hearing none, we'll move to MIS. An outstanding job, Pat.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Pat's been here since 5 o'clock for that.
We appreciate it. And last but not least this evening is our MVP this past year, MIS, who has had to put on a number of different roles and new duties to their job, like broadcasting council meetings. So, Director.
Well, Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. I know you've all been dying to get to the interesting stuff here in technology. Before I get started, I'd like, with your permission, to do an overview of the numbers and then sort of open it up for a deep dive into anything you'd like. First of all, the elephant in the room is that I have a $950,000 increase year over year, which equates to about a 58% increase. However, I'd like to break down those numbers to explain where they're, what it's for and where the money is going to be coming from. The first piece, if we start off with the $948,000, 800,000 of that is from a federal program that will be dedicated to broadband. That's being split between the police and the municipality itself. Our network has been built up over the years in the best fashion. It was done well, but it was done piecemeal. We now have hit the point where it's just not functioning. We're going through major steps just to be able to move the data center across the parking lot. just because of the way it was designed in a very hub and spoke fashion as compared to a ring where you can lose a leg of the ring and just continue to operate. So the improvements there are absolutely going to benefit the efficiency of the city. The police department is operating on copper lines for some of their communication, which, if you know anything about it, it's just antiquated. We get those from Verizon. Verizon has been raising the prices dramatically on a regular basis and sending us letters. They are pulling us off that. They will not take anyone new. I believe somewhere in 2022, we're going to have to get off of that. So we're going to be able to hopefully take those federal funds and improve our broadband infrastructure throughout the city. We have server infrastructure replacements in IT and in the police department very quickly. Servers usually have a useful life of maybe 4 or 5 years. We've extended that before I got here, very intelligent moves to move us to a virtual environment, which lets us use those physical servers more efficiently, but they're now reaching 6, 7, 8 years old. It's just too much of a risk to continue to run the city on these servers. So just like sewer, water, roads, everything else in the city, our technology infrastructure does wear out over time. And this is our replacement structure that we're going to have to go through. SAN into the storage area network for the police department. Zoom, we have a new position that we're going for next year. These meetings, the council president was referring to, run every night of the week, usually except Fridays during the days. A lot of nights, there's 2 per night. Every one of these meetings has my network manager. He's running the Zoom show right now. And I've been doing it for the other times he's been with me. We take 2 people to do it. We just need help in this area. And this is something that we can get from the relief fund, funded from the relief fund, because it's directly related to COVID. Also, we're anticipating the potential of legislation that we will be continuing these Zoom meetings even after we go back in person. And for any video conferencing system like Zoom, Teams, or whatever you're using, it's one thing to do a Zoom meeting like this. What happens when you go hybrid, when all of a sudden you have people in the room and you're doing Zoom, it becomes one level more complex, and you need more expensive equipment like this point tilt Zoom PTZ camera. Projection, if you were in there, the council, you would see how it's set up. Each one of these systems is more expensive than simply sticking a camera on a PC. And when you do that, you have to set the room up ahead of time because you can't move the equipment around. So there's going to be an expenditure in that area where we're just going to have to set up rooms if that legislation comes to fruition. Since I've been here, we have been trying to avoid our Munis ERP system. We've been trying to avoid an upgrade to that. They've been pushing us support on that. And it's obviously a fairly expensive and intricate move to move everyone up to a new version. Munis is pulling support on our current version in October of 22. So that it is not a short project, and we're going to have to move on that. So we've already initiated some steps to get a project manager from Tyler Technologies and start the migration onto a new server and start the training that will go with that. Cybersecurity related expenditures. I brought this up at council meetings at different times. The city is seriously underfunded in the area of cybersecurity. We've had several audits and assessments done. They pointed out a number of areas. While we have our network, our perimeter is fairly well secured. Internally, we just don't have the procedures of protection the city would require. We always talk about being one click away from a disaster. We all deal with it in our private lives, the amount of spam and stuff that we get that has viruses attached to it and the intricacies for that. So there's going to be a request in this budget that's going to try to start to address that and move us into a much better cybersecurity position. And then there's monies allocated for the data center relocation as we move into the new annex and we find a permanent home for it. It should concern all of us that our data center for the city still resides in the old annex. So the movement of that, Mayor Petrosi has made it a priority, obviously, and we're doing our best to try to get that into a better position, more secure position. So actually, with cost savings, when you take all of the costs for those things out of the increase, it's actually $132,000 reduction. And some of those I've already talked to you about at the council meetings, things like moving our copier maintenance contracts off of that. I think that's netted us close to $30,000 worth of savings in the first 6 months, having moved to a time and material portion of that. So also embedded in here, just very quickly, the upgrade to, these are the projects we have planned for the year: upgrade to the ERP system, migration to a statewide police administration system off of the one, they're finally getting one that's going to be a statewide, excuse me, not state police, statewide police administration system. I was talking to the colonel about that today. We're going to do a pilot project to try, working with DPW, to try to replace some of the antiquated punch card time clock system that we have right now. Talked about moving the data center, upgrade to our EOC center for emergency operations center for their technology kit. It's gone on for about 5 years now, and we're going to go to a more effective model there. Try to do something virtually, the deployment of Zoom rooms, and then we're going to be working on some telecommunication cost reductions that we have lined up for the end of near the end of the fiscal year when the contracts come due. That's my summarization. I'd be happy to do a deep dive wherever you would like to.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Director. And again, I gotta say,
I don't know if we can see. Mr. President, Peter would like to add something, if that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
That I really insisted that he requested we support the virtual meeting coordinator. The amount of time, it's not only the council, it's the planning board, it's municipal retirement system, it's municipal court, and it's really, Phil and Chris are the only ones that are adept at doing this. This is going to go on. So we really need someone focused entirely on that activity.
Well, thank you, Mr. Schaefer. And I absolutely agree with that. Again, Chris and Phil, you guys have stepped up beyond, again, it's not just council meetings, as it was just mentioned. It's all these other meetings. And I know that Phil and I have had conversations. Councilman Gephardt is working with me on this as well. You know, we were anticipating and we were actually going to push for some type of hybrid. When we do come back, I think this is giving additional people opportunities to join council meetings. And when we were back in person, I think we can be able to combine it in there. I know the state is working on legislation and we'd love for them to give us some direction and maybe send some funds along the way to help with this. But I'm glad that we're at the front end of this and putting in for that position. Absolutely needed. And this is a 2021 issue, and you guys are on top of it. And so I appreciate that. I also like to commend you for the broadband. I know that's a large number, but we're using the federal money coming in for that. And that is an outstanding. Broadband, as we all know, in this past year has been the #1 issue. It's access for people to go to school, to participate in their schools, to participate in their communities, and participate in their work from home. So this is a great investment that the city is making on that. Councilman Gephardt.
Thanks, Phil. Very detailed summary, very helpful. You got a lot of big initiatives this year, so good luck with that. Let us know what support you need. I just had a couple of questions. So when you say broadband, from your summary, you're talking about the internal city network and its distribution among its various buildings and properties, or are you talking something wider than that?
We're hoping to be something. This is the first step. I believe Director Schaefer could tell me it's till 2023 or
December 31st, 2024.
24. So this is the first half of an overall sketch that Chris and some of the others on the team, Chris and I had discussed on what we could do. First step, the police department, it's an internal infrastructure for them, broadband capabilities for them, but that's the number one priority. The city, with the annex move, it has become very apparent to us that we need to do something to improve our communication capabilities. It's very piecemeal, as I was explaining. So from this first bit of it, and by the way, the legislation doesn't really have any defined rules to it yet. So broadband is a very, as you well know, it's a fairly liberal terminology to use. But we can certainly classify what we want to do as that for the internal city. At that point in time, once we have, my vision would be a fiber ring, a dual direction fiber ring, we can start to look with the planning department on how do we now open up hotspot rooms, collision centers for the city, where the citizens can come in, have technology available to them that maybe they don't have at their own homes, and be able to collaborate and just do things that are beneficial to the city financially, economically, and as well as the prosperousness of the citizens themselves.
All right, great. And then on cyber, you just keep pushing the envelope, but good to see you had some funding in here for that this year. So we can leave it at that. We can talk more offline, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any members of the public that would like to speak about the MIS budget?
Hi, folks. I want to compliment the efforts on the cybersecurity. I'm really pleased to see both the city and the council taking a longer range perspective, what will provide some security to city functions. So I'm really happy to hear that money will be designated to that function. I also want to thank you for the virtual or hybrid programming that you may be continuing for the council meetings and other city meetings. And I hope you extend that to committees or commissions as well. They're also really, really helpful to the public to know all of those activities that the city participates in. So I'm really glad about that too. So the only other thought I have about all this is sometimes we go right to saying we need a position for this or that or the other thing. There's another alternative, and that is 2 or 3 part-time people at 19 hours, where we're not hiring full-time people with pensions and all the benefits. Some people actually like working part-time, coming and going, and particularly with the virtual issues, some of those might be night meetings, and it might be useful to have 2 or 3 part-time 19-hour people available. I don't know that that would work in this case, but I'm thinking it's worth a thought.
I think that's a great suggestion. We could look at it. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from members of the public on MIS budget? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close public hearing.
Councilman Howe, seconded by Councilman Foley, Councilwoman Travis. All those in favor, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor to close the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those
Aye.
opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the public hearing has closed. First, before we close, I just want to thank all the members of the council, the council liaison, the attorneys for joining us this evening. And I also want to thank the administration, all the department heads, Chris and MIS, all the people that participated in these last 2 nights to put on these meetings. This was different. This was new. And we were able to have a very good discussion. And I appreciate everyone's time and effort. And I won't go on out of that thing. So thank you very much, Mayor, as well, for joining us.
Thank you.
At this time, I will entertain a motion to continue the hearings till May 27th, 2021 at 4 p.m.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Howe, seconded by Councilman Foley, Councilwoman Travis. We'll voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are going to be continued until Thursday night. So we'll see you at 4 o'clock on Thursday. Stay safe,
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you. Good evening.